All right, it is 12 noon Eastern Standard Time, and we are live. And we got to always do the sound check. You got to let me know if you can hear me. We are about to lock in today for a very special presentation from Emergency Life Coach. We are now streaming live on YouTube, and we are also streaming live on Facebook, and that's where you're getting us. We're on the Emergency Life Coach page, and we are excited to bring you this special presentation today. So for this first hour as we kick off, and if you're just joining, if you're like, what did I just click on? We're going to be streaming live between 12 p.m. today and 1 a.m. tonight. Yes, you heard me correctly. We're going to be streaming live for over 12 hours. Why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? Because that's the first question I always want to ask whenever I'm doing it. Why is the first question. You're like, why are we doing this? Because right now, there's people that are going through life transitions. We know that things are happening at a rapid pace. We know that some numbers that we don't want to see go up are going up, and some numbers that we don't want to see go down are going down. It's creating life transition, breakups, job loss, lots of uncertainty. So what we are, Emergency Life Coach, we're a platform with life coaches that are heart-centered, strong skill set and mindset to help you. Now, the good news here, you didn't have to sign up for anything. You didn't have to enroll in anything. All you have to do is show up. If you decide later that you want to continue your journey with us, there's going to be an opportunity to do that. Because what I learned a long time ago is that if you provide value to people and you don't give them a continuation plan for them, you're doing them a disservice. So we're gonna have lots of continuation offers for today, opportunities to connect with people. You may jump on a conversation as early as today, just depending on what comes up. But what I want to do in this first hour is I'm going to bring on the life coaches that we're going to be talking with today. We're going to tell you what to expect today in terms of time frames, timing, the things that you can expect as you go through the day. Now, we know that you're not going to sit on here for 12 hours with us, and that's okay. But what we encourage you to do is jump on as your schedule permits. As I introduce the life coaches and we discuss what time they're going to be on and their topic, you can set your own reminder to come back on and listen to that respective life coach at that designated time. So that's going to happen. We're going to do our best to provide a backdrop where if you want to connect with somebody today, we want to give you that opportunity as well. So if there's somebody on here that says something you resonate with, we want to give you the ability to connect with them within the hour, if that makes sense. Because we know that people are going through stuff, and we also know, and we're going to talk more about this as the day unfolds, but we also know that people don't talk about it, that we can go into the silence and we can lean out. So what we want to encourage you to do today is just lean in from the comfort of your own home. If you want to comment. If you don't want to comment, don't comment. And do me a favor, just because we're just starting, and technology, as you know, can do so many things. Let me know that you can hear me. Hello, Lucy. Welcome. Thanks for being here. So proud of you all. Let's get it. Much love throughout the day. Thank you so much. We're preparing our hearts, our minds for today and to serve you. And you don't have to do anything other than click on when it's appropriate for you. Now, here's what I want to do. I want to offer you a challenge today. We're gonna share this challenge throughout the day. For some of the life coaches, they know this. For the other life coaches, they're about to get surprised, and they love it when I surprise them. You're gonna hear how much they love it when I just surprise them. But I think when you hear what I'm about to say, it's gonna make sense. And here it is. I want to issue you a challenge today where it's your personal challenge. Okay? It's a personal challenge, and this is for the coaches, it's for me, it's for everybody listening. And it's three things. It's 1, water. 2, breath. And 3, movement. So what I want to ask you to do is make sure you drink 3 plus 8 glasses of water a day. It could be something with electrolytes, like I have electrolytes here, so I'm going to be drinking this. So drink 3 plus glasses of water or maybe a little bit more than you normally do. But I'm going to ask you for 3 plus. I want you to breathe 10 times. And if you want, grab a deep breath right now. So if you grab 1 deep breath, you just got 1. So I want you to grab 10 deep breaths throughout the day. And then I want you to move. I want you to pick 100 things you're going to do. It could be 100 arm lifts. It could be 100 squats, anything, 100, whatever's comfortable for you. And if you do that, we're going to offer you a free coaching session with a coach of your choice. How's that sound? So you're going to get rewarded for growing right off the bat. So even as we're starting here, I want to reward you if you take action. And that's what we're going to do throughout the day. So right now it's 12:06. What I'm going to do, I'm going to bring on the life coaches here in a minute. But before I do that, let me just, for those of you that are new and you don't even know what this is, let me just share with you what it is, because we did the why. The what is, this is a platform. It's a platform to provide resources, coaching, and community to people who are going through a life transition and may not be getting the support that they need. All the research that I've done shows me that people are not reaching out. They don't have community. They don't have mentorship. They don't have coaching at the level that they need it, and that we tend to go into the silence. So this platform is a way for us to meet you where you are, even if you don't even know us, even if you're just clicking on here, just eavesdropping. We can meet you where you are, and we want you to grow. The big word I wrote down today is growth. And you're going to find out that these coaches are amazing. They're heart-centered. They want to help you grow. They've spent hundreds, if not thousands of hours educating themselves along with life experience to deliver for you today. And they're going to want you to grow. So we want to meet you where you are and help you grow. Now, I got to be transparent because it's just the way I operate. I've been called out. I've been criticized a little bit on this platform. So I want to bring that out right away. What is Emergency Life Coach? Is it counseling? Is it therapy? No, it's not counseling and it's not therapy. But you're going to hear a story later about how a life coach saved an individual's life. So we're not here to save, we're not here to, to prevent suicides. We're not here to deal with domestic abuse. That's what it's not. But what we are here to do is meet you in that life transition that feels like an emergency. Let's face it. If you've been through a breakup, if you've been through a job loss, right? It feels, I don't know, I've felt it. I know this is why I started Emergency Life Coach. I went through a really hard breakup and it felt like an emergency to me. I felt the emotion. I was upset. I was looking for answers. I didn't want to really go down the counseling road at that time. I just needed somebody to kind of get with me and just hear me out, talk with me, to help me move into the future and move away from what had happened. So that's really what you're going to hear from this as Emergency Life Coach today. So that's really what we are. We have a platform so you can book with one of our coaches in an hour or less. We have a community, and we're going to hear about all those things throughout the day. So settle in, jump in when you can, make yourself known, say hello in the comments, whether if you're on YouTube, if you're on Facebook, just say, hey, I'm listening from here. I'm excited. I want to learn about this topic. If there's a topic you want us to cover, throw it out there. Put it out there. We want to grab and give as much as we can for you today. So we want to grab your feedback and hear where you're coming from. Give from our hearts to help you move forward and grow. So don't be shy. Put something in the comments that's relevant for you, because you're going to help our coaches maybe grab a hold of some things and stir them up, provoke them to deliver more for you. So we're going to have a fantastic day, and I'm going to move in now to bringing on our life coaches. So life coaches, I'm going to start to bring you on one at a time. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to bring you all on because I just think it's cool to do that. This is Rochelle. Say hello, Rochelle.
Hi, everybody. Welcome.
Okay. Let's bring on Tana.
Hi, everybody.
All right. And let's see, we got Michelle.
Hi, everybody.
So far, so good. We got 4. Woo! All right. Now we got Amanda.
Hello.
Amanda's with us. Okay. And then last, but certainly not least, I guess that's a cliche, but I'm saying it anyway. There you go. Julie.
Hello.
All right. How are we doing? Can you hear us?
Everyone.
Thanks, Kathy. So Kathy, who is at iLead, is here to support us. This is a great initiative. Michelle, I guess you know Kathy, Michelle, right? So we can show comments here. You see how that works? So we're playing with the technology. But what I want to do right now And if you're a coach and you're on here, put yourself on mute. And then when I call on you, I want to let everyone know who you are and what you do and like why you're here. Let's give a nice introduction. And what I'll do is we'll let everyone know when you're on. So let me do this. I'm going to go in order of, I'm going to go in the order that you're going to be on today to make it nice and simple for me. So I'm going to introduce Julie. Now, Julie, let me see. So Julie, why don't you just say hello to everyone? And I just want to say that Julie has an amazing healing energy about her. Just say a little bit about what you do, why you're here, and maybe what you're most looking forward to today. So Julie, thanks so much for being here and a part of this platform.
Yeah, thanks, Austin. This is really exciting this day. So my story is I've been in the wellness field for over 20 years. Started as a massage therapist back in 1999. And can you still hear me? Okay, because I can't hear you. Okay, so anyway, that's fine. I'll keep going. But so when I first started in my career, I noticed that people were very, they wanted me to fix them. And I realized that I only had them for an hour. And I would tell them, I only have you for an hour. You have you for 24/7. So with that, I began to educate myself on the mental, emotional, and spiritual bodies. And so I have certifications with HeartMath Institute, with Jack Canfield, and a mindfulness practitioner. So I look at all levels of the body to see where they need some help. So I've been through a lot. I've been through my own stories. I've been through divorce. I've been through cancer. So a lot of things that I've used these tools every day. The things that I've learned, I use them. So it's now time to bring that out to the world. So anything I can do to help.
What else is it about you that I always ask you to share?
Yes, I did have breast cancer last year, and so I really used these techniques to help me get through that. But I realized that it was a lot more than what I could do on my own. So I asked for help from everyone and anyone to pray for me, to show me support. I had people from my church making food and dinners for me. So even though we do have a lot of strength, inner strength, it's always good to have help from the outside, just to support you and support your family and those going through that with you. So it was a very humbling experience, but it was very uplifting and beautiful at the same time.
Yes, and we want you to connect with Julie. I just want to give everyone an introduction. So Julie's going to be on around 1-ish, depending on what time we get done this introduction here. And she's going to talk about stress reduction. Right, Julie? So Julie's going to talk. We're going to talk about that openly. It's a stressful time. A lot of people deal with stress aside from what's happening in the world. And what's happening in the world is intensifying that stress. I think everybody would agree with that statement. So Julie's going to go through some techniques and things that she's doing. She's on our platform. You can work with her. You can join the community through her. And she's also working on a course of her own that she's going to be releasing here very soon. So there's just an amazing person. So Julie, thank you so much for being here. If you want to hear from Julie, mark your calendar for 1 o'clock today. And we're going to have, somewhere around an hour, 40 minutes to an hour with her, just talking with her, hearing her story. So just make a note to, if you want to hear from Julie, that's at 1 o'clock, stress reduction. Thank you, Julie.
Thank you, Austin.
Okay, we're going to go next to Rochelle. Rochelle Lee. Rochelle,
Hi.
are you? We're
I'm
so glad
here.
to have you. How are you?
Oh, I'm fantastic. This is a very exciting day. So
Yes.
I'm
Let me
all
just
ready.
let me just say what I love about you. First of all, I love your background. You have a more of a traditional background, And
Yes.
I love your vulnerability, and I think that's a great lead into what you want to talk about. So it's interesting because I noticed that about you right away. You are courageous in your vulnerability, and
Yep.
I think that gives you a lot of connection with people, and it's very healing. So Rochelle, and by the way, let me just say, Julie is from New Jersey, in the Burlington County, I think Cinnaminson, right, Julie? Cinnaminson. And Rochelle, I want to make sure we let everybody know where you're working from, where you are right now. So Rochelle, thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having me. And I have to say, I'm honored to be amongst these amazing dynamic coaches who I've gotten to know. And so I think everyone's in for a real treat. And I'm actually from Ontario, Canada, actually the Windsor area. So I have not lived all my life in Windsor. My wonderful husband is from Windsor and his family. And we made a shift or a move about 1.5 years ago to the Windsor area. Much of the time before that, I spent in northwestern Ontario, which is Thunder Bay. And I got to do a shout out to Thunder Bay for anyone that's watching. And that was my home for pretty much all my life, aside from like a short period of time when I lived in Hamilton. But so I come from up north. Yay! So I come up from up north, and I think I bring a very unique perspective to my work, whatever that is, and how I view the world. So it's really, I did a lot of my learning prior to moving to Windsor, to be honest with you. And aside from that, as Austin, as you mentioned, I have a more of a traditional background. My background is mainly social work. I did do a degree in psychology, but then realized that I really wanted to jump into social work. It was something that my mom did for years, and I really admired the heart she brought to what she did. And so I went into social work. There was also a period of time where I also went to child and youth work. So I have a number of degrees and diplomas. Not that really, makes me who I am per se, but I have dabbled in different things, and they've all brought me to where I am today to really complement my skill set, I think. So my last degree was a master's in social work, and that obviously helped me a lot traditionally in terms of the counseling background. But what I ended up finding was I ended up landing in, I don't want to say the corporate world, but leadership positions, where initially all I wanted to do was to be a frontline therapist, be with people in the moment, talk to them, be with them. And I ended up in leadership, which was actually amazing, because where coaching comes in for me is about 5 years ago, I worked for a very progressive organization in Thunder Bay, Canadian Mental Health Association in Thunder Bay. And actually what our CEO at the time did was bring coaching to the entire organization, which realistically is very unheard of. And she really recognized the value of what coaching can do for people, and not just coaching staff members or clients, but really about having a coaching conversation and how it can really help people move forward. And no matter what, whether you're a staff person, whether you're a client, whoever you are, that is how we wanted to show up. And that is how we were going to create our culture. So that was really my first opportunity to learn about coaching. And what I realized as time went on was it was incredibly powerful in terms of working with just people in general, not just in my professional life, but also in my personal life. I was able to shift the way that I thought about things and was able to use it in so many different venues in my life. And so that's really where my passion came from. And I'll talk a little bit later when I come on about my story.
Yes.
But quite honestly, I think that I had a significant life event that occurred this year in regards to my job. And it really pushed me to look at, what do I want to do with the rest of my life?
Yeah.
And who do I want to be? And really looking at coaching has always been very a very much a passion of mine since I really became immersed in it. And I see the power of transformation, not just for myself, but for other people. So for me, this is very much a passion of mine and something that I want to be able to give back, and, you know, walk with people on their journey.
Yes. Thank you so much. And you could just hear Rochelle speak and you could just tell. And one of the things I wrote down was heart set, skill set, mindset. And I think you're going to find that from all of these folks you're going to hear from. And that's so important. And so today at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Rochelle is going to be on talking more about her story. You're going to hear about what happened to her this year, hear about more of her traditional background and the power of coaching and working with a coach. But her topic today is the power of vulnerability. So I think that's a really good topic, especially now, because as I opened up with, a lot of us, it's hard to be vulnerable, especially when we're going through hard times. We think we're the only ones, and we think we have to fight that battle alone.
Yeah.
And vulnerability is, which is, you know, we maybe from a society standpoint is a weakness, but what we're learning is that it's actually a strength when it's
Absolutely.
and so that's what Rochelle's going to talk about today. So if you're somebody and you're feeling like I can't be vulnerable, I can't open up, I'm fighting this battle by myself, I want to invite you to join us at 2 p.m. today and hear the rest of Rochelle's story. So thank you so much, Rochelle.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's so good. And we got some great comments. We got some YouTube comments from Emilio. Emilio's listening on YouTube. And we got some folks joining us. So this is fantastic. All right, let's see who's next. Next, we have another amazing person. I'm going to, Amanda Lira. Let's hear from you, Amanda.
Hello, everyone. Hi, Austin. My name's Amanda Lira, and I am a 2-time best-selling author from Hamilton, Ontario. My books, I also have a background in social work, but both of my books deal with how past trauma and anxiety can manifest in the physical body. So I'm going to be diving deep with you guys in at 3 o'clock talking about panic attacks. And if there's time, we're going to get a little bit deeper and go into insomnia. And then later in the day, you'll see me again around 8:30, and we're going to discuss the importance of communication and what mindfulness actually means.
Yes, thank you so much, Amanda. And you'll get to hear about Amanda, the books that Amanda has out, and what an amazing story of dealing with panic attacks and how things can manifest in your body. And some of you that are listening, you know that, you're aware, but some people are like, what do you mean? What are you talking about? So there's a lot of things that we're going to be able to learn today through these conversations, and we're going to hear about Amanda's amazing story. Is it okay if I just give them a teaser here, Amanda?
Yes, absolutely. And just as a little reminder to everybody, we were kind of posting this earlier, but there will be opportunities for everybody who joins us to get free copies of the book.
Oh, free copies of, okay, wonderful. Yeah. So that's a great opportunity. So I'm just going to give a teaser. So Amanda was losing her hair at one point. Look at her beautiful head of hair.
Like massive bald spots the size of like golf balls. One was the size of 2 golf balls, more like a tennis ball. But yeah, they were falling out in like golf ball sized chunks, and it is back. And
look at it.
It's all mine.
So, it's all yours. It's beautiful. So you're going to hear about that. Listen, this is an opportunity for us to kind of grow. And what I want to share with you, and just I'm not going to talk too much about my story, but just growth can be uncomfortable. Growth can be messy. And that's why it's important to have people in your corner. Whether it's one-on-one, whether it's community, whatever. And I'm telling you, if you are somebody and you've never had that before, or maybe you have it, but you don't feel like you're growing, because a lot of the things that are out there now, there's enrollment, and there's these things, but we want to create an ongoing ecosystem for you to get met where you are. And you're going to even see throughout the course of the day, we're going to meet you where you are, and then we want you to grow, because I realize, even as this stream is happening now, people are clicking in from all different places all over the world, and they're all different places emotionally, all different life circumstances, all different situations, and everybody's situation is unique. And although we can't fully understand your situation, we can understand maybe where you're coming from at some level and provide a space here for you. So I know Amanda's going to do a great job. So Amanda is coming on at 3 p.m. and she's going to talk about panic attacks and think of it as anxiety, like when you get that anxiety and maybe some things start to manifest in your body, and then communication and mindfulness. And Amanda's also going to be on later this evening, 8:30ish, 9ish, and we're going to take that further and develop this for you and give you something to take with you. So Amanda's at 3 p.m. today, 3 p.m. ish. And by the way, the times we're going to do the best we can to stick to the times, but this is a very dynamic thing we're managing here, so I trust everyone will give us some grace there. So 3 p.m. panic attacks, mindfulness, and communication. Amanda, thank you so much. I'm glad you're here, and I know everyone's going to be eager to hear about your books later and the fact that you're giving them away for free. So that's very exciting. Okay. All right. So let's move through. Next we have Michelle. Michelle, are you on?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Austin.
So Michelle and I just did a little test, and Michelle was one of the first coaches to come on, and she has a great background in responding to emergencies in her previous life. And so she was one of the first coaches to say, I want to be available 24/7 for people. So Michelle, I want to turn it over. I'm so glad you're here. Let's hear from you and let everyone know a little bit about you as we move through.
Thank you, Austin. Hi, everyone. I'm grateful to be here for this opportunity to be able to help others. My background, I'm an author, #1 international author. I wrote a book about my story and what I went through in my life, as well as my children. And I started out working in the corporate world, moved my way up. I got help along the way from counseling and coaches, and I always said that I would give back to help others. And I found that people always came to me, whether it was in the corporate world or on the street. Strangers would come up to me and just tell me everything, whatever was going on in their life. And I knew at that point that that was my calling, that to listen to other people and then help them get through whatever they were going through. So as I moved up in the corporate world, I moved into facilities, which I was on call 24/7, dealing with emergencies, whether it was a car going through a building or a major flood, and a client freaking out on the other end, wondering what to do, and in a panic situation. And I would be able to help them through it and calm them down and walk them through the process. And I eventually left that corporate world. I couldn't deal with it anymore and chose to go on my own and just help other people get through those emergencies that they're dealing with, whether it's a relationship or a job that they've left. And I enjoy that. I feed off of that, to be able to just listen to them and hear what they're going through, because sometimes we're not heard. And that's when we completely shut down and we get into a depression and we don't know what to do anymore, and we close off to the rest of the world. And we're not alone. Whatever situation, and I've learned this personally, I've been into several different situations, and every time I'm not alone. There are other people going through that. And I love that. And I have 2 children that have schizophrenia, and that has led me on another journey to support mental health. And mental health is very important to me, and helping people that are going through those kind of situations as well. So super excited to be here and look forward to it. Yeah. And our mindset, how we talk to ourselves, is important as well.
Yes. And Michelle, would you agree that when you're responding to a crisis situation, you have to process things in a little different way, right? As far as your ability to think outside the box, because it's like you get blindsided, right? When you get a call in the middle of the night and something happened, and you have to get together. You got to get the resources together. You got to figure out the solution, right?
Yep, exactly.
So
exactly.
we're glad to have you got that skill set that you've done for so long, and now you're marrying it with HeartSet. And I know we're going to hear more about your story, but you got an incredible life story where you've lived life, and you've had some things happen that and you're incredibly strong and powerful to be here. So we know we're going to hear some great things from you, today. So thank you, Michelle. So Michelle is going to be on at 4 p.m. today, 4 p.m. ish. And by the way, has anybody gotten goosebumps so far? This is my big thing. Rochelle has, Michelle, Julie, Tana, goosebumps yet? Yes. Amanda? Yep. So we want this to be a multiple goosebump day for you. Even if you're feeling like whatever you're going through, we want you to get goosebumps today because that's your body dancing. That's the biochemistry kicking up. That means good things are happening. So, so Michelle is going to be on at 5 p.m. and she's going to be on later tonight too, talking about the power of self-talk. How many of us tell ourselves a story? And I like to say this, and Michelle, you'll probably talk about this later, but it's what you're saying to yourself when you don't realize you're talking to yourself. Like, that's when you got to wait. That's when you got to create that muscle to go, wait. It's not that you got to like fight it, but you got to be like aware. And that's what I think Michelle's going to hit on later today. So if you just clicked on this and you're like, what did I just click on? We're here to support you today. You just heard, I'm going to review the lineup for you and I'm going to go through some things. And we also have some music planned today. We are bringing it today. And here, you don't have to sign up for anything. All you got to do is you're on Facebook, you're on YouTube. You don't have to do anything. The continuation is here. The continuation is you can join our community. If one of these coaches you resonate with, you can join the community through them. And then you can also speak with them, work with them. That's what we want. I want to get these people to the world and I want you to learn about them. So let me just run through again quickly. Julie, wave your hand. Julie's going to be talking about stress reduction now at 1 p.m. Okay? Rochelle, raise your hand. Rochelle is going to be talking about the power of vulnerability. Okay? Amanda, raise your hand. Amanda is going to talk about panic attacks, communication, and mindfulness at 3 p.m. At 4 p.m., Michelle, raise your hand. Michelle, who you just heard from, is going to talk about the power of self-talk. So we are bringing it today, and we have a challenge for you today. Here's the challenge. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to come on live. The challenge is this. I want you to take 10 deep breaths today. You take 10 deep breaths. You drink 3+ glasses of water, okay? And you move 100 times. So, for example, I'm going to do 100 squats and 100 push-ups. But you don't have to do that. You can do 100 arm lifts. You can do 100 things to move, okay? Pick whatever's comfortable for you. I want to get you moving. And we're going to put that on you. You can do that while you're listening. You can take a break. You can do it even if you're not listening. But if you do that, I want you to come on and let us know that you did it. And then we're going to give you a free coaching session with a coach of your choice. So we're going to reward you for taking care of yourself today. So I'm going to take a break. I got not a break right now, but this is electrolytes. So I got some electrolytes in here. Okay. So I'm going to drink this. Take a drink if you want. Or you can watch me drink. That's kind of boring now. Okay, so what we're going to do, it's 12:34 right now. So we might be starting early because we're kind of ahead of time. But let me say, oh my goodness, I almost forgot the most important thing. Since we have a little bit of time here. So what you're looking at now is a panel. Okay, this is a panel of our coaches. We're going to do this panel again later today. And we're going to do it at 5 o'clock. Yeah. So 5 to 5:30-ish, we're going to have a panel. We're going to collect feedback throughout the day based on your comments. And between 5 and 6-ish, somewhere in there, maybe it could be 5 to 6:30, depending on what happens, we're going to discuss a topic. So bring up a topic, share it. We're going to let all the coaches share something about it. All right? since we're just warming up right now, I'm not going to share a topic, but what I'm going to do is we're going to have some music here too. So we're going to have some music here. I'm going to share some music. Lisa's going to join us with a song. But before we do that, I want to go around to one of the coaches here. Oh, Tana, I missed you. Hold on a second. We got one more coach here. Okay. So, all right. So let's do this. This is perfect. So Tana, let me bring you on, and let me just say this about Tana. So Tana was referred to me through a friend. She was one of the last coaches to come on in phase 1. And she started asking me all these questions about, like, what are you doing here? And what about this? And what about that? And then she said, well, why don't I just come through as a client? I said, sure. Because we're starting up here. We're getting this off the ground. And as you know, any business to get off the ground, it takes work. It takes feedback. It takes, all these different things. So she went into the community. She started asking questions. And then she said, I want to be a coach. And what I found out is every time I talk to Tana, she's got another certification that I didn't know she had before. So she's been in this space, invested a lot in herself. She's got life experience. And so we brought her on, and she's all the way from Los Angeles. So Tana, thank you. I said, let me bring you on. I can't believe I missed you. I'm looking at you the whole time. I'm like, what? So say hello, Tana. How are you?
I am wonderful. Thank you. I want to say first off, Austin and I, we have a mutual friend that we've both known our entire lives, and we've been Facebook friends, but we hadn't connected. And then I tapped into a Facebook Live, and I was so impressed with the idea of emergency life coach that I tapped in even more and wanted to find out even more. And I am so impressed with your commitment. So I want to thank you for doing this. I don't know if people have done these like marathon lives on Facebook yet, and it doesn't matter because I get notice of lots of Facebook Lives, and I've never had one to this extent. And I think it's a perfect timing too. I'm so glad you jumped in on this because we're in this new world. It's like we wipe the slate clean, and we're relearning everything we do and why. So I think this is an amazing endeavor. So I'd like to give a little applaud for Austin, who will probably never acknowledge himself fully because he's a real humble guy. I'd also like to point out I'm in Los Angeles, so when you hear times, remember they're on Eastern time, and I have to keep converting in my head. I'm from the East Coast, like near Julie and Austin, so I still flip back and forth between East Coast and West Coast time. So, and I'm the newest coach here, so I'm relying on the ladies and what they're telling me about things and picking up notes and stuff. So, can I talk a little bit about like how people can get a lot more out of this? Is that okay?
Absolutely. Listen, we're creating as we go.
Okay. Well, here's the thing. What has helped me a lot, it's like if you've been in the personal development world and all, there's going to be a lot of things we've heard before in one way or another. And so it helps to keep reminding yourself to go back to beginner's mind. It's because the mind, in our discrimination faculty in our minds, or where we pass judgment on things, yes, that's good, no, that's not good, etc. We tend to, as soon as we hear something, our brain goes, oh, I know that already, and we put it aside. But here it is in your space. If you hear something, you're like, okay, people are saying essential oils are really helpful, and lavender, I know that already. Bring yourself back, reel yourself back in, and think, okay, here it is in my space again. How can I look at this differently? Like maybe a child who's never encountered this before, because here it is in your space, so it's kind of reminding you. And so reminding yourself to go back to beginner's mind can help you take in some things, because if it keeps knocking at your door, it wants to come in. So, and a little bit about my background. I got my coaching certifications a little more than 10 years ago, and in my experience with that, I didn't think I'd ever use that directly again, but I was impressed enough with what's going on here to want to do this. And I know my own struggles with what's been going on this year. I made major changes in my life last year where it's just like, whoa, I needed help, and I went out and got it. Not everybody knows how to do that. So I'm happy to be somewhere where I can help people with this. So, and my goal is to meet you where you are. If you're an absolute beginner, if you have no idea what life coaching is, and I've told people about emergency life coach, and they're like, what's a life coach? Like, well, think of it like a gymnast has a coach, except it's like it's not necessarily physical. It's it's like someone who helps you with the mental aspect of what you're trying to do as well as the other aspects. So, and so my background is more. I'm really good at pinpointing what's missing. And so I'm kind of like an IRS auditor.
True.
Like that.
That's true, by the way.
Yeah. So it's like, so I went in as a client and I was able to say, oh, this screen doesn't take me to the next screen and things like that, because that's what I do. And I like to be of service wherever I'm placed.
Yes.
And so, but also I can, I'm pretty intuitive when I'm working with people. I can hear what they're saying and I can also hear what they're not saying. And sometimes that really factors in. So that's where I hope to help people. I am an ordained minister. I didn't go through the whole thing. I went through the Universal Life Church, but it's for me. It helps me pull everything together. I practice energy medicine, which I'm still learning, and amazing changes can happen. But we're here to serve you right where we're at.
Thank you so much, Tana. And you can hear just by hearing Tana the depth there of what she brings. And I'm excited to have you on the platform, not only for your ability to help people, but you're also helping me with some of the logistics as we're working through this. I mean, the technology and making sure that as we move forward, the client experience becomes more streamlined. Mm-hmm. They know what the next step is. They know, they know we're here for them. They know how to connect with us. And that's something that is going to be a continual process as we move forward. Now, Tana is going to be on later today. That would be 9:30 Eastern Time, 6:30 Pacific Time. And she's going to talk about the impact of spirituality and nature. Now, I want to jump in here because we were talking last night. Most of you that know me, I live and breathe nature. I use it. People ask me what's my secret. Like, that's one of the secrets that if you want to call it a secret. I'll go spend 2 hours outside in hiking or doing whatever. Because I'm very aware of the benefit on me. Now, what I love about Tana is that she's picked that topic and she's not a nature person. she's from Philadelphia. So Tana, you just want to just real quick, so I love the fact that you picked that topic. So Tana's going to be talking about that later. So if you're not a nature person, and you've heard people say, "Oh yeah, nature, yeah, whatever, bugs," and yeah, I'm out. Like, forget it, I'm out, right? So Tana's going to speak to that directly, and how, if you're not a nature person, how can you harness the ability, nature in your journey, and is also weaving in the spirituality aspect of it as well. So this is fantastic. Now, I want to say this: if you or somebody you know is a life coach, and they're looking at this, because we're obviously life coaches are out there as well. What we typically look for is a life coach who's maybe 1 to 3 years. Typically 1 to 3 years into their life coaching journey, and they're looking to reach more clients. So that's what we've created here from a life coach standpoint, is a universal brand where you can get behind. And our whole thing is to meet people at that life transition where they feel like it's an emergency and they need it. They want a coach or a community. And so if that's you, we'll be talking about like phase 2 and phase 3 of this down the road. But for right now, let me just get back, and we're going to round out this hour here in the next few minutes. So I'm going to say it again, so I know it's redundant, but people click on and click off. So I just want to share with you again the lineup. So Julie's going to come on at 1 p.m. for stress management, somewhere around 1. Rochelle is going to come on at 2 p.m. for the power of vulnerability. Amanda, 3 p.m. for panic attacks, communication, and mindfulness. Michelle, 4 p.m. power of self-talk. At 5 p.m., we're going to have a panel. So all the coaches are going to come on here. We're going to pick relevant topics. It could be based on your feedback. We might just collectively choose something that we think is relevant to everyone right now. And it could be some strategies. It could be just some general conversation during that panel. I anticipate that panel is going to run probably till 6:30. And at 6:30, we're going to bring on musicians. So I got musicians lined up because we want to infuse music into this. Like I said, I want this to be a multiple goosebump day for you. So we're going to have live music. And then after that, after the music, we're going to have another panel around 8 to 8:30 p.m. We may follow up on an earlier topic. We may get new topics depending on the feedback or what people need. And then at 9:30, Tana's going to come on, talk about the impact of spirituality in nature. And then we will have maybe some more music in there. And then Michelle's going to come on at 11 p.m. I told you she's going to bring us home. Creating Calm in Chaos. That's at 11 p.m. And then from there, I don't know. We're going to bring it home, but we know people at night can have some challenges. So we're going to be here for you, bottom line. That's what we're going to do. So how the coaches feeling? All right? Good? Okay. So what I'm going to do here, let's see. Julie, since you're on at 1, I'm going to ask you to remove yourself. And Lisa's on here. So some of you seen the interview I did with Lisa, but she's got an amazing talent. She's got just a great voice, and her music is like therapeutic for a lot of people. There's thousands of people watching her now, and they're like, especially at night, she tends to come on at night and she plays, and people just find it very therapeutic and soothing. So I'm going to bring Lisa on, and then if you could all just make sure your microphone is muted. Lisa, I see you there. Just give me a thumbs up if you're ready. You're ready. Okay. All right. So here we go. So we're going to play this song, and then we're going to bring the coaches off, and then I'm going to bring Julie back on. All right, everyone? So get ready. This is a special treat. So here we go. Let me bring Lisa in.
Hi, everyone. I would just like to thank you, Austin, for organizing this, because in a time like this, I think it's important to bring people together. And life coaches, thank you guys so much, because again, in a time like this, I think we all need advice or guidance and support. So thank you. And I'm really happy to be a part of this. And I will be singing In My Life by the Beatles.
Okay. Hold on one second, because what I want to do is I'm going to just ask the coaches to go off, because I want to split the screen up here.
Okay.
And then I just want to do an introduction so people to kind of know your background and what's going on. So, all right, coaches, thank you so much. I love you all. I'm looking forward to seeing you back on here with me real soon. All right, blessings. All right, Lisa, so let's make sure they're off. Here we go. Someone else, is there someone else on there? Okay. Okay, there we go. All right, we're good. So Lisa and I crossed paths through a really serendipitous kind of a way, and Lisa is an electrical engineer who has a beautiful talent. And is it okay if I share what's happening right now with your musical journey?
Yeah.
So you have an audition into The Voice, right?
Today, yeah.
It's today.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to send you lots of love today. Everything goes well. Is that a live audition?
Yeah.
Live audition.
1 minute, 30 seconds.
1 minute, 30 seconds. And then you also did you submit something to American Idol as well?
Yeah,
All right.
I did.
All right, Lisa. So this is awesome. So I'm gonna remove myself, and I'm just gonna let you play. So do your thing. This is My Life by the Beatles.
Okay. There are places I'll remember all my life, though some have changed, some forever, not for better. Some have gone and some remain. All these places have their own moments. With lovers and friends, I still can recall. Some are dead and some are living. In my life, I love them all. But of all these friends and lovers, there is no one compares with you. And these memories lose their meaning when I think of love as something new. Though I know I'll never lose affection for people and things that went before. I know I'll often stop and think about them. In my life, I love you more. Oh, mm, mm, oh, ooh. Though I know I'll never lose affection for people and things that went before, I know I'll often stop and think about them. In my life, I love you more. In my life, I love you more. Thank you.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Right out of the gate. Oh my gosh. So moving, Lisa. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you. So this is Lisa Fantini. She's going to be joining us back up here again between 6:30 and 8:30. We have other musical guests that are going to be on here. We want to really elevate you today in the midst of whatever's going on. So share this with somebody. We're just getting started. You just heard the first hour of introduction. So Lisa, thanks for doing this. So you're back on at like 6:30, right? You're available?
Yes.
Okay. And if you get free, just let us know you're here, because I'd love to bring you on again if we can, as much as we can.
Will
Good
do.
luck.
All right.
Send
Thank
Lisa
you.
lots of love for her audition today with The Voice, and we'll see you later, Lisa.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. All right, everyone, I'm back. So this has been amazing so far. It's 12:52, so we're actually a little bit ahead of schedule. I'm excited. So the challenge for you, if you're joining us, make sure you drink 3+ glasses of water today. We're keeping it simple. Make sure you breathe. Matter of fact, why don't we do that right now? So I'm just going to pause for a minute. Wherever you are, if you're at work and you're working and you're like, you got the earbuds in, and you may not be able to do this, but if you're home, just stop. Let's just stop and grab a breath, okay? Because I want you to take 10 breaths today, and I want you to do 100 movements of something. I don't care. I just want you to move. And if you do that, we're going to give you a complimentary coaching session with one of our coaches. We want you to grow, okay? So here we go. Ready? Just stop. Just give yourself a moment. Take a breath maybe. Just one breath. One breath is all it takes to kind of bring yourself back. And as you breathe, you want your belly to expand. You want to try to hold it in a little bit. Don't overthink it, just allow it, okay? So get 10 of those in today. I have 2. I actually did some this morning, but for you, get those 10 deep breaths in today. All right, so now it's 12:54. So what we're going to do next is we're going to bring Julie back on. You heard from Julie. We're going to hear more about Julie's story. She's got an amazing healing energy. And I'm not going to take away from her story. So Julie, I'm going to bring you back on now if you're here. Let's see. Okay. So Julie is not in the stream right now. Let's make sure she comes back on. But in the meantime, do we have any comments? Let's see. Do we have any comments? Comments. Let's see. Because we want to keep this going. Let's see. Miss your energy and personality. Julie, hello. Julie's on here. Tisa's on here. Welcome, Tisa. I know you're listening in. You said you were going to try to get here today. So I need to get Julie back on here if we can. I see Amanda's on here. And by the way, let me just share this with you. And coaches too. If you want to share a topic that you think we need to hit today, put that in there. Okay? There's a saying. It says this: what you share, you keep forever. What you keep, you lose forever. What you share, you keep forever. What you lose, or what you keep, you lose forever. Your brain's dancing right now. What does that mean? What you share reverberates. What you share connects and continues. What you hold on to stays and stagnates. So what's on your heart and your mind, you can put stuff in that you're going through, and we're going to bring it up as a topic, and we also want to invite you to be able to connect with our coaches. So is Julie back on with me? Yes, she is. Okay, wonderful. Julie, we're a little ahead of schedule. I know you jumped off there, so let me bring you back on again.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me? I can hear you.
Yes.
Okay, good.
So I want to make sure the world can hear you and hear your voice. So just make sure you're speaking loud.
All right.
And that we can hear you, because I know you have some background noise because of your business there.
Mm-hmm. Can you
So-
hear me okay?
Yes. Can everyone hear? Julie's difficult to hear, Tony is saying.
Oh, might be my computer. I don't know.
Well, you know,
Okay.
the other thing, I mean, it might be a little awkward, but you could grab the
Talking to
yeah,
that.
do one of these. And you could do, but that may work just so we can hear you, because I want everyone to hear your story today.
Okay.
So today we're going to be talking to Julie. We're going to hear more about her story, and we're going to talk about stress reduction now. So, Julie, why don't we start off with a little bit about your story again, to go a little more deeper into your story, and as we kind of weave into reducing stress. I mean, is stress, and somebody might be able to share the numbers, but I know, to set this up, that I know stress is on the rise. Like, there's companies that are doing research on it. And I mean, listen, it makes sense. I mean, it's not like, do we need somebody to research it? Maybe not, but we intuitively know that everything that's going on that now is creating more stress. We know that people deal with stress during normal times. And now let's throw in a excuse me, a pandemic. You know, let's throw in all the other things that are happening, and some murder hornets, just for fun. And we know people's stress levels are higher. So, Julie, why don't you just share about your story and how you maybe got into this, and and let's people learn more about you.
Yeah, well, thank you, Austin, for this opportunity. And I've always been the anxious child. I was always Can you hear me okay? Because my mic cut out again. I can't hear you. I can't hear you at all. Okay.
I'm on mute. I muted myself
Okay,
because I want
okay.
everyone to hear you. But if you
Okay.
could just hold that close and just speak a little louder than normal, I think we'll be good. You're good.
All right. So I am. I remember when I was 16, my father told me I was going to give myself a coronary by the time I was 19. I was always a very anxious child. So, I went to school and went to Rutgers in Camden, got my business degree, and realized quickly that that wasn't the path for me. And through some life changes, I started going to, I began my massage career. So I went to school in 1999, I graduated. And since then, I've been, the one in my family that is, the kind of left of center. And, so it was great for my nieces to growing up, and they got to, experience what essential oils were. And, I was the yoga aunt, and, so, then, I got married. I was married twice. I got divorced early at 27, at the age of 27, and then got remarried at 33, and have since again gotten divorced. So I've been divorced twice, and now through all of that, I've had a lot of changes in my life, obviously, and so what kept me going through all of that was this need and this desire to always see that there's a better future, right? And that we're here for a reason. All these things are happening to me, quote unquote, for a reason. And what can that reason be? What can that learning be? What can I take from that to make myself a better person? So, I have now, even, through all of my, what I call my years of tribulation, which was in my second divorce, my father passing, and then getting cancer. All of that happened within like 3 or 4 years. So through all of that, I really utilized the tools that I learned over my career, not only from massage, but also from learning things like becoming a heart math coach and trainer, studying peace and going to a peace ministry. All that has helped me get through these past those 4 years. And since then, I've been the relationship, remarried again, and the man that I married is just, he's a wonderful person, and him and my daughter, who is just turned 12, they get along beautifully, and there's like a rebirth in my life, and I'm super excited to be here.
Julie, thank you so much. Oh my goodness. You just you just talked about a lot of things that really are relevant to people. Going through a divorce and taking the urge, you went down the traditional path, and you realize that wasn't for you. Mm-hmm. And it takes courage to deviate from that. I can only imagine, maybe we can talk about that, like the courage to move away from that, and what your family thinks about it. And then
yeah, my father was like, what are you doing? So yeah, that was it.
And then to have cancer, and now you're a survivor, as we like to say. Excuse me. So you've overcome a lot. But do you want to speak about that, making that decision, that courageous decision? To go non-traditional. And I'm going to get something to drink.
Yeah, go ahead. I realized that, I was in a field that I was a personnel supervisor. So I was working as someone who would send temporary workers out to work. And I thought that would be a great job, because I was helping people find jobs and find work, and I realized that if the bottom line was the big issue, if we were, if we could charge the company that's hiring someone really high, and then pay the temporary employee really low, then that margin, that difference was what we got as the staffing service. And it got to the point where I didn't want to live that life. And I didn't want to me, I wanted to help people. And that's what I firmly believe I was put on the planet for. And so I was going through my first divorce. I was going through a lot with financial instability, and I said, you know what? If it's not now, then it's when will I do this? So I made the choice, and I worked 3 jobs, and I was working 7 days a week, and doing. I was waitressing. I was selling flowers. I was putting ads and going around to different diners to put ads on their placemats. And I was doing whatever needed to be done, because I knew that I didn't want to live a life that wasn't authentic for me. So I, um, you know, I, that to me was more important. And I knew that I could do whatever it took to get me to what I wanted to do. So that was the impetus of that change.
And I think what's interesting about your journey, you and I have talked many times. I'm actually working with you, and your time as a massage therapist, and I think this is really interesting. Is that, and I don't think people realize this, who are getting massages. They think, oh, I want to get a massage, and massage can be a lot of things depending on what somebody's outcome is, other than to feel better, which is the main thing. I could use a massage. Maybe we'll do that at a live event. We'll do that at a live event. We'll have a live event, and that'd be a great idea. But what I think is that it gave you the ability to read people, right? Mm-hmm. Were you able to tell, like, I'm just curious, I think this would make good conversation. So when somebody would come in, or a client, were you able to tell things about them that they didn't know based on, you know?
Absolutely. And people would say, oh, I didn't realize I was so tight right there, especially because I would do a lot of chair massage at corporations. So people would come to me, 10, 15 minutes at a time, and they were just stunned. Like, I didn't know. How could you feel that? I'm like, it's like a rock back there. Can you understand that it's literally like touching cement? And, I think it's a defense mechanism for people to not to feel how tight and how stressed they are.
Ooh, wow.
Because
did you guys hear that? Say that again.
We have to get through the day. It's a defense mechanism to not feel all the stress and the tension, because literally we have to keep on going, especially here in the Northeast of the United States. It's a very fast-paced
Oh my goodness.
world right now that we live, or we used to live in. But now it's just stressed anyway, on a different level. So I think that people would be very they were very shocked that I could, I think any massage therapist can feel it. I mean, that's what we're trained to do. So it's more than and even in massage school we would part of our training was to watch people walk, and what, even just like if somebody has a slight limp, or they hold their left shoulder, right shoulder up tight, then what does that do to the rest of the body? How everything is connected. And yeah.
Put your shoulders back, everyone.
And so all of that, and it builds up. It builds up over time. And it, just like anything else. So physically, emotionally, mentally, spiritually, if we're not keeping track of that, if we're not checking in with ourselves often, then things start to happen. Things start to eventually, come to bear. So I think, my journey through cancer was one of that. It's like, I was doing a lot to help me through that time. But, there was a lot that I had gone through before then. And the fact that my sister had the same cancer at the same age,
wow.
That's another, so she, she's
that's a
fine.
She's conversation, right? I mean,
yeah. So, but I mean, she's healthy. I'm healthy. We're all good. So
you are healthy and you're healing others.
Yeah.
And it's amazing. I can, and if you can you guys feel Julie's energy? By the way, she's a little more soft spoken. Can you feel that? Like, I can get like loud, but Julie's got this soft healing energy about her, and it translates to what she does, and her work with massage, and being able to heal people, and. Today, like we love labels today, don't we? Oh, this is this, and I'm like, forget the labels, but we need them. So for the sake of this, you do massage, but you heal people. You heal people, and that's why you're on this platform. You also are launching a course. You're going to have a course coming out. So if you want to connect with Julie, you can. We're going to talk to you about ways to connect with her. If you want to connect with Julie, we're going to share that with you. But just wanted to mention that I wanted to have you go through the stress reduction part, because
Right.
you just really gave a lot of life experience. I mean, that, I think everybody can relate to divorce, the health challenges and even right now, like what you're managing right now, right? I mean, you're in your own situation. So I think that's important to draw in, because like what you're doing right now, you're living it, like you're practicing it. And I think it's important people know that, like that you're doing this. So
Yeah, and in my home right now, we have a multi-generational home. So it's my mother-in-law and her sister, me, my husband, and my daughter. So we, through this pandemic, we've been very cautious on what we bring into the home, who comes into the home. My mother-in-law is 85. Her sister is 78, 79. So it's, so yeah, we're living this time like fully right now. And so what, when you don't have an outlet, for, you don't go out to work, you're all in the house together. It's really important to know what the signs of stress are, because, when we don't take care of ourselves, we don't mitigate that stress, our fuse becomes really, really short, and we can fly off the handle, say stupid things, and just,
Yes.
then we have all that to go after too. So, so what happens to a body on stress is that we go into that fight or flight or freeze mode, right? So your body, if you have a situation that is stressful for you, because stress is very neutral. These situations are neutral. It's what we put on it, that situation, that causes us stress or not. So you could really love skydiving, and somebody else could really, really hate
So,
it.
so let me stop you there, Julie, because I want to challenge you here. Because what do you
Sure.
mean everything's neutral? When my
Everything.
when my mother-in-law comes in here and starts undermining everything I'm doing, I don't think that's neutral. I'm ready to throw her out of the house. This has been months now. We're locked up here, right? So let's talk about this, because I know where you're going, but I want to really, there's people out there that are dealing with situations that they don't feel are neutral. And they have every right to get angry, and they have every right to, this is crazy what's going on around here. Do you see these people on the street? What they're doing? Look at it. It's crazy. You know what? I've had it. Like, right? Is that the emotion that can well up?
Right. So it's our own perception of that situation, that what we call those, I call it like, this is going to be in my course, but it's like a fishing line with knots in it. So if something is pissing you off, right?
Yeah, say it. We could say it. If something's pissing you off, it's okay.
It's because it leads back to something else, and that leads back to something else. So it's these.
This is
these,
interesting. Okay.
Triggering events that, are they kind of they almost like the princess and the pea. So you have this, you try to layer on top of this annoying thing that's gone in your life, and you try to put more things on top of this, different mattresses.
It's a great
right?
point. It's a great point.
So
Yeah.
you're always going to feel these things. So whatever that situation is, whether it's somebody that cut you off on the road, or whether it's an annoying family member,
Wait, hold on. Does anybody have any? Nobody listening here, I already know, Julie. Nobody here has any annoying family members. I've already checked. So let me pause for a minute.
Yeah.
How many of you, right, you could comment, get pissed off? How many people are getting pissed? You got pissed about something. You're like, that's it. You know what? Like something happened, maybe within the past, maybe it was within the past month. Maybe it was maybe it was this morning. Maybe
Maybe
it was
yesterday.
Maybe it was like 5 minutes ago. Somebody did something. You're like, and you just start. You go into that boom, and maybe you can talk about that, because when that happens, and we know, like, we're in this space, doesn't the body change?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We go into what's called cortical inhibition.
So say that again.
Cortical inhibition. So we don't think right.
We don't
Or
think
we go
right.
into that fight or flight mode in the back of our brain, that limbic system, that is the fear, it's survival mode. So
Right.
it literally, all thoughts go back there. They don't go to our higher functioning centers of our brain. So we're literally what's called cortical inhibition, and it's a
Yeah.
scientific term.
And so,
Um,
if somebody tries to bring in some clear logic, of course the person's going to accept it, right? Immediately?
No. No, and like the worst thing you can do when somebody is upset is to say, just calm down.
Oh,
That
God.
never works. That never
Wait,
works.
are you sure? Because I've been doing that, and no, I know. Right? Isn't that the
Yeah.
worst thing? Like, just calm down, take it easy.
Yeah, it's just relax.
Just relax.
That
Take it
doesn't
easy.
work.
Yeah.
So sometimes, I mean, and what we talk about in Heart Math is that there's times in your life that are stressful. There's times in your life that cause anger, and rightly so. These are all emotions that are healthy. It's staying in one particular emotion, like sadness, like depression.
Hold on, you
like
said
boredom.
stay in the emotion?
If you stay locked in one emotion, if you're constantly
Got
angry,
it.
that's what is causing the distress of the body. It's depleting the body.
Yes.
So we talk about a lot of what emotions are renewing, what emotions are depleting. So those depleting emotions.
Okay, so I just want to make sure people get this. So that's renewing emotions and depleting emotions. So we're talking about stress reduction. We're talking about triggers right now, where you get angry. And listen, if you're that person that's been getting angry and you want to share, it's okay. I mean, we all get angry. But if so you get angry, you get pissed off, you stomp your fist, you slam the door, or maybe you're doing some other stuff. But so now Julie's talking about renewing versus depleting. So let's shed some light on this, Julie, so people can understand renewing versus depleting.
Okay, so we all have seen the pictures of a president before he took office, and then after the first term. Like they age so much. It's because those stress hormones that he's been in, and so far it's always been a he, that we can see the difference in just 4 years. So those emotions that are depleting, those when we're constantly in those states, can deplete increases our aging. They deplete all of the body systems. And
So let's stop. If these emotions that come in, if you allow them to stay and you're unaware, they can age you faster because of the biochemistry that's being produced.
right. So if you think about a 5-minute, what we call cortisol dump. So the cortisol is
You
the
get angry?
stress hormone. Yeah.
Cortisol
So it's
comes
like-
flooding into your system.
So if it's there for like 5 minutes, it takes 12 hours for that cortisol to get out of your system. So
Wow.
you really need, So
That's
say
amazing.
something, So say so you're on your way to work, somebody cuts you off on the way to, you're driving, you get all pissed off and you start to do the Jersey salute, as what we call
The
it.
Jersey salute. Oh my goodness, that's funny. I never heard that.
So then you get to work, and then you tell your coworkers about it. So then all that cortisol gets dumped again into your system. And then you go through your day, you go home and you tell your spouse about it. Oh my gosh, this person got, so all that is happening again. And then we wonder why we can't sleep at night, because that cortisol is like revving up our bodies.
Wow.
So when we
That's
when we-
powerful.
yeah. So what we need to do is when we get angry is seriously is I've been doing a lot of studying this, during this pandemic on trauma and what trauma does to the body. And we really need to, from the work of Peter Levine, he has somatic engineering, somatic experiencing, is to you really need to get it out of your system. All these hormones that get dumped in, the adrenaline, the cortisol. If you think about what an animal goes through when they get stressed, right? So they, they're
Yeah, I
being
have one
chased.
right here. Where is
So they
she?
get,
There she
yeah,
is.
they're. Oh, hey, Liberty.
She took over the couch today.
It's all right.
No,
She's
but this
being
is really good, and I definitely want to grab
Yeah.
some moments to reflect on what you're saying. So I
Yeah.
want people
So
to get this.
So if if an animal is being chased by a lion, say it's say
Predator.
like a deer,
The
yeah,
predator.
getting chased by a predator, right? They either run or they freeze, or very very rarely do they fight back if it's like a prey and predator kind of thing. But so they're using all of that adrenaline, all of that cortisol in their muscles to move them away from that predator. So we have the same kind of system in our bodies that if we think that that deadline coming up is a saber-toothed tiger, we're sitting at our desk not moving. The only thing that's moving is our fingers, maybe. So all of that cortisol is still getting dumped into our system. It's still getting all that adrenaline. So we really need to get up and move our bodies. We need to punch a punching bag. I have one here at the house, and we go out and punch the punching bag. Just to
Okay,
get some
so
kind of pressure.
this is great. So if you're listening to this, and that's why this is perfect, because we're doing a challenge today. We want you to make 100 movements. And we may even stop at some point. If you're playing along and you're listening, Julie, maybe we could do that now. Is that okay?
All right, I had to put my microphone down.
So, yeah, because listen, it's not good to just sit. We're doing this thing, and I'm going to infuse movement into it for everyone, because otherwise you just sit and listen. It's boring. So I'm going to ask you to make some movements. So since we're talking about it, we might as well just do it. So
There you go.
Julie's saying she has a punching bag. So Julie, you want to show us how you punch?
So I was in karate for 4 years. So it's just
Okay.
straight up,
Just like
right
this.
from the belly, and you.
So
Yep.
if you feel compelled and you wanna do this, by all means, stand up and just move. And if you want to think of someone's face, now don't do that. I'm just kidding. But just keep yourself moving, because it's important to move. I see some of the coaches moving. I don't see all of them moving, but I'll talk to them later. But yeah, just make some movements, and so let's talk about that as you're standing up. So you're saying that the movement helps release the cortisol out of the
It helps-
system?
Yeah, it helps to move all of that out of your system so it's not sitting there and getting stagnant, because that can settle down into the physical body, and it causes pain. It causes all kinds of different ailments.
Yes.
So it's very important to get up and move. And what I would tell my clients, especially my corporate clients, is you're sitting at a desk for 8 hours. Is set an alarm on your phone every hour to just get up and do some shoulder rolls, get up and do some anything to just move and breathe and get out all that locked up lactic acid and the
Yes.
cortisol, the tension, all that.
Yes, and I think when I do these, people know this. If you're listening to this, you got to move. But maybe you need us to come over. You need a coach to come over and give you a kick in the butt. That's what we're here for. We're not going to. We want to meet you where you are. We want to provide space, but we're also going to. We want you to grow. We want you to move. We want you to if you're experiencing this right, because some people listening might be experiencing this right now. You might be listening. You might be, oh my goodness, I've been feeling this the whole time. I've been feeling this. I've been,
Yeah, and I would suggest for people is to even just kind of like start shaking your hand. I mean, this
like,
is
just kind of
sometimes
like this.
this, yeah, and then you can actually start to feel like I need to go more.
Yeah.
There's
So just start moving your hands and
yeah, and you
creating
can
some
start.
movements.
Yeah, in massage, there's a technique. It's myofascial release, and there's thing in there called unwinding, and because our bodies are filled with fascia, right? So it's a never-ending net of connective tissue. If you think of an orange, right? You peel off
Yep.
the orange,
Wish
all
I had
that
an
white
orange.
stuff. Yeah, I know. I do upstairs, but it'll take too long. But so you peel off that orange peel, and you can see all that white stuff, right? So, and you peel apart each segment, and you can still see all that white kind of surrounding each little
Yes.
bit of orange. That's how our
Yes.
bodies are. So if you start, you can't really manipulate that through massage. You have to unwind it. You have to kind of do different techniques to release that, because if it gets twisted, if it gets all messed up, then you have your nerve system, your nerves go through that, your blood supply, all that can get impinged. So if you can start to unwind that, you can do that yourself by just doing this. I mean, it can help to unfurl all of that fascia within your body. So meditation is good for that. I had a friend who just said she, had an issue with her mid back, and it was tight. The spinal column was really tight, and she was doing some meditation over time, and that released. After about a week of meditation,
Yeah.
it was able to kind of finally relax and
Yep.
release. So, all of these things, we're so connected between our physical body, our emotional body, our mental body, and our spiritual body. But, as we think about things and we all that gets layered down into the body. So, it starts with a mindset, it starts with what emotions you're feeling, and then, working all that together.
Yeah, and I
with your
like what
physical body.
I don't want to miss what you said earlier. Is you were talking about like the layering on top. Remember?
Mhm.
You were saying we tend to layer on top. Do you want to
Right.
speak about that a little bit, because I think that's relevant people to understand what that is, because we typically go out and we get stuff, to try to heal or to grow, and we tend to like layer
Yeah.
stuff. And if you want a better example of this, how many books are on your shelf that you didn't read yet?
Yes,
You're buying
exactly.
books, you're layering them on, but you didn't read the books yet.
Right. What Jack Canfield calls self-esteem.
Shelf-esteem,
that-
there you go. That's a beautiful example. So how many people got a lot of shelf-esteem, but they got some lower, well, I had self-esteem issues. Not everybody might, but you have the shelf-esteem, but you haven't read the books yet. So Julie, yeah, let's talk about that part, because I think that happens a lot, where we layer stuff on top.
Yeah, we think that if I just do one more class, if I just do one more thing, I'll be okay then. And it's really just diving deep down, and I think Rochelle is going to talk about this next, about being vulnerable. And I wrote a blog post called "Self-Reflection Calls for Vulnerability," and you really need to be vulnerable in order to go down and dig deep down into these what I call attractors that are causing this discomfort. So it's like that Princess and the Pea. So if I have something that happened to me as a child that I'm trying to cover up and I'm not dealing with it, then it's going to it's always going to be there. There's a title of a book. I have it. It's on my bookshelf. Hold on.
Oh, there we go. So we're going to get a live
And-
presentation of the
And
book.
I actually I did read this. So it's called Feelings Buried Alive, Never Die,
Wow,
by
that's a powerful
Carol
title.
Page Truman. Yeah. So it's, these feelings are always there. So we take more energy to cover them up than it is to like go in and see what they
Julie,
really are.
let me do this. Make sure, let's make sure that that book gets shared in our community because I want people to get. So we'll just make a note of that. Tony, if you make
I
a
will.
note that we want to make sure that book gets shared because if people want to get that book, feeling because that's a really sounds very interesting. So I think a lot of us. Well, I think everyone has it at some degree. We're all trying to get free at some level from something. And we may or may not be aware of it. And I think that's what Julie's talking about is we're layering on top. And that's why what we're doing we feel is so important because we want to bring some of these things to the light.
Yeah.
We want to bring them to the light in a safe way. I know we're kind of out here on Facebook, but we wanted to get people in front of this information in the comfort of wherever they are. And you can always take a step. There's always an opportunity to take a step as we continue. So we're talking about the shelfware. We're talking about these things that can be buried and that they never go away. They're there. And when we go into different situations in life, maybe it gets triggered and you respond in a way you go, why did I do that?
Right. Yeah, and it's true. I mean, and the more you start to do this work, you can see it. You can say it's very, it's telling, and you really have to be vulnerable to that. Whatever's coming up and showing it, and so you sit with it and you say, okay, what is this showing me? What is this leading me? What is this trying to tell me? Because I really think that those things that come up need to come out, right? And
Those
as
things
they're
that
coming
come
up,
up need to come out.
yeah. So it's not like, I have friends that they don't allow themselves to grieve, right? So they think that they're going to be crying for forever, So it's a process. We need to grieve. We need to pull these things up and out of us so that they don't get buried as the peat. They don't get sent down and then we have to cover over them. So I'm in there and I dig things out right away. I don't even let them settle. If I get mad, I go in and I go do that punching bag. I go do something to help me release that because I don't want to hold on to it anymore.
I think that's a very powerful skill that can be developed if you don't have it. I think it's common and understandable that we can be afraid of the emotions that come up. And I think it's common that we can be fearful of that we're going to say the wrong thing, that we're going to come across the wrong way. Mm-hmm. And what we do is we can go the opposite way and continue to try to stuff it down underneath. I'm just going to bury it, stick it down, or whether we're doing it at a conscious level or subconscious level, we can try to bury it. But as we know, and I think, Julie, that's why this is such a valuable conversation, because I don't know where the listener is, but I do know that some people have been doing this for years. And as that continues, it can cause more harm, and we don't want that for you. We want you to get this information. We want you to move forward. We want you to get free from these things, and so that you can start to build a compelling future, or maybe just even feel better because you've released. And maybe you release, and then you're allowing this open space that we're talking about. And maybe you don't even need to figure out the future right now. Maybe that is for you, just to be able to, okay, I'm hearing what you're saying. I feel like this could be me. So maybe that could be you right now. So don't feel like you got to run off and do something. If that's you, maybe just go back to what Julie is saying, that maybe you just need to sit with it a little bit. And if you're not sure, you're like, why do I can't do that? You don't know my family, I can't do that. That's another reason why we're here. So we have community, we have coaches here, so that's why we're here. So Julie, let me turn it back over to you to continue on that.
Sure. And one thing that I teach my clients is to create space. And what that means is what we talk about is between stimulus and response, there is a space, right? So there's a stimulus, something that triggers you, and your response to it. What we want to do is create that space in there. So if something does trigger you, you don't immediately have that knee-jerk reaction. You are, you can kind of take a breath and say, okay, now's not the time to respond. Maybe I take a walk, or maybe I go do something else, and then come back and I can respond not from that space of that fight or flight back here in the limbic system, but it's up here in you're physically giving your body a chance to reorient and go from the higher thinking, not from the lower thinking. And what we call, if somebody is in that space of being constantly triggered, we call that hypervigilance.
Yes.
Right. So
yes,
we get
very familiar with that.
Yeah. So it's a place where if you think of a thermostat in your home, it's set at a certain temperature, and it's always trying to reach that temperature, whether it's the heater or the air conditioning. Our bodies is the same way. That homeostasis wants to kind of always stay in that same place. So if you're always being triggered, your body, that's your normal. All right, that constantly, you fly off the handle at the split second, anything that is causing you distress. So we want to lower that temperature. We want to lower that thermostat, and we do that by what we call building our resiliency. So we build before before anything gets us pissed off or whatever. We want to fill our bucket up, our bucket of resiliency. So we want to do things that can help us to mitigate the stress levels that can, as we move through our day or through the week, whatever it is, that you have like a full, very well structured bucket. That, what we talk about is if you wake up in the morning and you have a certain amount of energy in your bucket, and some things during your day can poke holes in that bucket, it can empty it out, right? So you have this constant drain. You feel tired at the end of the day. So all these things can, as you move through your day, can cause your energy to drain out of your energy bucket. So what we want to do is we want to create a bucket that is, firm. It doesn't have any holes in it, and it's filled up. And as we can feel when that happens, when our buckets get empty, we can fill it back up again right away. So we don't get into that energy, that emotional exhaustion. And so it's a very, self-awareness is really key to all of this.
Yes.
Is to know what pisses us off. And if we know that that's going to happen today, then I'm going to mitigate. I'm going to do some things beforehand to help make myself stronger.
Yes.
So if we get into that routine, even if it's 5 minutes of meditation, set your alarm on your phone and just do 5 minutes of quiet, just sitting in quiet and breathing, whatever it is that causes you.
Maybe we'll do that later. Maybe we'll do that later tonight for some people. We'll offer that something. We'll have maybe have a couple of you on here. We'll offer some meditation. But let me just jump in here because, by the way, I just want to honor you for what I didn't expect you to give so much. By the way, you're giving out a lot of really great information, and I just wanted to say, so back to what you're saying between stimulus and response. So maybe a better way of saying it is between stimulus and tweet, or between stimulus and posting on Facebook. So between
Yeah, or
between
stimulus
those
and,
things,
and yeah, and
Yeah, or-
responding to an email. Yeah.
right? Maybe there's a pause. So maybe take what Julie's saying, and so between stimulus and response, that it's stimulus, pause. Because most of the situations that you're going to come across, if not, like, who knows, you're not being chased by a bear. It's pause. Stimulus, pause.
Absolutely.
Choose your response.
Exactly.
And that to me is a strength that can be developed over time. I've had many times where I've escalated, and and just to be able to go, like, sometimes I just run out the door, get in the car, like, in other words, just detach from that response, and give yourself, or if you're in a relationship, I'm good, I love you, I need to walk out the door right now, I need a break, or we need to disconnect for a moment, I need to get away, and just because when you take that break and you come back, you're refreshed.
Yeah.
The emotion comes down. You can address and respond to the situation, because I can tell you, you were talking about hypervigilance. Like, my dad was he was a Vietnam vet, and God rest his soul. He fought in a war. So when he came back here, that thermostat that you talked about was set, and it, when things would happen, you like, everything was hypervigilance, or people die. And I grew up in that partially, so I understand that very well. And you don't even have to have a war situation. It just depends on what was traumatic to you in your situation. So, Julie, is there anything you want to? Because what I want to do here is we're about 20 of. Is there more that you want to share on this topic?
I mean, there's a lot, but if there's any questions, or if anybody has
There you
any
go.
kind of
That's a good idea.
situation, because it's definitely a learned experience, and I think that if we taught our kids this, how to respond from a place of calmness, even when we get upset, even when we get triggered, is to, and I say this to my daughter all the time, I'm like, mommy's angry right now. It's not because of you. It's just, this is the space I'm in right now. So give me some time and come back when, I'll answer your question in a little bit, or whatever it is, and I own it. I own my own issue. I own my own anger or anxiety. And, with writing this class that I have coming up, it's a big thing for me. So I told my daughter and my husband, like, this is huge. And so I'm a little bit hyped up. So, I need some time to just kind of be real. And so, my fuse is a little bit shorter than normal. So,
and I think that's powerful, what you're saying right there.
Yeah, just own it, and it's okay.
Be upset. I'm
Yeah.
upset. Say I'm upset. I'm upset. Not you piss me off. I'm
Right.
upset.
Yeah, exactly. And that's huge, Austin. And that is huge, because nobody can make you feel what you're feeling, right? So, that's where the the self-reflection calls for vulnerability, is that it's all on
true.
me,
So true.
and
So true.
and we all have to be mindful of ourselves for that, and for each other, because if your spouse is upset, it's we shouldn't do anything to push somebody else's buttons, like on purpose. That's not healthy. But we shouldn't say that other people are pushing, or
Yes.
we shouldn't
You're
allow other
pushing
people
my
to push
buttons
us.
today, right? Some people say that. So let's
Yeah.
do this. It's quarter of. I want to add something, a dynamic here to make this interesting. No, it's already interesting, but to, I should say, to go deeper, to add more validation to what you're saying. So if the coaches are on here, if there's any coaches that are on, what I want to do is, if you're a coach and you're on here and you've been listening to this, and something that Julie said struck you, resonated with you, I want to give you a moment to just come on, and it'll be like a kind of a rapid fire thing. You'll come on, validate a point that you heard. I liked it when you said this, and then just keep it about like the conversation that we said here. So if you're a coach and you heard something that Julie said and you want to just draw emphasis to it, I'm gonna bring you on, and you're gonna say, "Hey, Julie, I liked it when you talked about the layers," and I just want to really encourage people to do it. It would be like a short thing. And then if there's any musicians on here, and I can't promise that we'll have musicians because I know we have that planned later, but I've given myself in preparing this, I wanted to have some flex time so that we could do something like this. We could take questions from the people that are watching. And then if there's a musician we can bring back on to add some music to it, we'll do that. So I see Tana's on here. Tana, did you want to just come in quickly and say something? Okay, so I'm going to bring Tana on to just add to what Julie was talking about.
Hello again, Austin. Hi, Julie. Thank you for reminding me about the cortisol. I mean, I'm grappling now because I would like to do some kind of exercise, and I don't like exercise. So I'm trying to find, like, I'm building this case for, okay, do it whether you like it or not. It's medicine. It's not, you take it whether you enjoy it or not. But the cortisol, oh my goodness, it's I've been noticing that people have bigger bellies the last few months, and I'm wondering if that's because of the COVID 20 pounds that people are talking about. I know I've been losing and gaining 5 pounds like over a day, and stuff. And I know it's because there's so much free floating anxiety out there, and we don't even the most non-susceptible of us are picking up on it in some way or another. I'd like to also mention that thank you for referring me to that book again, Feelings Buried Alive Never Die. And the energy medicine I'm studying, that book keeps coming up. And so it's like, yes, before COVID, I would have gone to the library and checked it out first. Now I'm just going to bite the bullet and buy it on Amazon. So it's a lot of people in a lot of healing modalities and different functions refer to that. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much, Tana, for coming on and validating that. And just to say again, Tana's going to be back on later today at 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard, 6:30 Pacific, talking about nature and spirituality. Thank you so much, Tana.
Okay, awesome.
Okay, so it's about 1:48. I'm going to just.
There's somebody, Jenna Henry.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Let's address that.
Manage emotions.
Yes.
There's a quick little thing that I do all the time, and it's to talk about situational awareness. And so, if a situation that you're in is sad or anxious, then to be sad or anxious at that time is appropriate, right? So you're at a funeral, you're sad, that's okay. That's normal behavior. But if you're doing the laundry and you're sad, then there's something other. I like doing laundry. I don't mind it. But it's this what we call attitude breathing in HeartMath, and it's this check-in all the where it is like, what am I feeling right now? Okay, I'm anxious. Is what I'm doing right now should be causing me anxiety? No, I'm just sitting here on the couch watching TV. Then, if I don't want to be anxious at this present time, then I choose calmness. So I'm feeling anxiety, I choose calmness. And if you say that, if you really breathe that in, this attitude breathing, you just really calm the system down, and you're telling yourself through your, even if you can voice it out loud so you can hear it, you bring in so many different senses, that you can just kind of like acknowledge where you are without judgment. You know, like, oh, we shouldn't be anxious. Like, that's not right. You know, you don't have to go there. You just say, I'm anxious right now. I choose calmness. Because, you know, being aware of yourself is the first step. And, you know, that's a real, and you do that as often as you need to, whether it's every 5 minutes or every hour. It doesn't, you know, nobody's going to know. You don't have to write this on Facebook. You don't have to tell anybody. You just, you know, this is what's something that you can do as you need to.
Yeah, I think that's really good. And one of the things that I consistently say is give yourself the permission to feel. I think, and we'll talk more about this, and you're going to hear some overlap. You're going to see that some of these coaches are going to overlap what they're saying, and they're just going to say it in different ways. But we're okay with that because you may hear it in a different way. You may hear Julie say something that you don't get, but then Rochelle says it, and it's maybe a similar thing, and you get it. So you're going to hear some overlap in some of this, but the idea is to get it. And I think that when it comes to emotions, I think a lot of people don't give themselves permission to feel because they're afraid that and what I want to say is if you reject the emotion, it's like you're rejecting a part of yourself. You don't want to do that.
Right.
You want to grow to accept and love yourself. But once you realize what Julie's saying, that you can feel the emotion, and once you realize you're courageous enough to feel it, then you can step and elevate in the direction that you want to feel more of. And that's the consciousness and awareness. And I know we're going to be talking more about that as the day unfolds. So really good stuff. Let me see what this is. What about emotionally reacting over responding calmly? That's a similar vein there, but
yeah, just creating that space. It really is, and it takes some time. It takes patience to be able to create that space between that stimulus and that response, or what you said, pause. You know, you know, you have to remember to do it. You have to figure out how to do it. You know, and that's where, you know, this coaching can come into play, is we can show you these techniques and we can show you these tools that you can apply immediately, you know, and with practice, with patience, and you know, it's just you get to this place of, oh yeah, I remember that I have that tool in my tool belt. Let me use it. You know, and you know, it's just doing the work and being patient with yourself, and there's, you know, and taking ownership too of, like, if you do emotionally react, just say, you know what, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have went there, and you know, to whoever it is, and just, you know, own it. And I think own it. And as
say that. Say, I'm going to own it.
I'm owning it.
I am going to own my emotions. I'm going to own it.
Mm-hmm.
That's powerful.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, what I want to do, because we're getting up on the hour, Rochelle's going to be joining us at 2. Julie, do you want to just take a moment and we want people to get their 10 deep breaths today. Do you want to just give them a little, maybe a couple minutes? Do you want to do that?
Sure. We can do that.
So let's, if you're joining us, we have a live event. We're streaming all day. We are giving you heart-centered, amazing people to meet you where you are, let you know you're not alone, give you some strategies to get you through whatever's happening, to move you forward. And we're going to have live music. We're going to have more people coming at you. And right now we have a challenge that we're doing throughout the day. And you don't even have to ever even let us know you're listening. But if you want to do this challenge, we want to offer you a free coaching session. And then the challenge is you want to get 3+ glasses of water, or like electrolytes, and not a Gatorade, but something like healthy, but at least 3+ glasses of water. You want to take 10 deep breaths, and we're going to talk about deep breathing right now. And you want to do 100 movements. So I'm going to get myself a break here probably soon. And I'm working on 100 squats and 100 push-ups. but you might do 100 jumping jacks. You might do just some arm movement, depending on your physical level. But we want you to do 100 movements of something. Elevate your heart rate a little bit. And if you do that, we're going to trust that you're going to let us know that you did that. And we're going to give you a complimentary coaching session with a coach of your choice. So if you want to work with Julie at this point, I want you to let us know that. If you want to connect with Julie, you want to learn more about Julie, you want to know about what she's doing, you can join our community through Julie. And why would you want to join our community through Julie? Because if you join the community through Julie, you can have the opportunity to work with her in the future. And we can talk more about what that community looks like, but I'll just put this out. So if you join the community, it's $1 for 30 days, and then it's $20 a month after that to stay connected with us. That's the offer, the pitch, whatever you want to call it. But you don't have to do that. You can just sit here with us all day, get as much as you can, and then if you decide you move forward with one of the coaches, you can do that. But for right now, I'm going to ask Tony, if you see anybody posting, I'm just going to ask, if you want to work with Julie, type in the comments, Julie. So if you want to work with Julie at any level, I don't care, you want to talk with her for 10 minutes, you want to do something, just type in the comments her name. And then I'm going to ask Tony just to track all those people that want to do that. And if not, just stay connected. We'll give you more opportunities later. You know, we want you to stay connected. We want you to move forward, whatever that looks like for you. So don't feel like you have to do anything. You don't have to do anything. You can certainly just stay here and move forward with us. I know I'm being told some of the comments aren't showing. So if you see Tony Marie, you can direct message Tony. If you don't want to put anything in the comments, you don't feel like you want to do it there, just click on Tony Marie's name, click on message, and you can message her directly, and she'll make sure that you're taken care of and that you're accounted for. Listen, if you're being provoked at some level, don't just sit with that. Don't just leave it. Do something with it, okay? And that's what this is. So, Julie, is there anything you want to say as we close? Oh, we're going to do this couple minutes of breath work, okay?
Yep.
So that's what we're going to do. I'm gonna take my camera off, and I'm going to do the exercise here as well. So I'm going to remove myself, and Julie, just take a couple minutes if you want, and give people the ability to calm down. And the only thing I'm going to say is that when you breathe, ultimately you want to get to your belly expanding. And I'll let Julie kind of do the rest from here. Okay? So Julie, you're on.
Okay. Thank you very much. All right, everyone, if you would like to just take a deep breath. And a good way to do that is to put your hand on your belly. And as you breathe in, allow your hand to rise up with your inhalation. Bring your breath deep down into your lungs. Breathe in for 5. And out for 5. Breathe in for 5. And out for 8. Breathe in for 5. And out for 10. Continue that breathing as you feel your hips and your back sitting on a chair, resting. Feel your feet on the floor, wherever they are. Feel your head sitting easily and effortlessly on your shoulders. Allowing your neck and shoulder muscles to relax and let go. And as you're ready, you can open your eyes. Take your fingers and your toes. And take another nice deep breath.
Okay, can you hear, Julie, can you hear me?
I can, yes.
Beautiful. That it's important to pause, and every time I do it, I'm like, wow, you just feel the calm. You bring yourself back to your center, your core, and it sounds like those things that are easy to do are easy not to do. And
Exactly.
thank you, Julie, for doing that. And we'll be doing more of this. And if you can count these breaths as well, so if I don't know how many you did, maybe 3 or 4, but you want to get to 10 today as part of the challenge. 10 deep breaths, 3+ glasses of water, 100 movements, jumping jacks, push-ups, sit-ups, leg ups, whatever's comfortable for you, and you're going to get a complimentary free coaching session. So what I'm going to do, because I'm the host and the founder of Emergency Life Coach, I am going to take a break and get some water and use the bathroom, but what I'm going to do, I'm going to bring Rochelle. Rochelle, are you ready to come on? She's ready, so I'm going to bring Rochelle on. There she is. I'm going to add Rochelle to the stream. And if it's okay, ladies, Rochelle, did you hear any of Julie's talk?
I did.
Okay, so I'm going to turn it over to you just to let you maybe reflect back some things that she said, if that's okay. And then I'm going to just get some water. I'm going to use the restroom. And then when we come back, we're going to be talking with Rochelle on topic
Power
of vulnerability.
Yeah.
There we go. So this is going to be a great session, I think, for a lot of people. This is going to be moving.
Good job, Julie.
Julie, great job.
Thank you, Rochelle.
You went way over beyond what you offered, so I know people are going to get served. So Rochelle, I'm going to turn it over to you and Julie for about 5 minutes or so, just so I can refresh. Are you good? Give me thumbs up.
Yep.
We got this covered?
We're good.
Yeah.
All right, we got this covered. All right, awesome. Let me say
right.
bye for a moment.
Hey, Rochelle, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good.
I don't know how I'm going to come right after you.
Oh, stop, please.
You did a phenomenal job. And you know what? Honestly, listening, and I honestly couldn't listen to the entire thing, but there was a few things that really stood out for me. And I think when you talked about the vulnerability, 2 things. One is your own vulnerability in telling your story. And I think that came, I looked at some of the comments and that came out loud and clear that, sharing your vulnerability in kind of your experience, your life stories was really powerful. And then the other thing is, which I'll get into, is around just vulnerability in general. And really, I mean, one of the things I'm going to talk about, and you talked about kind of like the physical reactions that we get or the visceral reactions that we get. And one of the things that I thought about was, it's amazing how when we feel so vulnerable, we get this physical reaction. And, it's, for me, it starts in the stomach, around this kind of like, oh my God, I feel sick to my stomach. I feel like uneasy. I don't know what's going on. Other people, it might manifest, in headaches or things like that. And, so I think what you talked about was a really good segue into what I'm going to talk about. And I think the most powerful thing about this is the storytelling. So what I can say right now is that kind of leading up to this event, I was thinking, oh, okay, like you get everything ready and you want to have all your stuff. And at the end of the day, it's really about, in my opinion, is talking about from your heart.
Exactly.
And it's really talking about your experience and what you know, and how you can share that with other people. And you did that so beautifully. And so I'm a little anxious
Really, you're going to be beautiful, and I mean, you already are. So, I mean, that it's going to be, like you said, it's talking from your heart. You can't go wrong. It's your experience. It's what you've went through during your life, and I really firmly believe that the more and more of us are vulnerable, it'll allow other people to become vulnerable, and that's where the true healing lies. And even on a societal level right now, what we're going through and what you can see out your front door is, people are tired of the system that doesn't work for everyone. So how can we make it work for everyone? And I really think that we need to start hearing stories and really diving deep and like uncovering all that stuff. And that's where true healing starts to happen. And it all starts with that self-love. It starts with, being okay with myself. I'm not perfect. I'm not sitting on a mountaintop, in a Buddhist monastery, although I would love to, by my picture on the back of my wall. So that, I'm living, a life. And so how can I get back to that center, get back to that peace, as I'm living my life? And it's taking that vulnerable step of, just being aware and honest with yourself.
No, absolutely. Absolutely. And I'm so excited because I think outside of what I've learned, it's been my life experience that really has brought me the most authenticity about who I need to be, who I want to be, and how do I want to show up with those people around me? And what kind of influence do I want to make on other people who are struggling to be vulnerable? Because it has such and I think you did mention this in your session, was there's such a stigma or connotation in society about being vulnerable and what that entails. And I think people are afraid of it. And I totally get it because, I lived a number of years in my life thinking I had to fit into this certain box. I had to adapt. I would adapt very quickly to my environment, and it worked until it didn't work. And I think everyone's at a different point in their journey where, they're ready to make a change, or maybe they're contemplating it. And I think at the end of the day, it's, what is this costing you?
Yeah.
What is not being honest with yourself and being authentic with yourself costing you? Mm-hmm. And that could mean a whole lot of different things. So it's a loaded question, and I know that. But for me, the power of being vulnerable and being courageous and living your authentic life is really my reality right now. And I want to share that, and I want to be able to, again, open it up for other people to feel okay to say, yeah, you know what? It is costing me a lot, and I do want to take the first small step because that's where it starts.
Yeah, it's that one step to a lifetime journey.
Yep.
And, yeah.
So I honor you, Julie. I honor you. Thank you,
Rochelle. And I honor you too, and I can't wait to hear what you're going to share.
Thanks.
Yes, beautiful. Thank you, Julie. So again, if you want to connect with Julie, you're going to type in Julie into the comments or send a direct message to Tony Marie. Thank you, Julie. We're going to be here later, so I know if you're able to come in and out and you have some time later, let us know. But we're so glad you're here.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay.
Bye.
Now it's Rochelle. Rochelle, I heard some of that as I was just getting a quick refresh here.
Yeah.
Get you some breath and moving and just keeping everything going here. And that was a good warm up for you because I know you're going to be talking about the power of vulnerability. Now, for those that weren't here for the 12 to 1 introduction, maybe we can revisit some of your story as well if you haven't, and just kind of weave that into why you're here. Like you're sitting on your couch at home, you're on the Sly feed,
Yep.
You have an amazing journey.
Yeah.
Let's talk about it.
Thank you, Austin. And first, I want to say, again, I want to honor all the coaches for coming on today and sharing their gifts. I want to honor Austin for being full of wisdom and leading us. And I also want to honor the individuals who are tuning in whenever they tune in, because I think that's really important. So I just wanted to start off that way. So for those of you that weren't on at 12, I'm from Ontario, Canada, and I spent most of my life in a small city in northwestern Ontario called Thunder Bay. And so I pretty much did my entire career in Thunder Bay for the most part. And where I started out was really in psychology and social work, and really went down this traditional stream of going to university, getting my degree, and then you get a job, and that's kind of what you do. And I also did a college degree in child and youth work, which actually was a very profound turning point for me, because it really made me dig deep about who I am as a person and what am I holding on to as an individual. So that really, I always go back to that, because it's very, very important that, that was a pivotal point in my life of understanding who I was as a person and who I wanted to be as a person. And that was probably a very vulnerable point in my life, because it really pushed you to share things about yourself that you maybe have been hiding from people. And so for me, why it was so vulnerable at that point was I was adopted as a young child, as a baby, and grew up in a very had a very normal childhood, middle class family. Both my parents were academics, and so I had a very good life, but there's always that kind of piece that I always hung on to around being adopted, and that fear of abandonment. And I equate that to being vulnerable, because being vulnerable means I'm scared, and being vulnerable means I have potentially lack of control over what the outcome will be. And so over the years, I think especially in my younger years, I really was a very intense child, a very intense person, very stubborn, very feisty. I'm still kind of like that, but I've learned to kind of, dial it back a bit and use it to my advantage. But so I lived in a place of fear of being abandoned and being vulnerable, because if I was not in control, and if I wasn't perfect, then people might leave me, people might not accept me. Well, at the end of the day, that comes down to being vulnerable and allowing yourself to be in a raw way who you are, and people accepting that. So anyways, I went through, I did my university degrees, and spent most of my career working in mental health. So children's mental health as well as adult mental health, a short period in youth justice, and for the most part in leadership positions. And that happened just quite honestly by accident. But I really loved it. I really did. And I loved the work that I did. And probably about 5 years ago, when I was working at Canadian Mental Health Association in adult mental health, I was introduced to coaching. And it was a slow process at first, just kind of being introduced to it. And what I recognized through the process was that I was starting to recognize things about myself again that really were very freeing for me. And then at one point, our CEO brought coaching to the organization, and really it was our project to bring it to everybody. at every
Can
level.
I just jump in for a moment,
Yes.
Rochelle? I just want to share. So you were in the mental health space,
Yes.
and you got back into, you learned about coaching, and you got into coaching at that point.
Yes.
But is that through that process, did you start to discover more about yourself through the becoming a certified coach, or like how did that work?
Yes, no, absolutely. So, I mean, it took some time for me to truly want to look at being certified. However, what I will say is through my involvement in Canadian Mental Health, I was asked to
Facilitate?
co-facilitate bringing coaching to the organization. We had received a grant through Bell Canada. And so it was really about bringing coaching to the organization in terms of having conversations and using coaching language, a common language and a common coaching culture in terms of being curious, not being afraid to ask questions. And that was really a light bulb moment for me in terms of, wow, this is life-changing, it's transformative. I found my ability to be able to connect with individuals in using a coach approach was very transformative.
Wow, that's powerful.
It is. And so the one but the one organization.
Why do you think that is, though? Because before we move on, because this is important, because I've had people like call me out, Rochelle, telling me that I have no business getting in this space. Who are you? Like that kind of stuff.
Yep.
Because it's an emergency. You shouldn't be doing. Like I've had some people get tripped up on the name and all those things. And so I think I really want to draw this out because I don't profess to be a mental health expert. I don't profess to be a counsel. We don't profess to be a counseling service.
Yep.
We are an emergency life coaching service. And we're going to have a story later, but I just want to draw this out because you're the perfect person because you have that background.
So here's the reality. The reality is that any human being, and I know we're talking about my mental health background, but at the end of the day, as a human being, we experience moments multiple times throughout the day, throughout the week, throughout the months, throughout the years. We hang on to stuff. And sometimes some experiences, incidents, events will trigger something. And I think you and Julie talked about this, is that,
Yes.
For me, it might be an emergency. It might be urgent. I might be physically experiencing things that are telling me, oh my God, fight or flight or freeze. That's an emergency to that individual.
To the nervous system too.
Exactly.
Even if, regardless of what the reality is, yes.
And if we don't honor that by saying, you put a label on it saying, well, it's an emergency. Well, whose context is that?
Right.
I mean, with emergency life coach, we don't turn anyone away. If you don't have an emergency by a checklist, which we don't really have a checklist.
No.
We're not going to say, oh, sorry, you don't qualify. And unfortunately, in a traditional system, in mental health, you have to fit into a certain number of boxes for eligibility for services.
Right.
And so if I think it's an emergency, but the individual over here who is screening me says, well, no, it's not really an emergency. Well, how helpful is that? We have to honor people's truths about what they feel is urgent and emergent. So
Urgent
I
and
don't
emergent.
think
That's very powerful.
Yes, and I don't think that
capture
the title of emergency life coach is misleading. It would be misleading if we turn people away, but we don't.
Right.
So I think going back to your original question about the tipping point is really about when I actually was able to experience the transformation. So it wasn't enough for someone to tell me, oh, coaching is great and coaching will help you. No, it was me doing my own coaching. It was someone coaching me and for myself experiencing that dynamic process. So there is a fine line between, as you said in the beginning, this is not about counseling. This is not about therapy. It's about coaching. And I think that coaching is still very misunderstood in terms of what it means. And I think for me, when I engage in coaching, I don't necessarily counsel people. However, I have a toolbox where I can pull on, tips and tricks that I use from my counseling experience and my social work experience and weave them into the coaching. I'm still doing coaching because at the end of the day, coaching is not about me. It's about you. And it's about you being vulnerable and saying, yeah, you know what? I want to do A, B, or C. Okay, then how are we going to get there? So for me, it was letting go of that I have all the responsibility. I think that's the defining moment with coaching, is that you don't have to have all the responsibility of making a change. And so it's very freeing. And then the other part to your question was, and this kind of leads into the vulnerability, is that I had a huge loss this year. And so we made a move about 1.5 years ago for a job. We moved so that my husband could be closer to where he needs to be to work. But I also moved for an actual job where we are. And unfortunately, I lost my job earlier this year. And that was a very much, I think, the defining moment for me, mentally, emotionally, spiritually. It pushed me to my edges. It made me feel uncomfortable, and it made me feel that I had to face the shame of being let go of a job. That has never happened to me. And I was forced to really dig deep and think about, what was my role in this? What did I do? Did I need to do something differently? And it really forced me to be vulnerable. It forced me to say, I'm not perfect. Not everything goes my way all the time. And how do I resolve that in my mind? And through Emergency Life Coach, and also with some very important people in my life, I was able to unravel that and try to figure out what that was really about. And at the core of vulnerability is shame. And to be able to overcome shame, you have to be willing to risk. And that is so difficult for people to do these days. Anybody, whether you're someone who's lost a job or whether you don't have a job, you have to be willing to look it in the face and go, okay, what am I willing to do? And as I said earlier, what is it costing me? Is it costing me my mental health? And if it is, then what do I need to do differently to take the first small step to feel okay?
Is it? Yeah. If it's, I think that it's really interesting. Your journey of you're basically, what I appreciate is that you're going through, you've gone through what many people are going through.
Yep.
With your background.
Yep.
With the coaching. Mm-hmm. So it's important for when you're working with somebody who knows what you're going through. Mm-hmm. And who's been there. So the fact that you've lived that, Rochelle, and now you're here, just makes you incredibly resourceful for people, especially with vulnerability, because it's hard to be vulnerable for many of us.
And I'll say, Austin, I think telling my story about, we all have life stories, but the biggest story for me has been the last 6 months of my life-ish. And to be able to tell that story publicly, I feel very vulnerable. And I'm doing that because in coaching, I will never ask anyone to do anything I wouldn't be willing to do. So for me being vulnerable, I want to model that it's okay. And there may be people who, don't understand or don't agree. And that's okay. But at least I feel okay with living my authentic truth and living what I feel is being vulnerable, being compassionate. And you know what? To be honest, I feel I'm very courageous. And I think that that's a very hard topic for people, is vulnerability and being courageous. Because I think, again, we're in a society where vulnerability is seen as a weakness. And it's not a weakness. In fact, it's the complete opposite. It is strength for someone to be able to say, I'm struggling, or telling somebody no, or speaking up for themselves. That is strength, and that is courage. That is not weakness. And I think we need to change how we view those things in our society.
I totally agree with that. So I have my neighbors coming to take out my dog here, so my dog's probably going to bark here. But yeah, no, I think that's a really powerful thing you're sharing. And I think we can give more people the permission to do that. And that's why, again, that's why this community is really important, because it's hard to find people and a community where you can have these discussions and you can come in and talk about the things that you're going through, and not by yourself, but you have the ability to share.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And I think the one thing is, I just want to read something because it was interesting. I have this book and I bought it when we moved, and it's called Everyday Courage. And it's every single day gives you a different quote or whatnot. And it was interesting because this morning when I looked at it, it was from Nelson Mandela. It was, may your choices reflect your hopes, not your fears. And I think that would be my hope for anybody, is that we all have a choice. And again, Julie, just prior to this, talked about that. We all have a choice. But I would hope that your choice reflects, what you hope for, what you hope to get out of it, and not what you're fearful of. Because it's easier to run away and to hide ourselves and say, I'm comfortable right here, than to live within the discomfort of putting ourselves out there. And to reveal ourselves and to take off our mask and to kind of show everyone, this is who I really am. And do you still accept me? And that's a very tough thing for a lot of people to do, myself included. I still struggle with it. But I've gotten to a place where I can catch myself in the moment and go, oh my gosh, like, what am I doing? Did I make that decision out of fear because I'm fearful and someone will not accept me or they'll judge me? And then I have to kind of dial it back and go, okay, what was that really about?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Exactly what you're saying. I think, and I could just share with my journey, what I realize is that once I navigate through all my stuff and all my external viewing and observations and judgments, I ultimately return to myself in the mirror. Mm-hmm. And I know intellectually, like, we know these things, but this is why and when when we do the live events, it's like we need to go back and revisit. We need to go back. We need to go back to the gym. We need to go back to the massage therapist. We need to go back. Mm-hmm. It's a dynamic, continual process that never stops for all of us.
Yeah, it's an evolving process. 2 steps forward, 1 step back. It's a tough thing to do, and I'm not saying that it's easy. But you have to decide, and I had to decide for myself, what is this worth to me? Is it worth putting myself out there so that I can maybe get, what I need or what I want? And it's again, I realized that I was giving myself up for things that really weren't worth it. At different points in my life, including last, when I lost my job, it was like, I wasn't living my authentic life when I worked at my last job. I think I really tried to fit into a mold.
For people joining us, just share with what your former job was that you just were let go
This last
from.
one, I was working for a hospital, and I was in a senior leadership position. So I had really felt like, oh my God, like I've got to this place in my career. Like, oh, look at, in my mind, I'm like, look at me. Like I've done it. And so the piece that really is the big kicker is that when that didn't work out, think about the shame. I was so ashamed. Like I had let everybody down. I had moved for this job. And, it was a very, very high profile job. And I never thought that would ever happen. And, I had to take a lot of time grieving and thinking about what was this really about. And at the end of the day, I think it's okay sometimes to say, you know what, it wasn't the right fit for me. And, for whatever reason, it wasn't.
How long did you work there?
It was actually only just over a year. So that was tough. That was a tough ego blow. It was very tough. So, people say to me, oh, but look, you're so accomplished and da, 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 da. And it's like, you know what? That doesn't matter because, you can have everything and you can lose it in a heartbeat.
That's so true.
But the one thing you won't lose is yourself. If you are willing to invest, and if you're willing to determine what it's costing you, if you're willing to invest in yourself, honest to God, you know what? I still don't have I still don't have a full-time 9-to-5 job, and that's okay. And that's okay. And I'm okay with that.
Woo!
I'm okay with that.
I want to jump back because you were talking about, because I think this will resonate with people, losing yourself for things that are not worth it. That's, if you're listening and you're that hits a chord with you, are you losing yourself for things that are not worth it?
And that is so true. And I would encourage anyone to speak up and say, hey, that makes sense for me. It's not worth it. And I remember saying to somebody a number of years ago, at the end of the day, if you are on your deathbed, what's going to really matter to you? Are your bosses going to be like rallied around your bed? Are, all this stuff, are those people going to be there? They're not. So think about what really matters and invest in that. And you know what? You can live such a heart-centered life when you live authentically. And while I
just want to honor Nick here, and I think he's from Canada. He's saying that resonates with him. Thanks, Nick. Thank you so much, man, for being courageous.
Thank you for sharing that, Nick.
Yourself out there, man. Really,
it's tough.
Yeah, we can do this, and we can do it for other people.
Yeah,
we can do it for situations and circumstances that we feel like we have to live according to. And what I like what we're discussing now is we can create a healthier way for people to deal with this. Because what I found is that when people aren't given a healthy way, or they're given healthy options, eventually there's going to be a blow, a breaking point where it can hurt. It can hurt the person, and it can also hurt the other individuals involved, and it can damage things for decades. I know even today there's people that I know, friends, where families haven't spoken.
Yeah.
Because there wasn't a healthy way.
Yeah.
And this unhealthy ecosystem continued to a certain point. and then because it wasn't dealt with, it exploded into unhealth, and then it creates separation and division.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of like on a larger scale what we're going through now. Like everything's relevant. If we can look at the micro as well as the macro, right? The micro and the macro. The micro being your own personal situation, and then the macro being what's happening now. If people aren't given a healthy channel or not given a voice, then ultimately there's going to be an extreme that's going to unfold.
And I just wanted to round back to something that I said earlier, and then I think Julie had commented on it in the chat, was about services. And I think the challenge with, if you think about counseling services, I don't know what it's like in the States, but in Canada, especially Ontario, we have a very severely underfunded mental health and addictions service system, which means there's less therapists, there's less counselors to meet the demand. And that's been years. It's been going on. You add in something like COVID-19 and what we've talked about just individually or as a group as coaches about really what's going on and people not reaching out. The difficulty is that going to, I think, Julie's comment about not realizing that people have to check boxes and have to fit into a mold. It's absolutely true. You have to fit into whatever the sheet of paper says to get services. And it's so difficult. And then even if you get past that process, you're waiting for a very long time for services. So the only other option for individuals is either private counseling, which people are having to pay for out of pocket, or coaching. And so I think, there's an advantage with coaching. As much as I love counseling, there's an advantage with coaching where you actually, I would say that you get a lot more empowerment from coaching.
Yeah, thanks for talking about this, because I wanted to bring this up today, and you're the perfect person to discuss it. And I believe in coaching, and I believe coaching is going to grow. And I know, the term can be overused today, but what I've witnessed, and maybe we can talk about this, but as we age and the generations age, what I found in the younger generation is that they're more open to coaching.
Yeah.
I think they're seeking it, especially during these times where, in my opinion, some of the family dynamic has altered completely and changed, and not necessarily for the best, that they are craving and in need of authenticity. They want mentors, guides, coaches, and they're not as concerned about the labels as what I found, as maybe some of the older generations are. And so I think coaching is going to continue to grow in leaps and bounds. Call it what you will, strategist, life strategist, life coach, whatever. You could change the name, but at the end of the day, it's an individual who is locking arms with another individual to bring them into their future, into a compelling future, to overcome something maybe, whatever. There's all different kinds of coaching. And here, what we're doing is we want to meet people at that point where, like we said, it feels like an emergency. And Julie just eloquently talked about how the situation is neutral. What happens in the nervous system is an emergency, if you think about it. If I'm in fight or flight, that's emergency. But the situation may not be, fight or flight may not justify the fight or flight, but we can slip there because of, like I was saying about my dad, like a perfect example, and that's, because of the war, something that wasn't life or death was life and death.
Yeah.
So, and I'm going to stay away from the labels at this point, but you know what I'm talking about. And so I think life coaching, it provides a great path. And to have somebody like you, Rochelle, who has seen both sides, you have the perspective of looking at both sides, of looking at mental health counseling, of looking at life coaching, and really honoring the space of life coaching and what it can do for people is great. So we're glad you're here. By the way, give Rochelle some love if you're on here. Give her some love. She's pouring her heart out here, talking about vulnerability. Can we see some hearts? And I know the technology may not be working properly, but if you can, throw a heart in there, share.
I have to do a shout out to my mom because I know for sure she was on.
Mom, hello. Hello,
Trudy.
Mom.
Trudy Epp.
Trudy Epp. And we had a comment of hers earlier. I know
Yes, I
she
know.
made a comment. Yeah.
My parents are amazing, and they've been helpful through this big life transition for myself, and so I have them to thank for a lot of this. So, and I appreciate. I mean, there's been a lot of people who just through me sharing the page on my own Facebook, there's been a lot of love.
Thank you.
In terms of, what I'm doing and what we're doing. And this event is huge. It really is. And I think it gives people a voice, not just us a voice, but it also gives individuals who want to comment or ask questions a voice and a quick way to talk about something that might be on their mind.
Yes.
And I think, just really quickly going back to the whole coaching, I think it is really becoming very huge.
Yes.
And I think more and more places, even such as hospitals, are bringing it on board because they're recognizing the value of coaching. Oh, there's my husband.
I think the last name gave it away, but he said
I know.
He's listening on YouTube right now. He's saying
he is. He's at our sailboat right now.
Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. You know what we'll have to do? We'll have to do another video from the sailboat. I don't know if we can do that, but maybe we'll do that in the future. But yeah, show Rochelle some love here. Pouring her heart out. She's got a great background of social work, being in a high-level position in a hospital, getting let go, jumping into life coaching, having that experience, and just really equipped to help you, and realizing that vulnerability might be the path for you if you think about it. Maybe that's the path that you need, and if that's the path that you need, if this resonates, we want to welcome you to connect with Rochelle. You can connect with Rochelle. Again, you can post Rochelle in the comments, post her name, or you can direct message Tony Marie. Just click on her thing there. If you're in the YouTube, just type in Rochelle's name. We'll make sure we get back to you. You have the option is you can have a conversation with Rochelle.
Yep.
And you can also join our community if you want to do that and you want to get more of this. You're like, I need more of this in my life. I had a woman that I met. I don't know if she's on here. Her name's Anilda. She's in our Power Forward community. And she saw me on Facebook. And the one thing that she wanted was just more. She wanted more like vulnerability and authenticity. She wanted to be around more people that were like that. And so she jumped in. And so that might be for you. That might be something that that resonates with you, because I think it's power, it's strength.
It is power and strength. And I think, we need to start looking at vulnerability and being courageous and compassionate as very different things these days in society. I think that they're not weakness. And I think if people can connect with someone on an authentic human level, I think that anything's possible.
That's very true. So the ability to connect with another human,
yes,
that in and of itself could be therapeutic.
Absolutely. It's not about, you figure out, you again, when we talk about fit, people can figure out, like, does this, do I fit with you? Is there a connection? When that connection happens and those light bulb moments go off, it's that relationship that can create amazing things. And it's not the coach that's creating the amazing things. The powerful thing about coaching is that it's the coachee that is creating the amazing things. Yeah. And that's where the power is.
Yeah. And it just came to me is that imagine a coach is like a connector.
Yeah.
Coach is a way to help connect you maybe out of where you are to where you want to be. Maybe there's a situation you want to create out of, and a coach is that connector, and that through that conversation and through the connection with the coach, it helps you connect to maybe the evolution of where you need to go and grow.
Yep.
Or I should say grow and go.
Yep. Absolutely.
Yeah, so this is really good. So we're going to continue. We got about 15 minutes left, and I'm also going to give the coaches an invitation, the ones that are available and listening, if they want to come on and just validate some of the things that you're saying around your topic of vulnerability. We're going to do that. We're going to ask our audience to show Rochelle some love, give some hearts, some likes if you can. If you want to connect with Rochelle, directly, type in her name. Type her name right into the box or send Tony Marie a direct message. And then we want to check in on the challenge here. Let me just put this up. So there we go. Yep. So if anyone has any questions for Rochelle, message directly. I'm going to stand up. And so if you, we're doing a challenge right now, everyone. We're doing a challenge. And the challenge is we want you to drink 3 glasses of water at least. And I say 3 glasses because some people are already drinking something at some level, but make sure you get 3 glasses of water and or electrolytes. So I had electrolytes this morning. I got water now.
I have water.
So we'll set a good example. And we want you to get 10 deep breaths. And I mean deep breaths like what Julie did. We're gonna give you more opportunities to do this.
Jax, my dog is.
Doggy. That's okay. My dogs, I'm sure, is gonna pop in. And then we want you to get like 100 movements. So I'm gonna be doing some squats just to keep the body moving throughout the day. This is something that I'm actually working on, something that I'm gonna be releasing soon around this later. So make sure you're moving, and we were talking earlier about how stress shows up in the body, and a lot of times people's movements are the same every day. They kind of move the same way, the face is the same way. So the ability to kind of move differently, that's why dancing, people feel good because it gives them the freedom. So when you can move in a different way, you're altering your nervous system, you're changing biochemistry, which ultimately changes your mood, changes your thoughts. And you can do this anytime. You know this. We're just reminding you of this. That's all we're doing. We're reminding you of some of the things that you already know. We're just inviting you to do them. And then we have an invitation to continue to connect with us. What's your dog's name?
Jax.
Jax? Oh, there he is.
Sorry.
I'm glad I got my earphone because Liberty would probably hear that. She would be barking. So show Rochelle some love. Are you out there? Can you hear us? Hello, is this thing on? Hello, is anybody out there? Give Rochelle some love, and if the coaches are on, I want to give the coaches an opportunity to come on and reflect. And Tony, if you want to reflect anything as well, because I know you're on here, just let us know. Because next we have Amanda in about 12 minutes. We're going to have Amanda come on, and then if everything goes well, we're going to have another musical break. I'm gonna reach out. So if Lisa or Emma are listening, Emma's another person we're gonna have come on probably during Amanda's hour or to
bring
round
my
out
dog
Amanda.
outside. If there's questions,
Yeah,
can they forward it to me?
yeah, you gotta let your dog out. So if you have any questions for Rochelle, let us please type them in. And Rochelle, if you have to go, we can bring you back on, later or whatever. All right. Okay. All right, there we go. That was Rochelle. Let me take her out of the broadcast, and now I'm back on here. So let us know how you're doing with the challenge. Are you doing the challenge? Are you getting your water? Are you moving? Are you making some movements? Maybe you want to make some movements. It changes your biochemistry instantly. So you can laugh at me, or you can get up. You can get up out of your chair and you can start to move. And one of the other things I do is I take kind of take your elbow and just whatever's appropriate for you, just take your elbow. I'll do this throughout the day. So I do this throughout the day, okay? And so the other thing is I just take my elbow and go opposite knee. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? Because again, most of us are stagnant. We sit. And to the ability you can move your body, you don't have to be Mr. or Mrs. Physical Fitness. You don't have to, but we all can do movements. We can get the body moving. And I'll share this with you. There's a person I kind of stumbled across on social media, and he's a centenarian. And do you know what a centenarian is? And let's just see, Tony's saying she's lost. So this is the challenge, and I'm going to weave this together for you. A centenarian is somebody who's lived over 100 years old, okay? So this particular gentleman is 102 years, I should say young. So 102 years young, and hey, Ron's on here. So he's 102, and what he does every morning, he gets up at 102, and he does this thing. He calls it limbering up. And limbering up is he starts to move his body every morning. He gets the blood flowing every morning. He takes a few minutes every morning just to move and just to get the body moving. We forget when we go to work, we're at the desk, we're slouched over. Like I think it was Julie who said earlier, set the timer. You know, I got this timer here that I use. I flip it upside down. It's like an hourglass. For me, it's a physical thing that I can see. And when I see that, I can see that timer's going, and then I know that I'm going to get a break. Now, full transparency, I don't always take the break. That's why I'm sharing it with you, because it's a reminder for me and for you that we need to move. If we can move more, we're going to feel better. My buddy Ron is on here, you know, in preparation for this. Now I run every week, but I ran last night to prepare for this because my energy rockets up, and I know that I can sustain over long periods of time. And that's important for us to move. So move at whatever level is appropriate. So again, the challenge is 3 glasses of water or more, 100 movements. Could be squats, push-ups, leg ups, whatever, and 10 deep breaths. So I want you to do that. And at the end, if you want to participate, just say, I did complete the challenge. We're going to give you a complimentary coaching session with a coach of your choice. How's that sound? So that's good. Rochelle, did you want to come back on and round this out before Amanda comes on? Or because I know you had to take your dog out, and don't worry, it's okay. My dog's going to bark, I assure you, at some point. So dogs are like therapy as well. We can do that. I love the hourglass. Oh, yeah. So Tony's saying, I love the hourglass. I saw one online and loved it, but couldn't figure out use for it. Now I'm going to treat myself. Yeah, there's different ones you can buy. So this one is like an hour, and it says productivity, and the other side says inspired. So, you can, whatever you're feeling, whatever you need to get productive, you put production. If you need to get it done, or if you need some creation, and you want to be inspired, you can put inspired on there, and then just let it go. And you know what? I'm going to start using this. I'll tell you what. From here on out, I'm going to use this. So I'm going to share it with you as a reminder for yourself to set a timer. So we're going to go back. We're going to be on at 3 with Amanda. She's going to come up soon. And Tony, do we have any questions or comments or anything that you can see? Because I think I'm going to need another bathroom break I got to go to the bathroom at some point. I got to go. I saw a beautiful purple one. They have different colors. We're back on the hourglass again. They have different colors, glass, all different stuff. So maybe we'll share a link in here somewhere. If you like one, we'll share it. If you want to buy that hourglass, you can do that. So let's see. So Amanda is on here. So let me bring, Amanda, can I bring you on now? And Rochelle's on here too. Perfect. Amanda, did you hear any of Rochelle's interview? Let me bring Amanda on. Hold on, here we go.
Hi,
Okay.
guys.
Can you reflect back something that you heard maybe?
Yeah, actually, it was in correlation with both the ladies who went ahead of me. You guys were talking about the importance of vulnerability, and I love that because it was something that I needed to put a lot of work into.
Okay.
Because I always associated vulnerability with weakness, and I know that is something that males in particular, at least in my life, definitely associate with weakness. So they're afraid to be honest and sweet and loving. And that can be something that for me was also an issue in a relationship. And I've been referred to as the boy in the relationship or the ice princess, when in reality, I'm a hopeless romantic.
Oh, you just opened up an entire. Give Amanda some love right now, everyone. Come on. Show her some love. Type in some hearts. You just opened up a whole can of worms, Amanda. But we're going to talk about this. So what you've discovered is that you're a romantic at heart, but maybe you've been whatever, living a certain past.
Guarded, hiding. And I mean, we do this in every area, not just our relationships. We do it in our careers. We're afraid to be vulnerable. We're afraid to tell people what we want. We're afraid to go after it because we don't think that we deserve it. So we talk ourselves out of it, or we just sit back and let the opportunity pass us by, which is even worse because then people don't know that we want it, like a promotion or a friendship or a relationship. And I mean, it definitely comes up a lot in relationships. How many times have you like had a crush on somebody and like never said anything, and then years later you're like, oh my God, he had a crush on me too, and I never acted on it. Blah, blah, now we missed our opportunity. Blah, you know. And the same goes for our jobs and in our family life. A lot of times the people that we care about the most are the ones we're most afraid of being raw and vulnerable in front of, because we don't want to be seen as weak or worse, a burden. The amount of times that I've held my emotions because I didn't want to burden somebody else with what I was going through because I felt like they were going through something more serious, and completely discredited myself or didn't validate my own stuff. So that goes back to another comment that the ladies brought up about feeling your feelings. And that is a heavy, heavy one for me, and one that really took me a long time to learn, because I was one of those girls who something would creep up and I'd be like, no, you're fine. It's okay. Just calm down. And then I'd push it down. And what do those feelings turn into? All of the ways that our body talks to us. And for me, it was the hair loss. It was random rashes. It was vertigo. It comes up in so many different ways. And yet, instead of going, oh, okay, what is my body telling me and how do I fix it? We go, something's wrong with me. Clearly, I'm just broken and it's my fault and there's no fix and I just have to deal with this now. I have to live with it.
So this is a great opening, Amanda, because this is going to we're going to hit a lot of things during this next hour. There's a lot of things I want to say, but I want to bring Rochelle back on because I want to
go to the bathroom.
I'm going to take a break. I want the two of you just to share because you just had a great opening. I'm eager to get into that. Let me bring Rochelle back on. So if you could, just take some time and Amanda, if you just want to reflect back to Rochelle, kind of what you heard, and this is it, and this is important for men and women, by the way, because I think women stuff their emotions down because maybe they're afraid that they may be perceived a certain way, and men, we don't want to be shamed. We don't want to be, we don't want to like feel like we don't measure up, which was a lot of my story for so many years. So I'm gonna remove myself again. Just take a moment. I'm gonna listen as much as I can, and I'll be back on, somewhere between 3 and 3:10 to launch, 3:05 to launch into the full interview with Amanda. You're gonna want to hear Amanda's story, and Amanda's got a couple. You're gonna be giving away your book, right?
I am, yeah. And I'm actually going to be helping out with the 100 Fitness Challenge. We'll get to that in a minute.
Okay.
Another free gift.
All right, great. So let me just say, remove myself.
Hello.
Hey, Amanda.
So I'm not sure how much of that you heard, but in keeping with the vulnerability discussion, I know especially for myself, I didn't express my emotions, especially to my romantic partners, because I didn't want to be considered dramatic. I didn't want to be a bitch. I didn't want to, all these labels that not even other people place on us, but we happen to place on ourselves and assume they're coming from outside.
Yeah.
And I've had talks with my male partners who have said that, they didn't want to be perceived as a pussy. Can I say that? Yeah. In front of their friends, or to me, because every girl wants a manly man. Well, to me, there's nothing sexier than a guy who's not afraid to just be himself.
Yep, absolutely. And you know what? It's interesting how this is all kind of weaving together. And I completely agree with you that I had said during my time with Austin just previously that I would become very good at adapting to my environment
Mm.
That meant that I needed to show up this way, then I would do that. If I had to show up this way, I would. And, and that is hard to keep up with, because if that's not who you really are, it's exhausting. You come home at the end of the day or whatever it is, and you're just mentally exhausted because that's not who you are. It's not easy to live a facade.
Exactly. And yet we play all these different roles for different people in our lives, and the characters get exhausting. It gets hard to keep up with work Amanda, girlfriend Amanda, daughter Amanda. It's just too many. And I was tired all the time. And I mean, I'm a girl with a busy schedule, but I couldn't figure out why I was tired all the time. And it was because I was so afraid to just be me. And once that kind of came out, it was like, oh my God, I've got so much more energy.
Well, when you feel like you're not enough for your job, enough for your partner, enough for your family or friends, it's exhausting.
Mm-hmm.
And, I think the most vulnerable thing that you can do is put yourself out there. And I often tell people that the people that really, truly are invested in you as a person will always be there. It doesn't mean that they have to agree at all times with your decisions or whatever, but they will respect you for it, and because of your honesty and authenticity.
But the one thing that I don't think a lot of us understand is, how do you ever expect somebody to know you and validate you and appreciate you for who you are if you're not being who you are?
Oh my God.
We first create the facade and then beat ourselves down because so-and-so didn't love us. Well, that wasn't you. Why would you want them to love someone who's not you? Now you got to keep up that act the rest of your life. And how exhausting is that? And how miserable would that make your life?
And that is where, the responsibility lies on yourself to take that step. And that is where the challenge is to take that first small step and almost like dip your toes into like being vulnerable, and seeing how people react. And, not everyone is going to appreciate that, but that's okay.
And not everyone has to.
Exactly. And I agree with you, Amanda, that, I mean, we act a certain way and then we don't understand why people are treating us a certain way. Well, what have I put out there? Have I put it out there for you to treat me a certain way? And I'm not saying talk about blame. But, I think lots of times, vulnerability is really based in fear. The fear of being found out. Oh, I'm not real. Like, I'm a fraud. Yeah. I'm not good enough. I'm not this. And so that keeps us playing these roles. And it's exhausting and it's not worth it. And to me, I remember saying to my husband last year, I said, I can't keep doing this with my job because my mental health is more important than anything else. And yes, I need to pay my bills. And yes, all those things. I mean, because I know that people will say, well, what about, just sucking it up? Well, you know what? I believe there's more to life than just sucking it up. So, I think that that's where we fall as a society, that, we think we have to act a certain way. And I don't want to be a chameleon.
And when we really break it down, who's putting those limitations on us? Who's putting those demands on us? It's us. It's
ourselves. Absolutely.
And in our relationships, this is one thing I discuss with my clients pretty regularly, is that you first, and this can go for family, friends, romantic relationships, you first start by treating people the way you want to be treated. And then eventually you just start treating people the way you're treated. But that kind of takes the self-responsibility out of it, which I don't really want to do. So what I want people to consider is, if they're treating you a certain way, have you discussed it with them? And that's why we're going to get into communications later in the day, because it's so important to not only be honest with others, but to really be honest with yourself, to understand exactly what it is that you do need so that you can voice it authentically to others. So then they can decide if that's something they're ready for, because not everybody is meant to come into your life and stay there forever. And not everybody is going to line up with where you're at. but they can also only hear you from the place in their life where they're at. So if that's not an open conversation, it could go years before you ever discover that it's just not a good fit. And that doesn't mean that there's anything wrong with either of you.
No, but it's sometimes it's a fit. It's like this, and I talked about that earlier. Like sometimes it's just not a good fit, and that's okay. And what are you going to take from that experience? And, you know, and not everyone has to agree with your decisions or how you live your life. But I think you touched on something really important, is that you need to understand what your worth is.
Mm-hmm.
You need to say, I am enough just as I am.
Well, and you have to understand that you have worth.
Absolutely. And say, you know what, this is where I set a boundary,
Mm-hmm.
and this is what I need. This is what I want. And if someone can or can't do that, that's okay. It doesn't make anyone a bad person.
No, and boundaries don't need to be ultimatums either.
No.
It doesn't have to be. And I remember when I first started kind of coming into my own as an individual, which I'm sorry to say didn't happen until, you know, my late 20s, early 30s. But when I first started coming into my own, I again discredited myself and believed that if people weren't staying in my life, it was because I screwed up somehow. And I felt like I felt like every time I was true to myself, I had those people who, by the way, aren't currently in my life anymore, but I had those people say that I was manipulating or that, you know, I was giving ultimatums. And it's not an ultimatum to know how you deserve and want to be treated. And it's not an ultimatum to expect that if you're willing to give that in return.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And so it's shifting the, you know, the mindset, right, of how we look at things. And, you know, and you're right, setting boundaries is not about giving an ultimatum. It's saying, I am enough. And I'm telling you that this is where I draw the line, or this is what I will accept. And I've had many relationships in my life where people have chosen different things, and I've said, okay, well, that's fine. You know, that you can go on and live your life, whatever that is, but I don't have to be a part of that. But I will take something from it. I will learn from it. And I think that's really, you know, what it comes down to. Mm-hmm. So, you know, I'm excited to hear what you're going to talk about.
Welcome back, Austin.
Just getting my water. I'm on my third glass of water. I had some electrolytes. I got some almonds. So.
Are you feeling good?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I hope you are. I was listening.
Do you mind just putting your earphone back on, because I can hear myself echo?
Yes.
Hey.
I mean, I do love my own voice, but not that much.
I will fix that. Let me do that now. We tested this earlier. I need to have my headphones on.
Okay, I'm going to sign off.
Yeah, well, Rochelle, for a minute, I was listening to your conversation, and it was great because I just felt like the two of you were like in a room just having some discussion. It was great.
And that's really the way it should be. Yeah.
Absolutely. No, that was
fantastic.
This, Amanda? Yeah, you guys are rock. You absolutely rock, you gals. And beautiful. Rochelle, thank you so much. If you want to connect with Rochelle again, type in her name, direct message Tony. Now, I'm going to jump in with Amanda here and really get into some of the things that you talked about, Amanda, because there's a lot there. Thank you, Rochelle. Yeah. Let me remove. Mm-hmm. And by the way, show Amanda some love, comment. We're here to collect your comments. We're here to hear from you. We're here to understand where you are, what's happening. If you're provoked, reach out. I said earlier, what you share, you keep forever. Yeah. What you keep, you lose forever. So think about that with whatever you're wrestling with. You want to share it, whatever's appropriate to you, so we can allow you to grow. So Amanda, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. And that was actually the perfect segue, because going back to what you were saying in our opener at noon, for anyone who wasn't there, there are some people who are wondering, you know, what credentials a life coach has and that sort of thing. And it's totally valid. I don't have medical certifications, but everything that I teach is from experience. And one of my coaches, and yes, coaches need coaches, but one of my coaches shared something with me that I absolutely love, and I pass it on with everybody. And it's that the pistachios while drinking water. Yes.
Little humor.
Yeah, it's that we have a 300% guarantee. What we're offering to you today is free content. You can do what you want with it, but I can guarantee from personal experience and from the experience of a number of my clients, I have a 100% guaranteed success rate, 100% of the time if you do 100% of the work. So you can take what we're offering to you today and you can do nothing with it, and that's totally fine. Or you can take a little bit from each coach. You're getting, oh God, I don't even know how many hours of training, certifications, coaching, thousands upon thousands of dollars put into this. So you can take a little bit from everybody and build your own system, which is essentially what I've done. And you'll see, I'll tell you where I get some of my practices from, and I'll actually kind of show you one right now. This is not wine. It's not champagne. I do drink these on a lot of my calls, and people are like, whoa, check this girl just chugging wine in the middle of the day. It's water. I do put it in a blue glass bottle. I believe in moon and sun cleansing. So I cleanse my water under the sun. I believe that it, hydrates and, or helps to hydrate and energizes it. And I do the same with the moon, and maybe it's a placebo. I find that it works for me. It's something that I borrowed from a Ho'oponopono practice that I've really liked, and I've just continued with it. So I'll be sharing with you some of the techniques that I've created myself.
Are you going to discuss Ho'oponopono today as well?
I'm not going to get into it too deeply.
That's okay. Yep.
Yeah, panic attacks are a very, very heavy topic.
Yes.
And I'm going to try and cram as much content concisely into this hour as I can. But to be honest, this could be a week-long workshop.
Yeah, I know it can. And let me just say this, Amanda. So first of all, Amanda has one best-selling book out. She's got another one, two. Your second one's already out, and that's a bestseller. So you got two.
Well, it's up for pre-sale. So it's
pre-sale, right?
That's in the pre-sale category.
Yes. So we're going to be talking about panic attacks today. So what I want you to do is share this with someone who struggles with anxiety or panic attacks. This is a real life story here, what you're going to hear. So go ahead, Amanda.
And the techniques that I'm going to show you, some simple ways to prevent them from coming on, from stopping them in the heart of a panic attack, and from dealing with them after the effect, so that down the road you can prevent them altogether. I'm happy to say that it's been 3 solid years since I've had a panic attack, and now looking back, knowing what I know now, I've been able to identify that my earliest remembered panic attack was at 6 years old.
Wow.
And but I didn't identify it as a panic attack at 6. I identified it as fear. And we'll get into that a little bit later. But I wanted to start by sharing with you another gift that I'm going to offer. So after this hour, when I have a chance to hop onto our Facebook group, I'm going to put in my 5-minute morning routine. And it's something that I offer to everyone who purchases the book and to new clients. So it's going to help you get your 100 movements in today.
Oh,
within 5 minutes, you'll be able to get 20 slow movements in.
This is perfect. Simple. We didn't even plan this, did we? We just so let me. So we have a challenge today, and Amanda, I'm going to turn it over to you because I want everyone to get as much. But we have a challenge: 3 glasses of water plus, 10 deep breaths, and 100 movements. So that's our challenge. And if you do that, you're going to get a free coaching session with one of our coaches of your choice. So Amanda, take it away.
So I'll explain everything. The 5-minute morning routine will have the explanations in the document, so you'll be able to go through it. But you'll get 20 movements in that 5 minutes, and it'll be the most beneficial 5 minutes of your day, because I'm not a fan of exercise either. I get really bored with reps and sets and all that mumbo jumbo. I'm a yoga instructor. I practice aerial hula hooping. I've even done, the pull exercises. Anything that doesn't feel like exercise is what I prefer to do. So I've
Okay.
adapted a highly effective, low energy way of starting my mornings, just so that I feel like I've accomplished something that day. And it takes 5 minutes, and it incorporates your gratitude, your movement, your breathing, and nature, all in the time that it takes to brew a cup of coffee. So I'm sure every one of us out there is a coffee or a tea drinker. Sorry, you cut out there. Well, I think I lost Austin, but I hope you guys can all still hear me. So I'm just going to keep talking.
My connection, I'm here, I'm back. Can you hear me, everyone?
Okay.
Yeah, and if for some reason I drop off and you're able to continue, just continue. We want to keep this going. Thanks, Amanda.
Okay. So anyway, so I'll be offering that up after this hour. One document, 5 minutes, and the time it takes to brew a cup of coffee or heat up a pot of tea. So everyone's got that kind of time. So I want to start off with a breathwork exercise. So Austin suggested that you guys get 10 breaths in today, and it's a beautiful, beautiful offering. But for a lot of people, just the idea of breathing or focusing on the breath can lead to anxiety, panic attack, because breathing is vulnerable. Yes. Because as Austin said, the way our body is intended to breathe, when we inhale, our body's meant to expand, and that expansion means the chest, the shoulders, everything opens, and that act of opening the body up is vulnerable, and it can be terrifying, and we may not even realize it, that when we take a full deep breath in, we start to get shaky, nervous, uncomfortable, achy, back pains. The amount of ways that our body reacts, you may get a headache, you may feel short of breath while breathing, and it has to do with that vulnerability. So
and Amanda, thank you so much for reminding me of that. I just want to, because I've gotten so accustomed to doing it that I forget that when I ask someone else to do that, it's not as simple as it may seem. Because, and I actually have somebody that I know that has they can't do deep breathing because it exactly what you said, and that makes sense now. I just want everybody to get that. For some people, that deep breath could, in fact, cause anxiety. So I'm eager to hear what this is, where you're going with this.
Yeah. So oftentimes if you're in a yoga class, or if you've been ever told to meditate and you're not quite sure what that means, and again, we're going to get into that as well. It can be scary, and it can be very vulnerable, and you can feel very exposed. So as a result, we may not even realize that we do it, but our shoulders start to creep up and in. We start to get hunched. I know for me, when I'm in like distress, or if I'm uncomfortable, or if I'm worried about a situation, for some reason my body leans to one side, and then all of a sudden I'm all cramped up and I can't figure out why. And it's because I've been standing like this for hours on end, and to stand up straight, as much as a relief as it is, it's stiffening, because you're like, oh, my body's not meant to be like this.
Yeah, and see if you can do that now. Like check your positioning as you're listening to us. Don't just right. Like open yourself up now.
Everything I talk about, you guys can join in with me. And the other thing that we don't necessarily realize is that a lot of times, as our bodies are making these motions and we're holding this tension, conscious or unconsciously, we're creating less space for the air to come in, which is causing a whole lot of problems. We may get lightheaded, we may feel more tired, but it affects our mood, which a lot of people don't understand. And you can practice this now. Even if you're in a great mood right now, hunch over, get kind of like tight and small and withdrawn, and you'll notice a shift in your energy. And you may even start to feel tired. You may feel a yawn start to creep in. And then when you start to stand up, open the body up, things may start to feel a little bit lighter, a little bit freer, or if this isn't a position you're accustomed to, it will feel anxiety ridden. And we're going to dive a little bit deeper into that. But before we go there, I want to be able to show you guys what I don't want to say proper way of breathing, but how the body is intended to breathe in order for the diaphragm to be working effectively, in order for it to actually be energizing us and providing oxygen and helping the organs really get to work. So in my 5-minute morning routine, you'll see that there's a couple deep breaths, And again, nobody breathes the same way. So a deep breath to me is not going to be the same as a deep breath to Austin. So if you've ever been in a yoga class and you're trying to, like, synchronize swim with everybody, inhale, exhale, it's terrifying. It can be hyperventilating, and it can be a lot. So that's why they say match your movement to your breath and go at your own pace. And if that's not in your yoga practice, get a new yoga practice, because that's not yoga. Yoga is all about the breath. And the way I teach it, and this is simple for children to understand, envision a balloon. So from our chest to our low abdomen is our balloon. So now when you blow up a balloon, like a birthday balloon, when you're blowing up a balloon, the top of the balloon doesn't fill with air. The bottom fills first, and then it starts to round out and then come to the top. So that's how you want to think about your breathing. Our bellies are our balloon. And when we inhale, we want to fill the belly with as much air as we possibly can. And then when we can't take any more air into the belly, we start to fill up the midsection. And when we can't take any more air into the midsection, we fill up the chest. Now, a lot of us, just through societal pressures and through our own conscious training or subconscious training, have become reverse breathers. And for women, it's something that's very common to do, because we always want to be tall and thin, from everybody, everything's all sucked in, and you're trying to be all cute and adorable all day, and then you get home and you're like, oh, and you let everything out and it all falls. But that act is actually a reverse breath. For our men, you're puffing out your chest, you're rolling your shoulders back, inhaling, but then you're only inhaling through the chest. So again, we start to hyperventilate. It drains our energy. It can create a lot of pain, a lot of tension. It can create shakes, sweating, so many things, headaches, migraines. A lot of the times, most of the physical sensations that we experience throughout the day can be fixed with our breath. So I'm going to take you through a little breathing exercise, very simple, 3-part breathing. Take it at your own pace. Only bring in as much air as your body is comfortable with in this moment. You can extend that time or lower it as you need. The longer our inhales and the shorter our exhales, the more energizing we're bringing into the body. And the shorter our inhales and longer our exhales, the more relaxing we're bringing the body. So
That's
if you're
really
having trouble
good.
sleeping
That's
at
really
night,
good. Yeah, that's really good, Amanda. That's I'm already envisioning a live event. See, I'm already envisioning, because I do some of the breath stuff at my live events, but the way you're doing this, I can see you in front of the room, a packed room, and where people are attending, and we're walking them through this process.
Yeah.
This is brilliant. So
I've done 4-hour workshops just on the breath. And if you've ever practiced yoga with me, you'll know, whether you're my beginner student or intermediate or advanced student, if it's your first class with me, this is what we're doing. Because again, yoga is the breath. And you can roll yourself into a pretzel, but if you're not breathing properly, you're not practicing yoga.
Yeah, and I just want to jump in for 1 second, because I know we're going to go through this. But I just want people to understand that when you're breathing, you got to understand that you're oxygenating your blood too. Like, you are creating healthier blood, and I'm sure Amanda's going to talk about that. But from a scientific standpoint, there's all kinds of things that are happening inside your body, natural frequency and all those things. So if you're going to go through this now, right? You're going to actually walk us through it? Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so envision your balloon, and if it helps, you can place one hand on the belly and one hand on the chest. If that's too much, just envision a balloon, and you don't even have to worry about the breathing. Just focus with your hands. So, and I do this with 4-year-olds in the elementary school system,
Okay,
so
I'm
you
gonna
guys can do
I'm
it.
going to play along here.
So we pretend we're blowing up a hot air balloon, and then our hot air balloon floats up into the sky. So anyway, we're going to take a small sip of air in, inhale, and think about it filling the lower belly. Then take another small sip of air in, and think about it filling the midsection. So as you do this, push out the low belly, push out the midsection. And now when you take your third sip of air, lift the chest. So our balloon in one breath is filling. And as we exhale, we're going to do it in reverse. So we're going to exhale, empty the top of the balloon, the mid, and the lower part of the balloon. And what we're doing here is as the body expands, we're welcoming in all of the fresh, clean air, which is going to cleanse the body. It's going to kickstart each and every one of our organs, and it's going to energize us. And as we exhale, why we want to lower the chest, contract the abdomen, and tighten the low belly is because we want to squeeze all of that air out of that balloon. And what we're doing there is we're releasing the toxins out of our body. So we want to be able to release as many toxins as possible. Now, when you're exercising, and you can do this with me here, if you take a breath in and then exhale and twist over to one side, take another deep breath in, exhale a little bit more, you can actually twist deeper because you're creating space in the belly by contracting and releasing all of the air and the toxins, but you're also doing yourself a favor by releasing the toxins. So you feel cleaner, you feel more energized. The opening of the body over time will become less vulnerable, less scary. And one of the huge practices that we do with yoga, I just saw a comment here that when I breathe deep with someone and hold it, I start getting scared. And that's very true because we start to compare ourselves to people in the room and we feel like the need to keep up. And chances are, buddy next to you doesn't always do it either. So that's why they say in yoga to just focus on your mat. Your mat is your island. There's nobody there but you. And everybody is focusing so heavily on getting it right that they're not thinking about you. And chances are they're looking at you thinking, oh God, she's got it figured out and I need to figure it out. So anyway, when you're going through your breathing exercises and when you get to the 5-minute routine, think about that. And you can practice this with your exercises. Anytime you're opening the body up, think about inhaling. And then anytime you're folding forward, say in a crunch or a forward fold, exhale, because your body's already contracting that balloon. It's already helping you squeeze out the toxins. So just let the body do its thing. And the beautiful thing that I want to share with you before we move on is that your body is working for you. So you can be a reverse breather the entire day. And the second your brain turns off, your body goes, oh, great, they're asleep. Let's fix everything they've done to themselves. So you can be a reverse breather all day. The second you fall asleep, your body starts to breathe the way it's meant to. So it will expand on the inhale and it will contract on the exhale. You can watch this in a partner or a child, and you can practice it on yourself. So as you go to sleep tonight, right before you're like out, when you're starting to like kind of drift off, rest your hand on your belly and your hand on your chest and just notice where the hands go. Do they push away from the body on the inhale? Do they pull in? And you'll notice the closer you get to sleep, the more the body has already corrected itself for you. It's doing all the work for you. You just have to let it.
That's great.
Okay. So moving into our actual conversation. Thank you.
No, this
moving
great.
into
Listen,
our
I
actual
just
conversation about
show Amanda some
panic
love
attack.
here for sharing this, Amanda. This was great, everybody. Really, thank you, Amanda, for
Thank
really
you.
that what I know you're going to talk about other stuff, but that right there for a lot of people could be like the most valuable thing they get. Just being aware of that process and allowing your body to do what it does naturally is healing. And there's deeper stuff connected to this, which I know, but let me turn it back over to you. I want to
100%.
continue this great stuff.
Coming back to the breath at any point in the day can be your meditation. That can be your 30-second mental clarity. It can reset everything. If you're sitting at your desk and you're just so overwhelmed and your boss just dumped a file folder 5 minutes before you're supposed to leave and it's like, this has to be done by 6 o'clock, and you're like, oh, what do I do?
We got
Pause.
a little delay. Okay, there we go.
Take it 30 seconds. Oh, did we lose us? Okay.
We got to pause.
Yeah. So just there you go. Pause. See, the universe is telling us to do it. So our audio is going. So I'm just going to keep talking. And if you guys have questions, feel free to follow up with me later.
Yes.
So I want to. Well, I'm sure there's a number of you who have either experienced panic attacks or experienced onset symptoms of a panic attack without actually understanding what they are or what that feels like. I feel better already just having the pressure taken off my breathing. Oh, Love that. Okay, so I can also, if you guys are interested, I can also share a breathwork video that I did a while ago for my chiropractor. But anyway, so what does a panic attack look like? Early onsets can be so subtle. Sweaty palms. If you're familiar with stress sweats, it's very different from like a workout sweat or a heat sweat. They feel different. They're stickier. They're smellier. They're less pleasant, I guess. But you can identify a stress sweat just based on the feel.
So we got a little bit of a connection. I just want to make sure Tony, are you getting us? Are you getting us a clean connection right now, or is that just me?
Your body gets tingly. It can come up as cloudiness in the mind. You could be thinking about something, and then all of a sudden, like your mind goes blank, and you're like, "Oh, what just happened?" And you start to feel a little bit panicked. It is skipping. Okay. So I apologize for the technical glitches. Are we, Austin, are we
I can hear you. Hold on. Let me see.
recording this?
Yeah, we're not recording it. It's
Okay.
but let's
Okay. Well, just to keep with time, there's probably, a lot of use right now, but and we're all in different countries. So just to keep with the time, I'm just going to keep going. If there's anything that you miss or you have questions, feel free to reach out to me. You guys are going to have my contacts. You'll have access to me on the ELC page. So
and when we get to the end, Amanda, I'm going to ask people again to ask questions or connect with you.
Absolutely.
So I want to keep you in flow. So go ahead and keep going.
So during a panic attack, and even during the onsets, you can start to kind of discredit it and think like, oh, I must be tired, or, oh, I just need to get this done faster before something happens. And that can actually push you into the onset of a panic attack even quicker. And what we don't always correlate is the fact that panic attacks are brought on by repeated or a larger amount of thoughts in the mind, and we just can't keep up. So we start to freak out. And there's a saying, if you're feeling depressed, you're living in the past. If you're feeling you're living too far in the future. So if you're worried about a meeting that's coming up, or a conversation that you have to have with a loved one, or anything that is less than enjoyable, focusing too much on the possible outcomes, because let's face it, the possibilities are endless.
So I'm just going to chime in while we got a little delay here. Is what I'm hearing Amanda say is that
can drive you so quickly into a panic attack. So just panic attack, and then my last panic attack. So the earliest panic attack that I remember having, again, I was 6 years old, and I didn't identify it as a panic attack. I thought I was scared, because as a 6-year-old, those are the words you understand. You understand fear. So I was just coming to the age where I was starting to understand mortality and death. And I've always had a fear of the unknown. So not knowing what happens after we die, it didn't matter what people told me. It wasn't enough to calm me down. So believing in a heaven scared me. Believing in nothing scared me. And I didn't realize at the time, but the reason I never came forward with the fear is because earlier on in life, I was 3 years old. And it's rare that I have a memory from 3, but it's a very clear and vivid memory. There was a lightning storm, and I was terrified, and I was hiding under the table. And my family just told me there's nothing to be worried about, and they continued having dinner while I was scared under the table. So what I took that to mean was, I'm being a baby. This isn't a big deal to anybody else, only to me. So I stopped announcing my fears to people. Now, I didn't have a bad upbringing. I'm not saying that my parents were neglectful. I'm not blaming them for anything, but they didn't know what I needed in that moment, and I didn't know how to communicate it. So I learned that my fears aren't true. I'm being dramatic. So at 6 years old, when I was afraid of death, I didn't tell anybody. And at night, I would start to think about death, because the one thing that our brain will do is it will present our fears, our worries in the moment of stillness, silence, quiet, which is why so many of us are afraid to sit with our own thoughts, to sit in silence. Silence can be so uncomfortable. That's why people experience insomnia, because you're laying in bed and it's the first time in the day that there's nothing to do and you're quiet, and then your mind starts racing. So all of those thoughts, they deserve a place, they deserve validation. For me, I didn't know what to do with it. So I would go downstairs to my kitchen and I would pace my kitchen island, and I would be sweating and my heart would be racing, and I would start seeing stars and I'd feel like I was going to black out. And I remember smacking my hand on the island going, "You're okay, Amanda, you're okay, you're okay. Stop it, stop it, stop it. You're going to wake somebody up." And I would go back up to bed. I would calm myself down. I would go back to bed and I would leave it. Well, I didn't understand what that meant. So it kept happening. And 3 years ago, my sister was diagnosed with breast cancer. And her and my other sister weren't currently speaking, but I thought it was important that my other sister know that Lori had been diagnosed with breast cancer in case it had been a genetic situation, and my other sister and my nieces needed to get checked. So I took it upon myself. Nobody asked me to do it. I offered to drive out to my sister's house and or to meet her for lunch and to tell her about Lori's cancer and suggest that she get tested. I had already been tested and cleared. Lori had been tested and they had said that it wasn't genetic, but just as a precaution, I felt that she deserved to know and she deserved to hear it from someone in person. So I drove out and I felt really good when I got in the car. And before I even got on the highway, my hands started to fall asleep. And I was like, "Oh, what's that about?" And I work overnight. So I was like, "Oh, I'm tired." So, pad my hands, continue driving. As I got onto the highway, I started getting really sweaty and nauseous. I drove 2 more exits and I thought, okay, if this keeps up, I'll just pull over. I started to see stars. I got those like color splotches in my eyes and I was like, oh my God, like I actually can't see right now. So I pulled over, and the second I stopped my car, I was pouring sweat and I started hyperventilating and I just started crying, and I had no idea what my problem was. All I knew was that for me, and again, this may not be the answer for you, but for me, I knew I needed someone just on the phone with me. I didn't need them to give me advice, to tell me what to do. I just needed them to be on the phone so that they could hear me. So I had called my cousin, who was kind of my go-to, and unfortunately, he wasn't available. So I could have very easily just shut it down there and been like, whatever, I'm going to deal with this myself. But I knew that dealing with it myself in the past didn't work for me. So I called my next cousin and she didn't answer either. So I finally got to my mother, who did answer. And I told her, I didn't want to scare my mother, but I told her, I'm like, listen, I'm okay. I'm parked, but I just need you to be on the phone with me. And I went through my first exercise that I'm going to share with you. This is kind of a really big whiteboard.
That's
so
okay. I appreciate you doing this. You guys are getting a lot from this.
Yeah,
Share this with anybody who struggles with anxiety or panic
Sorry.
attacks.
If you guys can't,
I can read it.
see
You
the
know what?
camera?
I'm gonna remove myself. All right.
Yeah. So, okay, there we go. So this is what I did for myself in the car before I called my mom and once my mom answered. And going through it once is sometimes enough, sometimes it's not. This is a technique that I picked up from a therapist, and I've actually seen it. My niece was watching a show on Netflix recently, and one of the characters actually went through this process during her panic attack, and I thought that was really cool. So anyway, and you'll see this in my book as well. I do discuss this in my book. But if you're in the heart of a panic attack, like you're in the throes of it, you can't see straight, you're sweating, all the things that I described to you, this is what I did. So sitting in my car on the side of the road, I first, and now I can't tell if this is reversed for you guys, but again, it'll be written out for you in the book. I first list 5 things that I can see, and I say them out loud. And this was the strongest panic attack that I had ever felt. So I was yelling them in my car. So I was pointing out parts of the car, colors of other cars, trees, whatever I saw. So list 5. And as I was listening, I was smacking it out on the steering wheel. And then after you list your 5, and again, say them out loud, 5 things that you can feel, and then actually touch them. Your hair, your clothing. For me, it was my stick shift. The seat next to anything within reach, but actually touch them. Then focus on 3 things that you can hear. And again, say them out loud to yourself. The birds, the other cars driving by, the truck, anything. 2 things that you can smell, and then 1 thing you can taste. And you'll notice in working back, what we're doing is we're taking that rush of thoughts, the millions of thoughts that go through your mind in a split second, and we're slowly working it down to just 1 focal point. And when you're in the heart of a panic attack, that is the biggest key, to bring your mind back to just 1 focal point. Instead of having a racing mind that really does us no purpose, we want to try to focus on just 1 thing. For some people, that can be the breath. For some people, that breath is terrifying, so you don't do that. So you figure out what works for you, and you just work backwards until you can think of just 1 thing, and then we handle that 1 thing. So another thing that I use very commonly is journaling. If I'm experiencing a panic attack or a bout of insomnia, it's usually because there's a race of thoughts. So I have about 18 of these. There's journals everywhere in my house. It's actually quite ridiculous. But there's always one on my nightstand. I have a dream journal, and I have a panic journal or an insomnia journal. And what I do is I keep a pen there, and before bed, if I find that I'm so restless and I can't get to sleep, I take out my pen and I try to keep up with as many thoughts as I can, and I just scribble them all down. Because what we're doing there is we're taking them out of our head, but we're not discrediting them, because we're giving them a place for them to stay. We're giving them a platform. And that sometimes just that act is enough to feel like, okay, I don't need to deal with this in this moment, because right now what's important is that I get some sleep, so that tomorrow I can think clearly and come back to it. And then when you go back to it in the morning, you'll notice that some of them are still triggering emotions for you, but then you have a much shorter list of what you need to work through, and it's more manageable.
Yeah. Hey, Amanda, I just want to jump in real quick because Nick
Yeah.
asked a question.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see that.
Yeah, he said, can a panic attack be confused with a possible
Absolutely,
heart condition?
100%.
Yeah.
So many times, and if you speak to any nurse, any doctor, or anybody who's ever had a heart attack, guaranteed they've had a series of panic attacks that they thought were heart attacks. I know for myself, my father, my uncle, 2 of my uncles, and 2 of my cousins rushed to emerge thinking they were having a heart attack because they had had heart attacks in the past, and it all turned out to be panic attacks. And more times than not, it is a panic attack, but the physical sensations are so parallel. So it can be
That's
really
amazing.
tricky, which is why you go through this step 2-3 times. If you're still feeling the pain, take your next step. For me, it was calling somebody, knowing that somebody was on the other line with me, so that if I couldn't calm down, they could send help. So knowing what you need, and it took me a while to figure out what it was that I needed in order to calm me down, because again, I spent a large portion of my life saying that I needed to figure it all out for myself because I didn't want to be a burden on
And
other
how many
people.
people say that? How many people that are listening? If you're listening to this is really a good spot here. I just want to jump in because if you're somebody who's saying that, I got it figured out. I'm going to figure it out. I'm going to do it on my own. I've done that myself many years. And so what Amanda did the same thing, but this is an invitation to realize that you don't have to do it all by yourself, that there are options to connect. And so Amanda, you lived this as well. You felt like you had to handle it all yourself. And that was
And
a part
sometimes
of the,
all you need is a listening ear. You don't want the person's advice. You just need to say it out loud.
exactly. And that's one of the things that we talk about in our private calls with the coaches is all about that. Like what we're just talking about here is sometimes you just need somebody at the right time, and you don't even need to say a whole lot. So this is great, Amanda. So
And the thing with panic attacks is that even if you're familiar with them, but you're not familiar with what's triggering them, they seem like they come out of nowhere. So you could be totally fine, and then bam, you're in a full-blown panic attack, and you're like, what happened? So what really helped me with that particular panic attack on the side of the road was working back through my day. So again, I told my mother, I'm like, listen, I'm okay. I need you to understand that I'm safe. I'm just going to say some stuff out loud. Don't say anything. Just be there. So I started working backwards through my day. And I realized that my panic attack was brought on because I was on my way to tell somebody that I loved very much that someone else I loved very much had stage 3 cancer. And that is a huge burden to take on. And all I saw was my sister is going through a very troubling time. I want to make sure my other sister knows so that we're all safe. I willingly took it on because I love my sisters. It was all from a very beautiful place, but I didn't identify how much pressure I had put on myself by going alone and being the only one to break this news to somebody that I loved. And I didn't know how she was going to react. And I didn't know if she was going to be upset. And I didn't know if my other sister was going to be upset. I did get permission to tell her, because like I said, they weren't speaking at the time. So I didn't just like throw myself in. It was a discussion that I had, and I thought that that was enough to prepare me for it, and it wasn't. And the panic attack was my body's way of saying, you just weren't ready. And it didn't stop me, but helping me to identify that, okay, that's what it was, gave me the time to, again, sit on the side of the road. I called my sister and I said, listen, I'm going to be a little bit late, but I'm coming. And when I got there, I was honest with her. And I said, listen, I'm really scared to share this with you, but it's important to me. I think it's important to you. And I just let it pour out and didn't worry about what her reaction was going to be, because I knew I was coming from a place of love. And that is the biggest thing to take away from here. In life, you can come from a place of fear or a place of love. And if you're coming from a place of love, you cannot do any wrong. You cannot do any harm. How people choose to perceive it is really their own situation where they're at right now. But you can leave the situation trusting that you were true to yourself, you honored yourself, and that, again, you were coming from a place of love. And when love comes out of the body, it goes right back in. So we have an actually a mudra that I practice in my yoga class that I'll share with you guys. So you take your 3 middle fingers and you curl them in to make a heart with your hand. So then your pinky fingers point out and your thumbs point together. So it's kind of like the hang 10, but you gotta put them together. And then our little heart peeks through, right? And our thumbs point towards us and our pinkies point out. So the thing that I'm sure all of you have experienced is that we're so good at throwing love outward. We're so good at giving love to others and expressing love and giving love out to the universe. But the part that we often forget is to give that love back. So that's what our thumbs represent. So when you're doing your breathing exercises today, you can go into your mudra as a reminder to send as much love out to the universe and to your friends and family and to everybody you encounter, but to also remind yourself that you are worthy of that same love coming into you.
That is so beautiful. And I just want to reflect back a little bit here, because I want people to get this for their own journey. Because again, Amanda, some people are just going to be on here now, and we may not hear from them again right away. Mm-hmm. So what I like you said, and I just want to validate, is that I used to have migraine headaches. Mm. And what I started to do was look at the recipe, which you just talked about. Mm-hmm. What was the recipe that was creating the migraine? But I didn't realize that till a while. And then what I started to do is be aware in advance of, because once I knew what the recipe was for the migraine, then as long as my awareness grew, I could prevent it or prevent it from going into a fire-alarm fire, which is exactly what you're talking about.
Same thing with a panic attack. And what we don't always realize is that the breath has so much effect on that. So if any of you are listening and going like, whatever, my breathing's fine, my breathing has nothing to do with any of these ailments, you don't know what I'm talking about, well, that's fine. But you can test it for yourself. And when I was taking my meditation classes, this was actually a practice that they put us through. My instructor had instructed us to breathe very quick and shallow. And if you do that, you can create some sensations in the body very quickly that you can identify as stress, discomfort, overwhelm, fear, panic. And then as you start to slow down your breathing, you'll notice the body start to relax. Again, you may feel a yawn come on. You can induce these just in breathing exercises. So if that's true, then when our subconscious takes over and we're in a stressed out situation, just simply stopping and going, okay, hold on a sec, how am I breathing right now? And I can tell you with 100% certainty that day in the car on the side of the road, my breathing was
Right.
and just doing that for those 3 times, I want to cry right now.
Well, listen, I love this conversation because I know that there's some other belief about, and again, I don't want to take, but that one deep breath, one legitimate deep breath. And by the way, stay where you are, get yourself in a comfortable place. You don't have to do anything, okay, as I'm talking, but that it taps into your truest self. One deep breath. And some people that are maybe on here, that's scary because of lots of programming. And this is why we're creating this space. And we're not here to fix everything right here in this moment, by the way. Okay.
No. And we can't. We don't have enough time.
We can't. We don't have enough time. But we want that opening for you. We want you to hear some of this, get some of this, grab one of those strategies that Amanda talked about.
The breath connects everything. And the one positive that you can take away from it is, as long as you're breathing, you have the potential to fix everything in your life. You don't
Say
run
that
out
again,
of
Amanda. Say that again, everybody, right now. Like your respective. Say that one more time.
As long as you're breathing, you have the opportunity to fix everything in your life.
As long as you're breathing.
Sorry.
As long as you're breathing, right? You have the ability to fix and breathe whatever's appropriate for you. Okay. Go
You
ahead,
don't
Amanda.
run out of chances until your breath stops. So with that, I do, before we run out of time, I do want to discuss meditation just a little bit, because a lot of times if you've gone to medical professionals or to a psychologist or a therapist, they may say, oh, you have panic attacks, oh, you have migraines, try meditation. Meditation can be terrifying. And I know for me, and I'm a yoga instructor, have been for, I don't even know, I've lost count now, maybe 12 years, but I've been practicing yoga since I was 15 and I'm 36 now. I didn't develop a meditation practice until 2 years after teaching yoga. And it was because I was told the proper ways to meditate, because apparently there's only one way to meditate. No. Meditation is so individual, especially getting started. So I had a really hard time being alone with my thoughts. That was scary to me. So when somebody said, as a beginner meditator, you need to sit in silence for 20 minutes a day and just focus on your breath, that threw me into a panic attack. I was terrified and I hated meditating. So I wouldn't meditate. I was a yoga teacher who didn't meditate. That made no sense. But it was because that way of meditating didn't work for me. So I tried guided meditations, which were helpful, but then there's people who are like, oh, guided meditations are a distraction, and that's not true meditation. Whatever calms your mind and brings you back to some form of mental clarity and stillness can be your meditation. Walking can be your meditation. Music can be your meditation. I find now guided meditations, even though I do offer them, to be a distraction for me because I crave the silence now.
Yes.
But that was after years of healing. So I'm going to flip my board over here.
Yeah, and while you're doing that, like, once again, it's the boxes and the labels.
Mm-hmm.
Everything that's a box was once out of the box.
And so often we're creating our own boxes and labels.
Absolutely.
So just pay attention to your own inner voice, because a lot of times it's lying to you.
Okay, Amanda, I'm going to remove myself so everyone can see a bigger screen here, what you're presenting.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll be back.
So I started meditating with guided meditations. Then I switched from guided meditations to just green noise. It's like white noise, but it sounds more oceany, which I liked better. And I found that white noise was enough noise where I could be still in my thoughts, but not be in complete silence. So it wasn't super scary. And then I went to film school. And for those of you who don't know, I'm a chronic student. I did social work, I did business, I did film school, and now I'm an author. And then all of my yoga and my wellness practices, Reiki, Indian head massage, the list goes on. But anyway, so while I was in film school, in order to put myself through film school, I had to go on full-time overnights. So I was working 10-hour overnights, then in school 8 hours all day, and then on weekends I was on set for up to 36 hours. You have to learn when to sleep, and you have to be very strategic, and taking that hour to wind down to fall asleep meant you lost an hour of sleep. So I didn't have that luxury of falling asleep in front of the TV or scrolling on Facebook, because that just kind of woke me up again, because I'd get engaged with whatever I was reading on Facebook, or I'd be really interested in seeing the end of the show, and I couldn't fall asleep. So I knew that I needed to get things quiet, but being in silence was scary. So I don't have a dog. I do have 2 tortoises though, and if they start barking, we have some serious problems. But the one day I had come home from school and I was feeding Darius a strawberry, and I just think he's the cutest thing in the world. And he is so slow and delicate when he eats his strawberries that I ended up sitting and just watching him. And within half an hour, I was asleep. And I realized that, okay, the quiet wasn't what was scary. It was the racing thoughts that were scary. So I started journaling. I started getting that sort of stuff out. I started coming up with ways that were more comfortable for me to meditate. And the biggest thing that I needed to learn was this right here. So you have your focus. You sit down, quiet. You've got whatever your music. Maybe you've burnt some sage, got some oils. I don't know, whatever you do. And you sit down, you're like, okay, I've set my timer. I'm going to meditate. This is going to be great. And then very quickly you're distracted, and you hit that distraction and you're like, oh God, I screwed up. Well, this failed. It's not going to work for me. I don't like meditation. This sucks, whatever. And that awareness will pull you out of your meditation. And people usually end it there and just go, well, I can't meditate. And I know I did that for years. I can't meditate. I've tried. I get distracted. My mind's not quiet, whatever. I can't do it. So what I'm going to ask you to try just once, see if it works for you. Get to your point of focus. As you feel your attention start to wander off, and it will wander off, you're going to start to think about your day. You're going to start to think about your family. You're going to start to think, oh God, has it been 20 minutes yet? Or whatever you set your timer to. Maybe it was only 5 minutes. Those 5 minutes in the beginning will start to feel really super slow. And you'll start to think about your to-do list. And I don't have time to meditate. I should be really doing this. All I'm going to ask is that when you become aware that your mind is wandering off, allow it. Have that brief distraction, acknowledge it, and be like, okay, we're noticing that the attention has started to wander off. We're coming full into our awareness of our distraction, and then gently, so gently, like I honestly cannot underline this enough, gently guide yourself back. And by gently, I mean, don't beat yourself up. Don't be like, oh God, I suck at this, or oh, this doesn't work for me, or whatever. Allow yourself, and in my yoga classes, we describe it as like a cloud passing overhead. So if you've ever laid in the grass and just watched the clouds, I do this on a regular basis. If you've got kids or nieces or nephews, you've probably done this at some point. So allow that distraction, allow that wandering attention idea to come in, simply acknowledge it, and then just allow it to pass over like a cloud overhead. And then once it's back and that clear blue sky is in front of you again, your focus is back. Meditation is like anything else. It's a practice, but I guarantee the more you do it, and the more you do it in a way that you find enjoyable, the more you'll want to do it. And the more you practice it, the better you'll get. And the easier you'll be able to sit in that silence, and you'll crave it so much, because what that silence is bringing is answers. It may come up in, fears, thoughts, worries, all that sort of thing. But what that's really telling you is the areas in your life that you've been ignoring that need your attention. So allow them your attention. Push that out of the way. And again, I can send you guys pictures of that.
Wow, I really appreciate what you're doing here, Amanda. I didn't expect you to be giving so much out to people. This is amazing, everyone. Show Amanda some love here. She's pouring her heart out through this. Go ahead, Amanda. Yep.
One of the things that we fail to acknowledge is that our brain is very powerful. and it protects us from the emotions we don't want to feel. So when we sit in that silence and when our mind is still, those emotions that we don't want to feel creep up. But the importance of acknowledging those emotions is so that you can release them, because emotions are simply a sensation working its way through the body. But if you push them down and bury them, your body's going to need to tell you other ways that they need to be addressed. So if they're coming up as thoughts and you're like, no, not dealing with that, then it'll come up as a headache and you'll be like, oh, I'll just pop a Tylenol. Problem solved. And it'll come up as, whatever, a rash or hair loss. But eventually it will get more and more severe. And when vertigo wasn't enough, I had paralyzing vertigo for 6 months. And it literally put me on my butt. And when that wasn't enough for me to say, okay, I really need to take a look at myself and address these emotions, my hair started falling out. And like I said, golf ball size clumps. I couldn't get it diagnosed. I was medicated. I had seen doctors, dermatologists, naturopaths. Nobody could cure my vertigo. Nobody could cure my hair loss. Nobody could even actually diagnose it, but they had given me medications to try. I was told that I would be on these medications for the rest of my life if they did work. And if they didn't work, they didn't know what to do. And I don't even take Tylenol for a headache. So to be on medications the rest of my life was enough for me to lose another chunk of hair. It was terrifying. But the problem was none of it was working anyway. So it wasn't until I started kind of working backwards to figure out where all of these things were stemming from, finding the actual cause. That's when I was able to find my cures. And that's what I'm trying to help other people with. So there's my mindfulness teacher. This may be a common saying, I don't know, he's the first person I ever heard it from, but he says, give a man a fish, he eats for a day. Teach a man to fish, he eats for a lifetime. Teach a man to fish, and we can cure world hunger. So what I'm doing is I'm taking all of the knowledge that I've accumulated throughout my life, and I'm sharing it with other people, but in a way that they can take it and share it with others and just keep it going so that we can kind of eliminate all of this and unify the way that we're intended to. So I hope you guys got a lot out of this. I wish there was more time to go through. Like, honestly, I could do like 3 day seminars.
Amanda, this is perfect though. You're going to be on later tonight. So
I will be.
Do you feel, I hope you're feeling the vibe here of these people that are heart-centered. They have heart set, mindset, skill set, and they want to pour into your life. And you're giving away much. I think I suggest maybe you share that in the community, in the private community, but you do whatever you feel led to do. We're going to be sharing lots of things here, and this has been amazing. Let's see, can we share some love here? Show Amanda some love. Show her. Thank you, Rochelle. Rochelle's giving you some claps. If you just let everyone know you appreciate this, because this is life changing. You had a person here, Amanda, in front of you with a beautiful head of hair, and she was losing. She was losing her hair because of trauma and anxiety in the body. And through her own journey of education and process and experience, she wrote a book, and there's the book about it. So I want to give me a moment. I want you to share the book, but I also want to set this up. We got a special musical guest coming on here in a moment, and we also want to give the coaches time to maybe validate and reflect. So I think what we're going to do. Let me just check the schedule. So Michelle is up next, but what I want to do here is I think I'm going to let the coaches come on. Actually, let me just check in with Emma here. Emma, how's your schedule? Do you have to be somewhere else? You just give me a thumbs up if you have extra time. No, she doesn't. Okay, so I'm going to do this to round this out. I'm going to bring on Emma right now to just give us a moment. So take a moment. Let this marinate. I'm going to bring Emma on to play some beautiful music for us. And then after that, we're going to come back on, and I'm going to give the coaches an opportunity to just reflect back to Amanda what they heard, if there's a point or something they want to really draw emphasis on for you. So let me bring Amanda. I'm going to remove you for a moment. I'm going to bring on Emma, and then we're going to come back and wrap things up. And I want everyone to know about your book. So if you want to learn more about the book, stay with us here, okay? So stay with us. All right, Amanda, remove. All right, Emma, you ready to go on? Okay, this is Emma Mitchell Spark. I got your name right, right?
Yes, that's right.
So I just met Emma through Lisa, and it was just about, she felt like this would be a good fit for you to come on and play some of your songs. And just, so what song did you decide to share with us today?
Yeah, well, right now I thought this would be really nice after what Amanda was just talking about. It's the Well-Tempered Clavichord by Bach. And for me, I always find it, whenever I play, it's very calming. It's both melancholic and hopeful. And for me, it really provides that kind of meditative state and calming atmosphere that I need and crave sometimes. So
okay, so
I'm
I'm
hoping
going to.
it does that for others.
No, this is beautiful. So I'm going to set this up. So Emma, thank you so much for doing this. We want to elevate people through this amazing experience to some music. So I'm going to, if wherever you are, if you can, get yourself comfortable. Just empty your mind. Like, don't think about anything. If you can, whatever's appropriate, just allow yourself to relax. Maybe grab some breath, grab some water, and just allow this. So I'm going to remove myself, Emma, and then when you're done, I'll come back on. Thank you so much.
Good. Thanks, Austin.
Okay.
Thanks for listening, everyone.
That was absolutely beautiful. Thank you so much. Are you available later? I'm not even sure if we talked about you coming back on later.
Yeah, if you'd like, and I can play the saxophone then. It would be fun.
Beautiful. And you're going to play Over the Rainbow too, right? Later?
Yeah, that's right.
So show Emma some love here. That was absolutely beautiful. I have goosebumps. Does anybody have goosebumps? That was beautiful, Emma.
Thank you, Austin.
Thank you so much.
For having me on.
Yeah, no, this is great. So I hope you're feeling this, everyone. And so later today, between roughly 6:30ish to 8:30ish, we're going to have some musicians come back on. You're gonna hear from Emma again. So absolutely share this. And so Emma, we'll see you later.
Sounds good.
All right, everyone. Okay. All right, let me bring Amanda back on. Amanda, what did you think of that?
Sorry, I was muted. Oh, absolutely gorgeous.
Beautiful,
Thank you
right?
so much.
Oh gosh, that was awesome.
I
Absolutely
love
awesome.
the piano. I love instruments. I can't play any, but I'm amazed by anyone who can. That's a side of my brain that I've never turned on.
But it's nice that we have it and we can infuse
amazing.
it in here. So this is beautiful.
Music is healing, 100%.
It is. It doesn't have to say anything, right?
It's exactly.
Yeah.
It's bilingual. It's universal.
And so maybe that's a message. You don't have to say anything. Like in terms of everyone listening, just relax. Allow the unfolding. Okay. What I want to do right now is, let's see who else is on here. I know Rochelle is on here. Michelle, are you out there? Is Michelle out there? Because I want to bring Michelle on and just to let everyone kind of reflect back to you. And then I'm going to take a quick bathroom break again, and then Michelle will be next. So I see Rochelle. Let me see if Michelle is available. And Amanda, while we're doing this, why don't you talk about your book? And then this will give me a moment to get Michelle up here.
Sure. So like I discussed, I had a number of physical ailments through my 20s that either couldn't be diagnosed or were misdiagnosed. I got countless second opinions, spent way too many nights panicking on WebMD, self-diagnosing, spent 2 years with DIY treatments, all kinds of expensive medications and treatments that, again, weren't working. I was on a hair regimen for a year before another patch of hair fell out. And the first patch hadn't even grown back yet, so that was terrifying. And I trusted myself enough to go back to my holistic practices and to start really digging deeper into my past. And I had made a promise to myself that I was going to find the cause in order to find the cure. I didn't want to cover. I didn't want maybes or possiblies or it could be this. And I definitely didn't want to be medicated for my entire life. So over the course of, actually with the vertigo, it was within a day I was able to cure my vertigo. But with the hair loss, it took a lot more self-work. But in the span of 6 months, my first patch of hair had grown back and matched the length of my hair. And the second patch of hair was starting to grow back. So it's now been, I was 27 when the first patch fell out. So it's been about 9 years. And I have not had any reoccurring issues with hair loss. And I was told that it was something that I was going to battle the rest of my life, along with the vertigo, and that I wouldn't ever see it coming on, and that it would just be gone one day. And same with the vertigo. I haven't had a bout of vertigo in 10 years. The rashes, I would break out in these really dry skin rashes. Those cleared up. My insomnia, my panic attacks, like a list of ailments. Anyway, so I started talking to other people through my yoga practice and was teaching workshops and seminars based on trauma and anxiety and the ways our body talks to us. And I met a publisher who was like, "You had hair loss?" And I was like, "Yeah." She's like, "You need to write about it." So I did. So this book is available on Amazon. It hit #1 in 4 categories, I think. And it's called If I'm So Zen, Why Is My Hair Falling Out? Because like I said, at the time of my first patch of hair loss, I was a yoga teacher. I was a wellness practitioner. I was a Reiki master. I practiced Indian head massage. I did aroma touch treatments. I did everything holistic under the sun you can think of. I did. And people used to call me for advice on health and fitness and hair and skin and all that sort of thing. And it got to the point where I was so terrified to admit that my hair was falling out that I just stopped teaching everything. So it wasn't until I went back to my practice and realized that it was some past traumas that I wasn't identifying. Because if you had asked me back when I was 20 if anything bad had ever happened to me, I would have said, nope, I've had a great life. And I did, but traumatic things did 100% happen. And it was weird telling my story to other people because they would start crying. And I'm like, why are you crying? And they're like, that's like a heavy load to carry. And I was like, no. I'm like, for them, not for me. And they're like, no, your story. So I'll give you a little bit of a glimpse. I lost my uncle to suicide when I was 12, and that put me in therapy for the first time. Then I had a series of family deaths back to back after that. Then when I was 19, I unwillingly lost my virginity to who I thought was my best friend. A year after that, my parents divorced, and my father attempted to take his own life. And he addressed a suicide note to me. And the only reason he didn't succeed is because I came home early that night and caught him, and got him the help that he needed. But if you had asked me back then if any of that was traumatic to me, I would have said no, because the deaths were more traumatic to the people who were closer to anyone who passed. When I was 17, a close friend of mine was murdered in his home. And my thoughts went out to his family, his closer friends, if that means anything. When I was raped, I blamed myself. I didn't identify it as rape. I didn't know. And then with my father, again, I just figured, he's going through such hard times, and I took it personally. But again, I thought everyone else just had it worse. And the way I saw it, there was so much more bad things going on in the world that overall my life was really good. So I didn't qualify as traumatic or being traumatized. So I didn't allow myself to have those emotions, which is why we say, feel your feelings. They may not be massive in the scheme of the entire universe, but they're very important to you, and they do manifest in other ways. So if I hadn't gone back and treated all of those individually, chances are I would be bald right now, or, dizzy and on the floor, maybe still. But the real concern is that it doesn't show up for everybody in the same way. So it's hard to identify. We are not cookie cutters. And unfortunately, Western medicine is. And if you can ask any doctor, and they'll tell you straight up, your medication treats your symptoms. It doesn't treat the cause. That wasn't okay for me. I needed to find my cause so that I could find my cure. So all of my years of practice and self-work led to my hair loss solutions, my vertigo, and I started sharing it with people, and that's what got us here. To our book, If I'm So Zen, Why Is My Hair Falling Out? And I've just written my second book in the same series, If I'm So Zen, Why Am I So Stressed? Because I was one of those people who thought, okay, once my vertigo is gone, my world will be perfect. Once my hair grows back, everything will be fine again. Well, no, everything is not fine. Every day we are faced with new stresses, new triggers, things that we didn't know were problems, or things that we couldn't anticipate, like this pandemic, job loss, end of relationships, and death. Loss is something that we can never not experience unless we go live in the woods by ourselves. You will always experience some form of loss. And, just last month, I lost my godson. He was 4 years old, and he lost his battle to cancer. And I spiraled. I'm not going to lie. I wasn't perfect. I didn't have it all figured out. And a very good friend of mine said to me, there's a book I think you should read. And he handed me my book. And you forget, even when you do have the answers, you forget to use them.
You just got goosebumps. Yeah, that's so true. And oh God, Amanda, thank you so much for being so vulnerable. We just talked about the power of vulnerability with Rochelle, and you're a beautiful warrior. You are incredibly strong. You're grounded, and you've. It's like you have the ability now to pull other people out of. And one of the things we talk about in our trainings when we go through the emergency life coach is being able to go deeper. Like to go deeper with an individual, to go deeper into yourself, get below the surface stuff that we tend to live in every day, and to really understand ourselves and others, and to having gone through, all the things that you've had to endure, and now you're thriving from them, and it's not perfect, like you said, but
everything happens for a reason, and it's up to us whether we learn from it and turn it into something positive, or if we sit and wallow in it. I can play the victim. I don't want to be a victim.
No.
And the important thing to take away from this is your story is not going to be mine. My story is not going to be anything like yours,
right.
But it doesn't mean that yours is any less valid or any more valid. Whatever is important to you is meaningful. So we all have trauma, whether we identify it as trauma or not. We all have trauma. Our parents all have trauma, our grandparents, and without intention, that trauma gets passed down the line, and we get to decide where that stops.
Yeah. And you know, this is a quote I heard in another community regarding the financial setup, but I think it's applicable, is that, you know, our system isn't broken. It just maybe was created wrong.
Well, and the thing too is our system has not been reevaluated. And I'm sorry to anybody who doesn't agree with this, but thank God for COVID, because it has made everybody have to reevaluate systems. Here in Canada, they have identified that an adult needs $2,000 a month in order to sustain their living. But up until COVID, if you were on ODSP or on subsidized living, you were only given $1,000 a month. So they announced that you need $2,000 a month to live, then they need to acknowledge that they haven't been providing that.
Yeah. So that's a great metaphor that you know, it's an invitation to course correct, to recalibrate on a collective level and at an individual level. Like, it's important that you get something, the listener here, to recalibrate for you. So what I'm going to do, Amanda, thank you so much. And if you want to connect with Amanda, put her name in the comments, just comment Amanda. And if you're not comfortable doing that, connect with Tony, just send Tony Marie, you'll see her, click on her, send her a message. And also, Amanda, what are we doing for the book here? Are you giving the book away, you said? Or?
Yes, absolutely. So
Okay.
I'm going to throw my email up in the comments with my free 5-minute morning routine.
Okay.
And all you have to do is reach out to me by email, and we will find a way to get you a free copy of the book.
Yes, and actually, just another, Amanda and I, Amanda was on my podcast not too long ago. We'll have to, maybe we'll get
Back
that.
in March, right before the world shut down.
Yeah, before that's right. Actually, right before,
last
that's right.
day.
So we'll have to share that in the, we'll share that on the public page, the Emergency Life Coach public page.
Yeah.
And what I want to do is, I'm going to bring, which one of the coaches can, I'm going to bring Michelle. Are you ready to come on? Okay, Michelle, bring Michelle on. And Rochelle, do you want to come back on as well? Just give me a thumbs up because I can't hear you. You're good. Okay, great. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to give Rochelle and Michelle an opportunity to, because you just, first of all, let's give Amanda just some love for really sharing so much of what you just shared. And I want to encourage people to.
Really I appreciate it.
Yeah, we appreciate to share this with people that they know are going through panic attacks, anxiety, trauma in the body. Maybe we can find the point on this and just make sure people get this. But I just want to give Rochelle and Michelle an opportunity to maybe reflect back, accentuate was that when I come back, when I come back, you're going to hear from Michelle. And Michelle's got another amazing story and what she's doing. She's an incredible person. So we're going to keep coming at you. And then we have more live music. We have more content, more information. This is an opportunity. So thank you so much for being here. And I'm going to turn it over to Michelle, Rochelle, and Amanda.
Good job, Amanda.
Thank you, ladies.
I don't want to, I know that Michelle's coming on next. So if I can just say a few things first and then I'll hop off. But, you know, I think you really demonstrated pure vulnerability in what you talked about. And I think that's incredibly courageous. And I think it's very important. And I appreciate you telling your story. And even outside of that, I think that, you know, sharing some tools that you use. And I think the one thing that I've always struggled with is the meditation. So when you talked about, you know, doing meditation, and then you hit a part and you're like, I'm not doing it right.
Yeah.
You know, and I've been there so many times where I'm like, well, I'm doing it wrong. Mm-hmm. And I think the one thing that you said that really resonated with me was someone who was very important to me that I worked with, who said, you just need to notice. You just need to notice. If your mind wanders, just notice it. Mm-hmm. Don't get stuck in it. Just notice it. Come back. and go back with it. And I think that's really important, because I think often, and you talked about, therapy and things like that. And often I think that we subconsciously are trying to help people, saying, do meditation, be mindful, practice breathing.
What does that mean?
What does it mean? And if we don't show them, they don't really know. And furthermore, acknowledging where they might be getting stuck in doing those activities. And so I really appreciated that. So, I think I'm super excited. I'm super excited to hear Michelle as well, because I think everything has kind of built on every single session that we've done today. So your vulnerability, again, kudos to you. And I can't wait to read your book. And yeah, thank you so much. I'll lend it over to Michelle if she wants to talk.
Thanks. Yeah, thank you, Amanda. I heard the tail end of it. I wasn't on all the way.
Oh, that's okay.
But I see that we have the same modalities and interests, and you shared your story, and that's important, to be vulnerable, like you said, like Rochelle said, so that people can identify and relate to you. And in addition to, you said that sometimes we forget what we have to do for ourselves when we get into certain situations, and we've learned it all, and then we're in it, and then we're like, oh, what do you do? And I'm like, oh yeah, we have this. Someone has to remind us. And it's true. We are human, and that's how we learn.
We've also been taught our entire lives to seek outside ourselves for answers. So if you don't feel good, go to a doctor. If you don't feel like your mental state is good enough, get a therapist. We're constantly looking outside ourselves for the answers, and we forget that not everybody experiences things the way we do. So there are times where, yes, you do need to seek medical attention. Counseling can be great. Like I said, coaches need coaches. But there are times where no one will understand you better than you, and nobody knows what you need better than you. You just have to trust first that you do have the ability and the awareness and the knowledge, and be willing to explore that.
Yeah. So
and
true.
That was a big issue for me. I had a really hard time trusting that I knew anything. Especially when that second patch of hair fell out, I was like, oh God, no, I got nothing. Everything I thought I knew was a lie. Reiki doesn't work. Yoga doesn't work. Meditation, diet doesn't matter. It's just luck of the draw. And I'm just one of those girls with the bad luck, and it sucks to be me.
Yeah.
That's a terrible place to be in. Luckily, I didn't stay there very long, but I've seen people who don't come out of that place very quickly. And I do have a lot of mental health problems with people in my family. So I grew up thinking that it was just genetic, and that I was doomed to, at some point in my life, battle mental health and have it suck me into a point of no return. And I mean, I'm sad to say that, yes, I did battle some mental health issues, but I'm thrilled to say that I came out on the other side. So yes, I had crippling depression. Yes, I had panic attacks. Yes, I had vertigo. I had hair loss. But the beauty of it is that I don't anymore.
Yeah.
So anyone experiencing these things, there is another side to it. You're not stuck. If you feel stuck, that's understandable, but you're not stuck. And you can make the choice. Like I said, as long as you're breathing, you get to make the choice of what your next day is going to look like.
That's right. Absolutely. You can move forward for sure, because I've battled the same depression, anxiety. I had the panic attacks, and I had to learn how to deal with them. I don't have them anymore. I don't, because I trust myself, right? And I know.
Well, and when we're told something is genetic, oftentimes we just lay back and wait for it to happen. Yeah. So if someone tells you, well, it runs in your family, and you're like, oh, okay, well, I'm bound to get it. Well, if that was true, then I'd be a schizophrenic addict with Alzheimer's, I hope that's not the case. I mean, there's people that would probably argue that point, but but we don't have to give in to our genetics. And actually, my meditation teacher, I keep going back to him, but he's such a beautiful person. And he actually said to me one time that our genetics are simply a loaded gun, but our decisions and the way we choose to live our lives is what pulls the trigger.
That's right. Absolutely.
So wonderful. Thank you again, Amanda, so much for doing this. You're going to be on later, so I want to encourage everyone to join us later tonight. Amanda's going to talk more about this, and Michelle's going to be on now and later as well. We are bringing it. We really want. I hope everyone's feeling that we really want to create a space here that meets people where they are and gives you some strategies to move forward and to overcome. So let me just see here. So Michelle is going to be on now. I'm just looking at the schedule here. So Michelle, we're going to go into the power of self-talk. Amanda's going to be on later tonight at, what did I say, Amanda? 8:30, probably like closer to 9.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because we're a little bit behind schedule, but I feel like we're right on time. So that's all that matters. So, all right, Amanda. Again, if you want to connect with Amanda, type her name in, send Tony Marie a direct message. We have ways for you to stay connected. Amanda is going to put her email in the comments, so you can email her to get a free copy of her book. Amanda, hold up the book one more time and say the title.
Oh, where did I put it?
If I'm so zen, go ahead, you want to? If I'm so zen, why is my hair falling out? All right.
Yeah. And the subtitle there is How Anxiety and Past Trauma Manifest in the Physical Body.
Thank you so much, Amanda. So stay tuned for more later tonight, probably like around 9. You're going to hear from Amanda again. All right, bye, Amanda. All right, Michelle. Are you with us?
Austin. I am.
Let's jump in. You have an incredible story, and also you have stuff happening right now. You like life happens, right? It's not waiting for the perfect situation. It's not waiting. It just boom. It just is. Isn't that true? It just comes at us, especially what's happening now, which we've been talking about many times throughout the day. And you've gotten certified in a lot of different modalities as well as emergency life coach. And I didn't even realize, like, when you first contacted me, that like how this was a really good fit for you. And you cover a lot of things with fear, anxiety, depression, addiction. But today we're going to be talking about the power of self-talk with Michelle. So Michelle, I do want to hear a little bit about your story as we get into this. So I want to, whatever you feel is appropriate to share and to tie into this. And then later, obviously, you're going to talk about more things. But let's talk about you, your story, and then let's dive right into. Oh, you know what? One more thing. I apologize. I just want to remind everyone we're doing a challenge. Water, 3 glasses of water at least, if not more. 10 deep breaths. And the ones that Amanda did some great breath work there, and 100 movements of something, I don't care, get yourself moving. I don't care if you got to do a squat, whatever, sit up, move. And if you do it, if you complete all these things, let us know, and we're going to give you a complimentary coaching session with a coach of your choice. There we go. All right, Michelle, let's jump in. I'm going to pull up a seat for this one.
Okay, perfect. So, I guess the self-talk, my story, I've got a book. So all of my books, 10 pages of my life story started out by being told at about 5 or 6 that I was adopted.
That what?
So in my mind, that I was adopted. So that's when my mind I started talking to myself and telling me things that who are these parents and what happened to my mother. So I started to tear myself down, and then there was abuse, verbal abuse, some physical. and not the love that I wanted, the hugs and all that. So that catapulted me into nothing but abusive relationships, because I was told that it's okay, you have to stay married and be with that abusive husband. You had children, so it started off with that, and I ran away because I didn't want to be in my family unit, because I was told that they would send me away back where I came from. So there was that kind of mind games. So it led me to abusive relationship, and then to another hugely abusive. It was gaslighting, verbal, mental, physical, all kinds. So every abuse you could go through. And my kids witnessed this as well. And the turning point was that I couldn't take it anymore. I could not live that way. I knew that there was something better for me. I had Children's Aid come in and tried to help me work with my children. And I was at the point mentally where I could not raise my children. I wish that I could, but I had two choices, to either give them to social services or they would take them from me. And I signed the paperwork, and they told me to work on myself, otherwise I would be in a hospital. And I didn't want that. I didn't want meds. I didn't want to follow that route. I knew there was something else out there. And I started working on myself. I got into corporate, started off there, and that's when we found out my kids were ADHD, and they said I was, and they said, oh, here's the prescription, take this and you'll be okay, right? Well, that was fine, but it was keeping me up all night, and I had to work, and I wanted to move up in the corporate world. So I just stopped taking the pills and started reading about ADHD and depression and anxiety, and saw counselors and group therapy. And within, I think, 3 months, I threw the pills out. I said, I'm going to work on this myself. I don't need this. I don't want to be tied to anything. I can resolve this. And then I read a book years later, and working with people, leaders, they were telling me about the mind and how you can create what you want, and it is how you talk and what happens. And I'm like, okay, this sounds right. And then I read Tony Robbins, and that that changed my life. That was the path that I kept continue reading about the mind and what it does. And I got better at it and continued. I worked up the corporate ladder and got to the position that I wanted, or what I thought I wanted, being in facility management, emergencies, because I had children and I had to deal with injuries with my children. So I had to quickly think off the cuff, take the kid to the hospital and let the doctor deal with it. And half the time the doctor would say, you dealt with that emergency, you quickly, if you didn't do what you did, we would have to do further treatment, and you stopped it from having that further treatment. So that's why I thought the easy fit of being a facility manager, managing buildings where there's emergencies constantly, the car going through a building, a major flood, and I had to wake up in the middle of the night and deal with an irate manager who didn't know what to do, and get them through that process. And in that time, I was bullied at work by a boss and an ex-husband at the time. I was married. He was a narcissist. He was bullying me verbally, right? And then the gaslighting again. And I'm like, I don't want to do this anymore. My health was going down. I had high blood pressure. I was put on meds. I'm like, I don't want to go this route with the medication. This is not happening, because I saw family. My grandmother, I remember her having bags of medication, and I'm like, doesn't this interact with each other? Like, I don't understand this, right? So I always said when I got older, I would not do that. I would change. Well, personal life that happens, my father passed away, I had my husband that was all over me because my father wanted me to take care of my mother. She has Alzheimer's. I said to myself, you know, my parents, they didn't know any better. They raised me, they took me in, they adopted me, they did the best that they could. Of course I'm going to help my mother. I'm going to be there for her and make sure she's okay. And I did that. And I had to fight. I have a sister that's adopted from another family. I had to fight her to get the guardianship to protect my mother because she was mentally ill. My sister had addiction, very bad addiction, and didn't treat my mother very well. So and I'm in Ontario, and my mom's in Alberta, and I've got a full-time job trying to deal with this. And I finally got the guardianship, put my mother in a home where she belonged because Alzheimer's, they can't function, they can't cook, they can't be on their own. It's scary. And she's safe now, and I'm happy that she's okay. She's where she's at, and I'm looking after her. And so that was all happening, and my ex-husband was all over me for it. And I just said, you know what? I'm not doing this anymore. I'm done. I'm going to take care of me and what I want to do in my life and give back to other people. So I got my certificate in coaching all through probably 10 years ago now. Worked on myself, did the Reiki healing because I believe in energy and we're all energy. And that helped me as well. And I decided that I was going to do that. And as I was learning it, we had to heal animals as well. And I'm taking this course, and this lady had a horse. And she wanted, and we had to figure out what was wrong with this horse. So we did our meditation and we followed the process. And we had to tell what was wrong with this horse. And I couldn't believe when I had said what was wrong with this horse, the lady beside me goes, oh my God, bang on. So again, it confirmed that I'm a healer to help other people. I can heal them, unblock certain things that they're going through. The coaching all my life, people, strangers, even colleagues would come up to me and tell me whatever was going on in their life. And I knew that that was my path to go because all I did was listen to people. And as a young child, I did that as well. I just listened to the adults. So it was easy for me to listen to people's stories and just be that sounding board, not telling them what to do or what, you know, maybe giving them resources. But that I loved that because people didn't know who I was, but they I guess felt me that they could trust me enough to tell me their story, and that made me feel good. So I went through all of that, and my kids, 2 of them. So I have 5 boys I raised through all that abuse, and then probably about 10 or 12 years ago, they were diagnosed with schizophrenia. And at first, I kind of didn't believe it. I thought, oh, you know, it's something else. Right? I didn't understand it all. And then over the years, I went, yeah, like there's a problem here, and we have to try and fix it. And it's hard to help when they either don't want the help or someone else is not on the same page as yourself. So now you're battling to help that child. And when the other person's not on the same page, and I was working a corporate job again and dealing with my son, one of them being in and out of hospital, and the system is not the best system I found. And because once he's off the medication, if he's not taking his medication, then he gets worse. So now he's in the hospital. They find him on the street, and he's in the hospital, and you're looking at your child going, this isn't my child. Like, he's like turned into something else, and it's scary to see this. And in my mind, it's like, okay, what did I do wrong? This is my fault. I'm blaming myself. So now I'm getting back into my depression, and I've worked so hard mentally to get out of, and I'm blaming myself. And it's just back and forth. So finally, we're at the point now where a month ago his father had passed, my son, and
sorry to
he's
hear
calling me that he wants help. Like, okay, I'm here for you. Let me figure things out. And we're working through it, and he wants that help. And we've connected where I'm living now. I've connected with a great community that's been helpful in so many ways. I'm so grateful for the people that have come into my life, and they're helping me with my son, and that he wants it. So now I've given him alternative things to use for his anxiety, for his sleeping, because he was on lorazepam, which is a heavy duty drug. And he's positive. He's a happy kid. So he had an appointment yesterday, and the doctor sees the potential in him, and I do too. He's a very intelligent boy. I mean, last year when I picked him up to take him to the hospital, he walked direct. He's in a psychotic state. He didn't know who I was, and that's scary when your own child doesn't know who you are. Yet they walk out of that vehicle and they walk straight to that hospital, walking, making sure you're behind them, and they go into for treatment because they know they need it. That tells me that child is connected somehow. So we're here 1 year later, and we're gonna work with him because it's about the mind, and it's not always about the meds. I mean, he's got to be on one for sure, but I know there's alternate stuff out there, and we're gonna work on that. And the self-talk that I have, and I keep telling myself everything's going to be okay. And people, I have very, very few close friends that keep me in check when I'm talking to them to make sure that I'm not going down that rabbit hole. And it's a constant, every day I have to talk to myself and tell myself I'm okay. I go into the woods near the water, spend time with my dog, make sure that I'm okay, meditating, making sure that I'm okay so that I can be okay for my son, because he needs me right now. I can't fall apart. So I know that my whole life and experiences have brought me here today to help others in their emergency crisis that they're going through, because I know how to do that. I've been through it. And I'm still going through it. I still get big. My other son that's schizophrenic, who wasn't medicated, was missing. So, and I'm going through that and trying to build a business on top of it all. I handled it. And people are going, Michelle.
You are. See, this is the thing. You are building a business, right?
There you go.
You are.
Yes, I am.
Yeah. So, Michelle.
I am.
This again, the vulnerability comes up again with these incredible people. And Michelle, it's like you've been like groomed and wired for this. One of the things that came up with Emergency Life Coach was that even the strong need support, and it's so relevant and prevalent. And you're somebody who's incredibly strong, and it's almost as if God, and I believe in God, but whatever you want to put in there is saying, you can handle this. I'm giving you these things because you're the one. You're the one.
Yeah.
And a lot of times we think we're not the one. We're not the one. Who are we? We can't do it. We can't handle that. But God, the divine universe, says, no, you are the one. You're the one I'm going to use to be a light in other people's lives. I'm going to pull you from the darkness, and I'm going to use your light to shine. And Michelle, I think that's what's happening for you right now, is that you are the light. And I think, and this wasn't planned, but I'm just saying, I just think that your story and your ability to help others is going to unfold in some amazing ways for you, because you are helping others while you also need support. Correct?
Yes. Yes. Correct. Absolutely.
And that's true for everyone.
Absolutely.
So if
I
you're
believe
listen-
that sorry.
No, go ahead.
I keep telling myself that I've been given this because I am strong enough to handle it. And that's what I tell myself, because I truly believe that now, right? It took me a long time, but
Now,
I'm
right?
here.
Keyword,
Ready
and now,
for it.
now.
Yeah.
And so this is a great lead in because you just, God, some people are listening to your story. They can't even imagine going through that, what you've just talked about. And maybe we'll go in a little more deeper. If you have questions for Michelle, we can definitely hit that. But I want to make sure that we hit on the topic of the self-talk. And I think what we're going to do is the next thing that's coming after this is we're going to have a panel, and this might be a perfect lead-in to self-sabotage. It might be the topic for the panel. We can self-sabotage ourselves. But Michelle, I want you to definitely talk about the self-talk, because it sounds like you probably had a lot of bad self-talk early on.
Yes. Yes, I did.
So how did you get to this
And
point
I
where
learned.
you're able to be in the middle of this thing that's unfolding now with your family? What is it that you just shared the one thing that you're telling yourself, but how do you get there? Like how did you get to that point to be able to do that?
So I've done a lot of, I've done counseling, I've done workshops, I've done a lot of reading. I love to read. It brings me a lot of peace to read on those type of subjects. A lot of self-affirmations. And what else have I done? Oh, goodness. Just helping other people, coaching them, listening to other people, talk to myself, tell myself I'm going to be okay. It's a daily, once you get to that point that you know what you have to do, it becomes a daily ritual. And I catch myself too. I'm able to do that. Well, for the last few years, I've been able to catch myself talking like I can't do this, or now this has to happen. No, now I'm saying, no, you can do this. You're strong enough. And it's just practice every day. And if I have a small group of friends that I can contact, and I know that they're going to keep me there. Right. And if like yourself, you caught me, right? I said, trying, you said, no, you are. And those are the only type of people I keep in my circle. I've learned to have only positive people in my life that keep me there, because the other people are only pulling me down. And you could say that the kids are negative, like the schizophrenia, some of them, but I've learned how to work with that and block it out as well. I'm able to do that. So it's practice. Just over and over practice. And I have things that I write down that are in front of me, near my bed, in my car, in my wallet, to remind me. Because it's not easy, because there are those outside sources that can easily pull you.
Yeah, especially now, right? I mean, the outside sources right now, the people that are in our circle, but then the people that, like, the amount of news and the things that are coming at us, and we're uncertainty about the future. There's a lot of things happening right now. And so, yes, to have a powerful community, to have people that you can lean on, and that's really what we're doing here with Emergency Life Coach. I've found that people don't get the support that they need. Even the strong need support, but the strong tend to they go in alone. They say, I can handle it, I can do it. But in order to grow, excuse me, my throat here, I gotta get some water. Water break.
Yeah.
Part of our challenge today, by the way, at least 3 glasses of water, 100 movements, squats, push-ups, leg ups, arm ups, and 10 deep breaths. If you do that, you're going to be able to choose a free coaching session with one of our coaches. So we're talking about even the strong need support, and that's the community that we're building here with Emergency Life Coach, is to be able to connect with like minds, and like we say, Michelle, that the old African proverb says it takes a village to raise a child. We all many people have heard that, but that's not, to me, it's not just for children, and it's not just for African proverb that was from years ago. It's relevant today more than ever, that we need each other in order to fully grow. We need other human beings. There's nothing more stimulating to a human being than another human being, and that stimulation could be either of a negative or a positive. And if we're going out into the world, there's a lot of negative. So we want to have a community, a buoy, a light, an anchor to ground us, to build us up, to make us strong, so that we can be our best selves when we go out into the world. And that's why we're creating this with Emergency Life Coach. And Michelle is one of our life coaches. And I wanted to point that out because, as we talked earlier, you were one of the few people that had this background in dealing with emergencies, like in the facilities world. And as we mentioned earlier, you were able to take that ability to just get into action. I see you as an action-oriented kind of a person. Am I, just based on the way you're like more action than words, I think. Is that true?
Pardon?
You're more action than words.
Yes.
Yes, you get into action, and I think that's what led you to be in the space that you can, something's coming up, you can process it, and you can take quick action, and where other people might be kind of immobilized, and you've developed an incredible strength through the life that you've lived, and going down your own journey and learning these modalities and getting around the right people. And you were like, that's why you joined Emergency Life Coach, and you know, and to your point, like the self-talk. As people are listening in here, what is your self-talk? And maybe we can talk about this, is what are you saying to yourself when you're not thinking about it? What are you saying? What are you communicating to yourself when you don't realize you're communicating to yourself? And like we just had, you know, like that example of, what am I saying to myself? Like, am I saying, oh, you'll never do that. Oh, you can't change that. Oh, it's always been that way. Oh, that breakup, you never had a relationship that's ever going to work. You've always failed it. You screwed it up. You can't share your emotions, because then people might not like you if you share your emotions. Or you got to share your emotions all the time and just rip people away, because if you don't, then they'll get too close and they might hurt you. So and that's really, it goes into the story, because the story fuels the self-talk, right? Where you're coming from is going to fuel your self-talk.
That's right. And what you say happens, because it's energy and connection. So if I'm saying these things, those things are going to happen. So if you talk positively and happy and do what your intuition tells you to do, instead of what we've been brought up to do, to please other people, and it doesn't matter what you have to say or what you do. No, you matter. What you say matters. Speak up, because it'll change your life if you speak up. Because if you continue to not speak up, you'll just be in that same space. So the self-talk is important, because if you're talking positively and good things will happen. I'm watching it happen all the time. Every time I say something, or if I want to speak to someone, it's in my mind, that person's connecting, they're talking to me. So that's how easily we are connected, and some people don't realize that. I was there. I didn't realize that. It took me time to realize that what I'm saying will actually happen.
Yes.
So whether it be negative or positive, that's what's going to happen.
Yes. And I just want to throw in a metaphor here. Gosh, let me see. So, you know, the big tanker ships, it could be a cruise ship or a big tanker ship, you know, they go out into the ocean, and as you know, and I mean, actually from the movie, from the Titanic, is probably a more I don't say a gross example, but it's like when you start the positive self-talk, I can do it, right? it's like you're starting to turn the wheel the other direction. You're turning the ship.
Yeah.
But as you know, if you're in maritime or anything, when you turn the wheel, the ship doesn't turn right away because the rudders need to kick in, and there's a delay. But then eventually the ship starts to turn, and I think that when you start to introduce positive self-talk into your life, it's like you're turning the ship. And when you first start to turn it, you're like, wait, it may feel awkward. You may not get the result right away. But if you stay at it, the ship's going to turn. And you're going to start to develop the habit of feeding yourself better things. And it's like food, right? The better things you feed yourself mentally, emotionally, spiritually, it manifests in the results and your ability to handle. Look at what she just laid out to what her life has been. And look at her. She's sitting before you, ready to serve you, ready to heal, ready to offer something. That's the power of it. And because it can go the other way. And Amanda talked about on the last thing, like she said that I could be a schizophrenic, I could be an addict, or lots of different things.
Yeah.
So that's why these conversations are important, and the conversation in your head is important. Right now, even as you're listening to this video, there's a dialogue in your head. Austin's got a big forehead. How long is this going to go? The lighting seems off. Who's this girl Tana commenting on the thing? What is this emergency life coach about? Who are they? Where do I fit? Right? There's all kinds of dialogue in your head all the time. It's like sometimes you're like, whoa, who did I let in there? Is that me or someone else? There was an old show. It was called, and I joke around about this, it was called Herman's Head. Does anybody remember that show? So Herman's Head was a comedy. It was about a guy, and he would go through, he's kind of like, just an average guy. He would go through these life situations, and then what would happen is when he was presented with a life situation, they would go into his head, and he had these like 4 or 5 different people that all represent a character or a voice. And they all would, like, there'd be the neurotic person, the positive person. And it was an interesting, funny show, but you got a lot from it, because how often does this happen in our own minds? And it's like, what voice are we listening to?
Yeah.
And Michelle, you clearly are living that you're listening to a different voice today than you were many years ago, and that's why you're in a position to help others. And so this is amazing. I hope this is appropriate. Well, let me just let you reflect, because I want to actually bring in the other coaches here very soon. Is there anything you want to share as we bring this part to a close?
That, we think that we're alone going through stuff, and we're actually not. I find that out every time I get myself into a situation, that I'm not alone. There's someone else out there. And being vulnerable and speaking up and telling someone is so refreshing. It helps. It helps you heal. And even if you're talking negatively and you share that with someone else, you're getting rid of those, to me it's toxins, and you're getting rid of those toxins to allow for new, fresh, positive stuff to come in. And that's key, right?
Yeah.
Get better.
Yeah. Absolutely. And, you wrote your book there. I know you flipped it up there. I just want to share, like, I know your title's kind of like graphic, and some people might be offended by your title, but what I think the point is to draw out is, if you look at your life situation where you came from, it's not a clean process, and sometimes you're in the storm, and when you're in the storm, you might call out some expletives. You're not just going to go, ooh, like, look at you're going to be in the storm. And you're going to call out those expletives, right? Mm-hmm. And sometimes you just need to be like, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do it. And some expletives might slip out. but that's part of the experience and the feeling of life. And then move into a higher ground. And I can go deeper on this, but I just want to share right now, if you want to connect with Michelle, you could type in her name, and you could, or you could message Tony Marie. Just type in, click on Tony Marie's name and direct message her, and just say you want to connect with Michelle. You can connect through community, a conversation. If something, you just heard what she's gone through and come from, and now she's thriving because of it. You may want to get some of that. You may want to get some of that. You may want some of that. There's some skills there that are beneath the surface that maybe are not even being expressed in this interview right now, but there's something there. There's something deeper, and it's powerful. So what I want to do, this is a perfect lead in, I think, because it's 5:05, and I believe somehow we're like miraculously back on time here, I think. Yeah, so this is the panel. So what I'm going to do, we're going to do this. This is going to fit real great here. Is that real great? It's going to fit great. I'm going to bring the other coaches on and let them reflect to you, and then we're going to lean into some of these other topics. We got self-sabotage. If you're listening here and you want to bring up a topic, and I got the other thing here. We got Matt from Australia. Matt Christopher from Australia is listening in. We have a bunch of people on here on my other page. So if you want to share something, a comment, you want to share something, you want us to discuss something, by all means bring it up. But what we're going to do now is we're going to bring in the life coaches to reflect back to Michelle, and then we're going to talk about we're going to go right into the panel. And then we want to hear from you. We want to hear from you, YouTube, Facebook. We want to hear from you, and we want an update on the challenge for those of you who are doing the water, for those of you that are doing the deep breathing. And we'll do more of this later, and we'll do some movement later as we the energy, maybe somewhere around 9:10, we'll get our energy up again, and then we can bring us into relax again. All right, so let's do this. I'm going to bring on Rochelle. Are you ready? Just give me a thumbs up. All right. Rochelle's ready. There's Rochelle. Tana, are you ready? Tana's ready. Julie, good to see you again. Are you ready? Beautiful. And then Amanda, are you ready? Amanda's ready as well. Okay, here we are. So Michelle, you have a beautiful cast around you right now. So
yes.
I'm going to just remove myself for a moment and just allow them to just pour into you and just reflect back what they heard and what they're feeling.
Thank you, Austin.
Whoever wants to start, I'm going to start with Amanda. We'll go Amanda, Julie, Tana, and Rochelle.
Sorry, just setting up my headphones. I had to walk away. Girl, that was heavy. Thank you for sharing all of that. I know it is not easy to share personal experiences, but that vulnerability is what makes us relatable. So if anyone ever questioned the importance of a coach before, I hope they're not after this.
Yeah, very true. I mean, Michelle, we've met on these Zoom calls that we do, and this, it's just amazing what the story is that you've lived through, and that you're such a light to us, as a group, and then to the people that you help and that you serve. And it's an honor to be here with you.
Thank you.
Oh, is it my turn? Michelle, I was with another client and got in at the end of your story. Oh my God, I'm like stupefied. You and I have talked before. We talked business and talked a personal thing that I needed to talk to you about. And I had no idea you'd been through all this. I mean, what a gift that you shared that with people, because There are some things people, unless you've been through them, you'll never understand. People can imagine it, but to have somebody else who knows, like I always think back to that saying from, I guess, the 30s where Bill W., who started Alcoholics Anonymous, said, I need another alcoholic. Somebody who gets it, who has been there. And I'm getting chills when I'm saying this because, there are some things in the world that a lot of people experience, but nobody knows those kinds of experiences that you've talked about like you do. So thank you.
Welcome.
Oh, Michelle. Oh, you have such a rich history and rich stories to tell, and you did that today. And as I think someone said, I don't know if it was Amanda or Julie, but just the immense amount of vulnerability that you showed in sharing your personal story is incredible. Because we often don't do that enough. And we often don't do it enough publicly, like this.
Mhm.
So that is like the pinnacle of vulnerability. And I thank you for that. And it wants me to strive harder to continue to be more vulnerable about my own story and things I've lived through that I haven't shared. And, I know that what you share today will benefit so many people that are tuning in. And you truly are a very authentic person. I haven't met you in person, but you resonate that kind of authenticity, that just non-judgmental and caring nature. And, I'm very honored to be among you and among all of you, because I think that I think everyone's experiences and skill sets really bring us all into a place where, we can benefit from each other and benefit other people. So thank you.
Yeah. Lady, you were just enough grit, just enough honey. Thank you.
Well, and I'm sure everyone's experienced this at some point in their life, but especially as coaches, it's so easy to get trapped into this warped version of, I need to be perfect. My process needs to be perfected. Everything I do and live and breathe has to be perfect, and I have to have this certain lifestyle in order to share my knowledge. But none of us are perfect. And oftentimes, if we look at that perceived perfect coach, we're like, oh, I'd be embarrassed to tell her anything about me because her life is so perfect. So we first set ourselves up for failure and then trap ourselves in that failure. And it's just this revolving door of, I'm not quite good enough yet, but why not?
And it's interesting that you say that, Amanda, because even in other places in my life, professionally, it's always if I get to this place where people look at me like I can be called upon for advice, I'm a fraud. I'm a fraud, but you're not.
No.
Because
we're talking to a certification collector over here. But the one thing that certifications can't give you is that life experience. So if you're waiting for someone to say, okay, you have enough qualifications to go out and help somebody, then how many people that you could have helped are now sitting there with the same problems for years because you didn't feel that you were ready, even though you had it, but you didn't have the paper? Come on.
And I think I said in the panel at 12 o'clock, like, I don't care what education I've done, because somehow in some people's minds that makes you good enough. Oh, if you have all these things, then you are good enough. And at the end of the day, I realized, and I've realized in the last 6 months, losing my job, I am good enough, but, but I am good enough. I have all these things, but it can happen to anybody. But I'm still good enough.
Absolutely. And like I've said, the medical profession is important. I'm not discrediting that by any means. But after everything I've been through, my main focus is the outcome. And if I'm not getting the outcome, I don't care what your credentials are. So when I was going through, just in November, when my godson relapsed, I took a leave from work, and the hoops that I had to jump through, I had to see a registered therapist. Even though I see two counselors that I adore who have given me more benefit and more comfort than any human beings I've ever met, they didn't qualify under my leave of absence because they weren't registered. And yet this registered therapist, who was a beautiful man, it was just a space for me to vent, which is great. That was helpful. But he didn't offer me any tools. He didn't help me come out of my depression or to rework my whatever issues were coming up for me or to help me through my stress. He let me talk, which is super beneficial. But in that sense, the registration meant nothing to me. And these people who don't qualify were the ones that I resonated with.
I agree with you. And Julie, when you asked earlier about you didn't realize about mental health services, about having to check a box, those of us in Canada, hopefully you can relate, because maybe it's not just me, but I don't know, but it's, you have to fit into a box to get services. And if you don't fit into a box, you don't get the service. And Amanda,
I was also told that I couldn't get the service unless I was medicated.
See?
There you go.
Yeah. It's
They
awful.
told me I didn't qualify because I wasn't medicated. So
Wow.
in their eyes, I wasn't seeking help.
Yeah.
See?
Yeah, it's wrong.
Wrong. It is.
But it's
Austin, can you
all
throw in a
right
10
because it
seconds?
points us in the direction of where we are, you know?
Yeah.
That's what's, you know, it's you know, it creates the contrast for you to do the work that you're doing.
Yep.
It's, some people are going to go to the traditional system and they'll get served, but there's many people who can benefit from the work that we're doing, that you're doing, and providing options for people, giving people more options. Because a lot of times when we're in a stressful situation, we feel it's like we're the world kind of closes in, and what we need is to open it up, to get options, and we open it up by putting ourselves around people who have things to bring. You know, there's the story of the. Have you ever heard this story about the? I heard it was a FedEx plant. I can't remember right. I'm going to mess the context up, but I'll get to the point. There's a operation that was maybe it was like a shipping operation or something. You know how they got the conveyor belts and all the sophisticated equipment running nonstop, and it shut down, and they couldn't fix it, and they're scrambling to try to get it fixed. And they call in this specialist. Has anybody heard this story?
No.
Okay. And they call in this guy. He comes in and he goes over to this area and he grabs a screwdriver and he turns a screw and then boom, the operation fires up again. It took him like 10 minutes. And they're like, oh, this is great. And then they get a bill for like $10,000. You ever heard this? No?
I heard a variation of
Yeah.
it.
And they go, you know, why are we getting, what's this bill for $10,000? You used a screwdriver. He's like, yeah, but the screwdriver's, you know, $5 and $9,995 for the screwdriver, but $5 for the screwdriver, $9,995 knowing which screw to turn. So the point is, like, all the work that you've done gives you, like, kind of knowing what to bring to a situation, knowing where the horse, knowing what condition the horse has, intuitively knowing what somebody needs, you know, not just putting them into a box, you know, meeting them where they are. That's all, you know, it's heart set, skill set, mindset. It's those three things need to be playing together. And I, you know, I believe in the spiritual side of things too, and prayer or whatever you want to call it. But those things are all important. And sometimes, like when we're in situations like your story, Michelle, is that we can script it out as best we can. but sometimes it's a messy, like, F it, we're gonna ride through it. And that's the title, that's why you're bringing up the title of your book there. So I'm thinking, go ahead. Somebody want to say something?
I learned a long time ago that telling my story, people could relate to me. So it doesn't bother me anymore. I don't care what people know because I think it's important for them to know. And that's
Yes.
just where I'm at right now.
Yes. And I'm so glad you brought that up, because that's one of the things I wanted to point out is that, you told your story, and because you can tell your story.
Yeah.
And that's strength. That's strength. Okay, Amanda's going to join us again here. Let me add, there we go. Internet cut out. Okay. I'm gonna move on to the panel if we can, and we got some great topics. And so the one that came up and I wrote it down here. Let me see. It was self-sabotage. Self-sabotage was one of them, and I think this is a great follow-up to the topics that we were just talking about. So, what do you think about self-sabotage? How does it creep in? Where does it come from? How do we know we have it? And then maybe what do we do? What can we do to handle that? So self-sabotage. Let's see. And Tony, if there's any other questions coming in. Oh, and I just want to share Lucy saying, this is, let me grab this real quick. This is valuable. I'm going to put it up on the screen. So it says, being vulnerable is so difficult, especially when you fear judgment. So this is this will lead right in. I constantly have to remind myself I'm not those things that happen to me. Thank you all for sharing and the transparency. So thank you, Lucy, for sharing that. Anybody want to share anything on that?
I would say that I think honestly, one of the things that holds us back from being vulnerable and sharing our authentic self is the fear of judgment.
Say that again.
Sorry.
It's me. The echo's me. Hold on a second, everyone.
Yeah,
Let me put my headphones on again. What do I do with them? Okay. Thank you for being patient. Okay.
So what I was saying was I think that, what Lucy says is very poignant. It's very difficult to do because it often comes from a fear of something, and often from a fear of judgment. And I think I talked earlier about, this concept of feeling ashamed. And I think that, I'm not good enough if I express how I feel, if I'm vulnerable, if I put myself out there. And it's very, very scary to do. And it's not, and I will just say for myself that it's taken me a very long time to get to a place of being okay with being vulnerable. And that's because of not just coaching, but because of people who have made it okay to say what I need and what's not okay and what my boundaries are. And they have said, okay, I get it. And so without the judgment, it makes it much easier to do that. I understand that many people have experiences where they try to be vulnerable and they are met with poor experiences. So I'm not saying it's easy, but at the end of the day, it's worth it. If you keep doing it, you're going to find your people. You're going to find your people who get it and say, I accept you for you. And thank you for being honest and authentic about who you really are.
And that's where a lot of the self-work really comes into play, because when you get to a point where you are so aware and understanding of yourself, you don't need validation from outside sources. Those outside validations will still come, and that'll just be a bonus, because you'll know that no matter what you're doing, you're holding your truth, and that's enough for you. And then when those negative comments come, they won't mean as much.
Yeah, so true. And I think it dovetails. And I did a video on this the other day, and I think it's important as a coach, when you're working with somebody, you have to be more concerned with their growth than their judgment of you.
Oh, yeah.
Every great coach is free from judgment. They're open to feedback, free from judgment. You're gonna get judged. We're getting judged right now by doing this.
Yep.
So we accept the fact that we're going to be judged, but we're more concerned about the outcome of somebody growing. You know, one person that grows, like Amanda's quote earlier that she took, you know, teach a man to teach a man, teach a woman to teach a woman how to fish, right? And you can feed the world. And I think, but to get over the judgment of it, is important. And
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was going to say, I find that a lot of the self-sabotage doesn't necessarily come from, or not in most cases, come from fear of failure or judgment, but a fear of success. Because when we succeed, that success means more responsibility. And then we end up with the imposter syndrome of, well, if we succeed here and we have more responsibility, who am I to step into that role? And how do I do that? And then we end up playing these like mind tricks on ourselves, because we've been trained our whole lives, and we have this like subconscious trigger in the back of our head that is survival mode, you know? So we were always trained to survive. So we know to stay in our comfort zones, because that allowed us to live. Everything we did yesterday meant that today we're alive. So if we change anything, good or bad, there's a potential we could die. And it may not be that extreme, but to an extent, that's in the back of our mind. I can't do anything different, because that fear factor takes over, the survival mode takes over, and then we end up being trapped in situations that aren't great for us, but they're comfortable because we know them and we know we've survived them. We can continue to survive them, but if we change them, that's where the fear comes in.
Yeah. So that there again, we're talking about the survival mode, which Julie talked about earlier, and the kind of way I heard you say is like fear of success.
Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah.
So then I think that's really, so when you're talking about self-sabotage, if we decided that we want to go on a specific trajectory, and we start to get to that point, and we start to realize, like another example, the thermometer. Here's where I'm at. I'm 76 degrees. I'm always 76 degrees. And if I start to go above the 76 degrees, all of a sudden the jets cool on, and I got to get back to that 76 degrees. I used to do this growing up with sports. If I started to do too well, and it would like overshadow people, I would pull myself back. And then if I did bad, if I did bad, I would take it personal and start to beat myself up, which I think, that's another thing of self-sabotage. It's like you can beat yourself up too, right? You can use that as a tool.
I also think it's about the stories that we tell it. So,
Yes.
The self-talk. So if we tell ourselves, I'm not worthy, I don't deserve this, I'm not good enough, the whole bit, the self-sabotage is very easy, because you just say, well, see, I wasn't good enough. And it just confirms, our belief that we've told ourselves that we're not good enough. And, Amanda, you're talking about that also, about the fear of success, about, if we reach that milestone of being very successful, then what? Right. And then, what if you didn't get into this, but what if you fall from that? And I know for me, moving higher up in the corporate world meant that I could fall farther. So as much it was exciting, I think to some degree I self-sabotaged because the fear was that the higher I get, the farther I fall if I don't do something. And that is so scary. So I would rather do it first to myself than have someone else do it to me. And I've done that. I did that for years in relationships where, like, if I felt like I was going to be, abandoned or, judged, I would push them away first because it was easier because I could control it.
Oh, how many people have done that that are listening? I'm going to end the relationship now because I want to be control of the pain that I feel. I don't want to be dumped, right? And we know that. It's like that's another sabotage tactic.
Yep.
Has anybody done that? Anybody on here? No. We haven't. So if you just joined us, I want to share this. This is Chris. He's on YouTube. Oh, Christoph. I believe I'm saying that right. I just learned of this event today. I'm interested in the content. I had no idea there was something like this. Well, Chris, thanks, Christoph, thanks for sharing that. We created it. So that's the answer. We created it, and we wanted to bring this to the world, a chance to meet people at a time of transition. And I think that growth, and the thing is, like, growth cannot feel good. Growth can be, like we're talking about, growth can be messy, it can be uncomfortable, and we can, even though we know we need that growth, we pull back. And that's why a coach is so important, because the coach is going to be like, come on, you got this, you can do, like, we can do this together, right? And the coach is going to pull you into that growth so you can step into that discomfort and move through it. And I got another share here that I'm married to somebody who does that. You want to elaborate on that? Because if that's a really good point, that might be relevant for somebody if you're in a marriage and someone's doing that. It was at the sabotage. Let's see if that develops further. But yeah, so the sabotage is a big deal for all of us at some level. And let me just turn it back over to the coaches as far as, did you want to reflect on that?
I'm married. Yeah, could be someone who's not on the same page as you. You think they are, but you find out that they're not. And they talk like they want to see good, but they're sabotaging it at the same time. And they don't even see they're doing it. They don't. So I walked away because I couldn't take it anymore, and the person wasn't willing to step up the game, so to speak. And for my own mindset, my own mental health, because I'm all about the mental health. If it's going to take me down mentally, I don't want any part of it, because I worked too hard to bring my mental health where it is today, and happy and positive. And so, yeah, another person can play a huge role in that, and it's difficult. It can be very difficult and challenging. So you have to make up your mind on what you want for you if the other person isn't going to step up.
Yeah, and that can ruin a relationship if there's sabotage. If somebody is sabotaging themselves, it's every area is connected, and how we're behaving in one area, we think that it's not going to affect the other area. But the more we go into this work, we know that every area affects every other area. It's just a question of when it's going to show up and how it's going to show up. But we know it's going to show up. So I'm just going to grab this other share here. Any life event in our marriage that causes an issue, he wants to exit because of years of child abuse. It is his survival mode. Okay. So there you go. So one of the things that I say, and this is a share about the particular situation. So anytime there's so I think the thing to realize is that, speaking about being healthy, is conflict to somebody who's living in fight or flight mode is danger. And when that danger increases, you have fight or flight behavior, because it's danger, pain ahead. But growth through a medium like we're providing can allow somebody to perceive conflict differently, and to realize that conflict is growth. Or maybe I should say, when you're growing, you're feeling the discomfort of it. And to Amanda's point earlier about panic attacks, right? So if you're feeling like that you're feeling the emotion of that fight or flight, it's conflict equals danger. How do we get out of that? What do we do to change that so that we can allow growth to replace fight or flight?
Communication is the key to all of it. I mean, the main factor is that he likely didn't feel like he had a safe space because he didn't in his past. And that is something that keeps coming up for him. So his escape keeps him out of the argument or the tension or whatever. He thinks he's saving himself somehow. And like I said earlier, our brain protects ourselves from the stuff we don't want to feel. And I actually dated a man who, him and I had a very different way of communicating, and we had very different love languages. And if love language isn't something that you guys are familiar with, you can Google it. A lot of information will come up. But when we would have an argument, my thing was I wanted to talk it out, because if we're just gonna like pretend that it didn't happen, we're gonna have that argument again. So I wanted to talk it out, but my way of having an argument is to sit down, hear both sides, understand where the other person was coming from, why they reacted that way, because chances are your perception of their actions weren't their intent. So understanding the intent of both sides and then coming up with what will work for you in the future going forward. What he saw that as was, I was bored. I didn't love him. I had no passion in the relationship, because in his past relationships, an argument was screaming, cursing, name calling, throwing, and it was extreme. So when I would sit on the couch and say, listen, we need to talk about this. Like, I'm really upset, or you're really upset, so come talk to me. He would be like, look at you. You're sitting there all calm and bored. Like, you don't even care. Like, do you even care about me? And I was like, are you serious? I'm like, I'm talking to you this way because I care about you. I don't want to disrespect you. I don't want to say something that I'm going to regret later, because I can't take it back after the fact. So I do speak slower. I do pause to actually think about what's coming out of my mouth, because I don't want to be that reactive person anymore. I used to be the person who was deemed a hothead, and those conversations never made me feel good, and I never felt like I got the outcome that I wanted. So again, I'm understanding your desired outcome and coming from a place of love in order to achieve that is going to help him eventually feel safer. In my case, he continued to see it as condescending and lack of emotion. But now we're no longer together. But if you were to talk to him now, he'd be like, that was the sweetest thing anybody ever could have done for me. And I didn't realize that I deserved that. And that's something that I couldn't have brought him to myself. But again, that's where your communication, your trust, your love in a partnership is so important. But it doesn't mean that the self-work doesn't still need to be done.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. And I think, going back to your example, Amanda, about having just a simple conversation. And I think the reality is that we have a lot of individuals who, and I've been there myself, where, having a all-out fight and everything like that is normal. Mm-hmm. And if you do anything different than that, then it seems odd.
Something's wrong. Yeah.
Why are you calm? Like, do you not care or whatever? And it's for them to get into the mindset, it's normalized for them. Like that is all they know.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that that's right or wrong, but that is their reality. And I think we have to honor that by setting the boundary and saying, okay, this is the conversation I'm going to have with you. And I think also the other piece too is that you, in personal relationships, you can't change people unless they are prepared and motivated to change themselves, or not just change themselves, but do even something different.
Yeah.
Or even to consider, the invitation to do something differently. And so, I think that's the big thing, is that you can employ every strategy possible. If the other person on the receiving end is not ready, that is not yours to own. If you know that from a wholehearted sense that you have tried to be calm and, present, help me understand, just help me understand, explain it to me, and they still just get upset, we can't own that part, and people can't own that part.
No.
And I think that's the piece, is that I think that I've been in relationships previously where it was self-sabotage. And it was very much, I'm the bad person. And you know what? I'm like, okay, well, if you want to make me the bad person, that's fine. I'm fine with that. I know who I am, and you have your story, and that's okay. And you know what? At some point, my hope for you is that you reflect on that and think about what you want to do differently so that you can have happiness.
Yep.
Yeah,
Right.
I think. Go ahead. Who wants to share? Somebody. Okay. I was just going to say, I think the key is, I want to call it, what's coming to my mind is safe awareness.
Mm-hmm.
Safe awareness. So in this situation, again, having a safe space. Going back to Amanda's story, when she called her mom from the car in a panic attack, I don't need you to say something. I don't need you to talk. I just need you to listen, right? And just to know you're there. And I think in the context of a marriage, which is presented here, there's either a lack of awareness or a fear to face. And when you're dealt with the pain of the situation, you express a certain behavior. But what needs to be presented is the pain of not changing that. The pain of not changing that behavior is far greater, but that may be further down the road. And to create a space of safe awareness, it allows the person, invites the person to express or to show, to become aware of what's happening. But the challenge is, if we're on the other side, we could be attached to our outcome and our own fear of loss. If I bring this to the person's attention, I might lose them. So I will deal with the pain that I know because they stay. And then again, it's the tale of two pains. Go ahead.
And I think the key to remember there is that we can only accept the love that we feel deserving of. So if you don't think you're worthy of a loving, cherishing partner, you're not going to see that, because you're not going to be able to communicate that outward.
Yes.
So again, communication is a huge factor.
Communication. Yep.
Self-worth is a massive factor. But you have to understand what you're willing to bring in and to accept, because a lot of times that we are having these conflicts in our relationships, if we really do some self-work, we've put up some barriers. And there were arguments where you start to see patterns, right? What's the common denominator in that pattern? Sometimes it is you, even though you think you're doing everything right, because you're not expressing yourself in a way that they understand. Because again, we don't experience everything the same way. We don't perceive everything the same way. So communicating our intent is massive. Understanding the level of love that we're willing to accept and endure may not be the same that we're giving out or perceived to be giving out.
Yeah.
So there's that beautiful saying, I'm not what I think I am. I'm not what you think I am. I am what I think you think I am. Like
Say that last part again.
I am what I think you think I am. So I am my perception of what your perception of me is.
Yes.
How twisted and convoluted
Yeah,
does that get? And
that's
it's
true
just
though.
with our
There's truth in that.
conversations and with the way people treat us. You know, somebody may say something, our partner may say something in public or say something to us over the phone, and we're like, where the fuck do you get off? Sorry, can I swear?
You just did, so you're good. And I just want to share here. I just want to share here what Lisa's saying, which is if you have conflicting love languages, that can make communication hard. And without communication, that come the
But
problems,
that's what makes
right?
communication that much more important.
Exactly.
Because they're not hearing things the way you may be perceiving it. And if they understand your intent, and if you can get that out, the only way that you can get that out clearly and concisely is to really, truly understand it for yourself.
Yes.
And then at that point, if it's still not working, you may just not be a good fit. And like I said earlier, that doesn't mean either of you are bad people. It just means that not every relationship is meant to last forever.
Exactly.
And that's okay.
Yeah, and that's okay. Exactly. And I just got Christoph is wanting to know, and we're basically, whether we know it or not, we're gathering a collection of books that people are going to want to read. But there's a book on the I think it's the 5 languages of love, and I forget the author. Ladies, you probably know.
Gary Chapman.
Oh, Michelle's already grabbing it. So
The author is Gary Chapman.
Mary Chapman.
Gary Chapman.
Gary Chapman, and so Michelle's grabbing it. But Christoph, it's basically how each person has a different like primary and secondary love language. For example, touch. Some people feel like touch. You know, if you touch me, I know you love me. Some people are more motivated by speaking. You need to tell me you love me 5 times a day. I mean, that's a little extreme, but the point is it's verbal. And in Amanda's example, which is kind of an offshoot of it, but in that example, it was, you need to be screaming and yelling and slamming pots and pans. I need to know you care, right? Based on a model of a previous thing. But the point is, and that's a great, so Tony just typed it in, so it's called, let me just put it in here. It's 5 Languages of Love by Gary Chapman.
Oh,
And we, and by the way, so we went, just to let you know, ladies, we went from self-sabotage to relationships. Thank you very much.
All connected.
I guess that was inevitable to happen, but how would you like to be at a live event with these people, right? Like, how would you like to be?
Oh, yeah.
Where we can, this is a mask-free zone right now, but how would you like to be at a live event, witnessing this live? I think it would be amazing. So maybe that's something we'll do in the future. Back to the topic here of self-sabotage. Does anybody else want to chime in on self-sabotage?
Oh, me.
Tana, go ahead.
Hi. What Amanda was just talking about, the thing about the sabotage in relationships, like I'm gonna withhold what's upsetting me from you because I'm gonna swallow that pain, and also that I don't upset you and you don't leave me. I know this pretty well. And the thing is, it backfires too, because I was like well into adulthood before I saw the trend where it was like I would have somebody would do something that would upset me. And it usually involved trampling on a boundary. I wouldn't say anything and they left me anyway. So it's one of those things. I still struggle with being not confrontative, but addressing clearly what goes on in relationships. Like, no, it's not okay that you do that. Don't do that to me again. And also, but even if you're really successful, you're miserable. And if you're less successful at it, like I was, they leave you anyway. So I'm also witnessing that. I shared with Austin a few weeks ago that I like this as a sign of growth, but self-sabotage, you don't always know you're doing it. Sometimes you're well aware of it, but I had noticed that I had several very useful levels of self-sabotage, and coincidentally, I learned them from somebody a generation older than me, and they saw they worked really well for this person. And I'm like, oh my God, I do that too. So it's a lot of things can be involved. This was my mom. I saw the way she sabotaged herself, and so she is my role model for being a woman. So am I an unsuccessful woman if I don't do what she did? So, and also, the way I was raised was that if you fear something, it means you shouldn't do it. And so and I still struggle with that today. I've struggled with that, just joining this community. Like, wow, interesting how all these things are coming up just as I'm taking this step forward. So it's good to be aware and ask yourself questions when you see this kind of thing happening. And there's a way out of it. I haven't figured it all out yet, but I know there's ways out of it. So, but noticing is the first step.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, I'm real big into self-awareness, and, that is the first step in any kind of change and any kind of growth. So you have to get real with yourself as to where you are. And I was the queen of self-sabotage. I still have a lot of issues with it, but do you hear feedback? Is it from me or is it?
Yeah, there is some feedback. Hold on a second.
Okay.
Let's see, where's that coming from? I don't know. Hold on a second. Actually, I think it's coming from you, Julie. There's a fan or something in the background.
Oh, okay.
Go have at it. Just keep going. It's all good.
All right. So, that's even worse. So self-sabotage is something that I've always had an issue with. And actually, I have this book, another book.
Another
if
book.
You can see it. It's 2-Minute Mornings by Neil Parashika. I believe is how you say it. But it's just what I will let go of, what I'm grateful for, and I will focus on. And for like 2 months, I let go of self-sabotage. And it's, I think it takes a long time to, at least, 40 days to make that kind of a change, to kind of get that self-awareness and to start to make that change where it gets into your deep down into your DNA.
Yeah, and I think, did you ever have somebody say, like, bring to your attention, hey, every time we, I'm just going to make something up. Every time we get out of the car, you make a funny noise. No, I don't. What are you talking about? I don't make a funny noise. No, every time you get out of the car, you make a funny noise. No, I do not. You're making that up. And then the person gets out of the car and they make the noise. You go, that's the noise I'm talking about. And you go, oh my gosh, I didn't even realize I did that. Right? Did you ever have that happen?
Oh yeah.
It's like, that's the self-awareness. We do things that we do not know. That's why, actually, I'm going to bring up one of the first interviews I did was with Lieutenant Colonel Rob Waldo Waldman. He's a motivational speaker. You're welcome if he happens to click on this. But they have a thing in the Air Force where they call it checking your six. Everybody ever hear this? So when you look at a clock, right? If you look at a clock, you got 12 o'clock, right? You got 3 o'clock, you got 9 o'clock, and your 6 is behind you.
Okay.
So when you're flying, and actually,
I'm on a call.
we've had some over here in the U.S. in Northeast Corridor. We had the jets fly by. We had they came in formation, and actually, there's been activity recently. So what they do is your other flying partner always is checking your 6 to make sure you don't have someone on your tail. And so the point is, that's why, again, a coaching community where you have people checking your 6 in a safe place, right? Hey, to make you aware of some of the things that you might be doing that you're not aware of, and we need to, and that's the vulnerability part. You see how all this connects, all these vulnerability. You need to have the vulnerability. You need to humble yourself and be vulnerable. Where that can be hard for some people. When we have a certain model of living, a certain rules that we follow, vulnerability is like a compromising of those rules. I can't compromise. This is how I see myself. And if I'm vulnerable, I'm deviating from my model or my rules. But yet, if I do it, I'm going to grow at a greater level than I never imagined possible. But that's why, again, coaching community, it's so powerful, and it can make a change for sure.
Well, and if you take that same model and go back to the relationship conversations that we were having, you had mentioned that you were afraid, or people can often be afraid to bring stuff up in a relationship because they're afraid that they'll react poorly or they'll leave you. But that just leaves you unsettled and unsatisfied. And your partner is never going to know that action or change needs to take place if they don't know there's anything wrong. So we set these traps for ourselves where we're like, oh, my partner better change this, but he better change it on his own. I'm not going to tell him anything. And then when he doesn't change it, you've now punished yourself and him because he probably didn't understand, or she didn't understand that it was happening, or even like wasn't aware of it, and may have been totally willing to change it. So I've started kind of catching myself in my own conversations with people, and I still catch myself once in a while having something will start to bother me, and I'll be like, okay, I'm gonna address this. I'm like, oh, no, it's not that big a deal. But if it sits with me and it's still there, then it is a big deal. And I find that the second I talk about it, then it's no longer a big deal anymore because it's out there and we can discuss it. And if you can discuss it before it blows up into something, because again, if you're having a conversation with your partner and there's something that he does that absolutely drives you nuts, you don't tell him it drives you nuts. The first, second, third time, it'll drive you nuts quietly. But then that fifth time, you're going to be like, holy crap, I fucking hate you. And he's going to be like, what the hell? You didn't even tell me that was, sorry, potty mouth. You didn't even tell me that was an issue. And then they don't know. And vice versa. Like, how many times has somebody come to you and been like, it drives me nuts when you do this, or just blow up on you for no reason? And you're like, where did that come from? And it's because, you tap your pen when you're on the phone, or, whatever, something small that blows up into something big because it's unaddressed. It's the same, with our buried feelings. These things have the power to become volcanoes, but if we address them in the heat of the moment, and I don't mean heat as in like I'm super pissed off and I'm going to react, but in the moment that it's happening, that we are aware that it's something that bothers us that needs to be addressed. If we address it then, we'll address it a lot more calmly than if we wait till it explodes and then we get into the name calling and the accusations. And we also, in that time that we're trying to figure out if we should ask them, we're also playing mind tricks on ourselves where we're starting to believe that their intent was a lot more evil than it really was. And we can actually create full-blown scenarios in our heads that never really existed because he said good night instead of good night, babe.
Yeah. And I think this is and I just want to jump in on this because this again is we got to look at our rules. Everything's connected. What are your rules for being happy? What are your rules for love? If you have a rule for love that says, I want them to figure it out on their own.
You're setting them up for
failure.
I think
ladies are guilty of this, probably more so than men, but men are guilty of things. But ladies will say, I want him to figure it out on his own to do this certain thing so I know he loves me. Right? And now is that seeking validation? Or there's no, I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying, but if that rule is not serving you or the relationship, it needs to be addressed.
And that may not be how your partner displays love.
Right.
So if you're someone who needs to hear I love you, but your partner comes home and cooks for you and hugs you and kisses you and all these things, but doesn't say I love you, you're going to be like, well, he's cheating. But in his eyes, he's like, oh my God, I shower her with affection. I do all these little things for her, this, that, and the other. Yeah. But you're not perceiving that as love because that's not what you think it is. How are they supposed to know? And vice versa.
So good. Yeah, that's so true right there. And we're back to relationships again. Thanks, Amanda. No, I'm kidding. No, but it's really important. It is good. And that's what this is. I mean, it's relationships right now. I mean, maybe we'll talk about that later. How about that? How about we get into the relationship stuff later, because we're talking about self-sabotage And maybe that's relevant to, and think about it, if you're somebody who's gone through a job loss and you know you need to start over, maybe you have some reservations in your mind, but relationships too. So I think we should definitely hit on that later about relationships and what's happening to relationships right now during this time. So I think that's relevant. Now, because we're supposed to jump into the music at 6:30, what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to ask all of you to stand up, and I think Tawna had threw out a good topic maybe we can discuss. Was this doing stuff imperfectly? Something like that?
Yeah. It's I find that when I get stuck in wanting to do something perfectly, it sometimes helps to go through a mental movie. It's ultimately knowing that you're lovable. It's and that it's okay to not be perfect. And in fact, none of us have this down pat right now. It's about being perfect. As far as when we get caught up in perfection and we get caught up in fear, sometimes we run through a quick mental movie. Well, what would happen if? What would happen if I gave this talk? I mean, I had a lot of technical difficulties getting on this morning, and so I have a certain level of preparation I like to do and stuff, and it seemed like this morning everything was working against that. And when you ultimately have confidence in your ability to make what you have work, that is where the peace of mind comes from. And the one thing we can do to practice, it's so easy to start with smaller things that don't have a lot of consequence to them. It's like if you're used to like sorting all your socks and rolling them into balls and things like that, when you pull them out of the dryer, throw them all in the sock drawer, and let them be there and see how your life changes. And if anybody comes to arrest you, the Good Housekeeping police
Can't do it.
There's so many different ways to do this. It's like, like when you have something hard to say to somebody, the nice thing about that is like, I don't know how to say this. I'll be just like, spit it out, I don't give you permission to do it imperfectly.
You're pissing me off right now. Like you need to say that kind of a thing.
Why is that?
But when a good relationship, though, I found that the better the relationship is, they say stuff like that. You're pissing me off right now.
Yeah.
And no one's going to crawl up into a ball and fall over, right? And maybe that's a little, direct, but you get the point.
Yeah.
Strong relationships aren't conflict free, and that's romantic, friendship,
Absolutely.
family. They're not conflict free. They learn to manage the conflicts together.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and they collectively, the family, like every family operates differently, and healthy families will view conflict differently than, I don't want to say, some families have a healthier
Dynamic.
mode of operation than families that don't. And again, some of this is at an unconscious level because we just kind of for a lot of us, where we've dealt with the chaos and we've dealt with all the stuff, we either chose to grow or we were thrown into it, depending on our story, and where we had no other choice. Like, I am going to grow, and you say, no mas, no more. Enough is enough. If someone's going to change it, I'm going to change it. And you make a decision that you're going to step up and you're going to do something. And you may not have a community like this right away, but eventually you find someone or somebody and and the dots start to connect. And then you end up here on Emergency Life Coach. So.
Yeah, Austin, from what you were saying earlier about the families, and sorry for the feedback again, but it's like swimming in a toxic soup or swimming in a toxic pond, right? The fish don't realize that they're swimming in this toxic pond until they jump out and like, oh, it's nice out here, and then they jump back in. So it's becoming aware of that toxicity when you're dealing with your family, because every family is different, and we learn from our parents, who learn from their parents, who learn from their parents. So it's this just rolling generational, what they call the intergenerational transmission of wounds, right? So what my parents have felt gets passed on to me, and am I going to then pass that on to my children? Can I be that filter? Can I be that person that doesn't allow all those things to come through that aren't necessary for my child? So it's, there's a whole bunch of stuff on that. It's really interesting.
Yes, and I think the other thing that comes to my mind is the frog in the water. Have you ever heard of
Yes.
that?
Oh, yes.
We've all heard of you put a frog in water, room temperature water, you put it on the stove. As the water heats up, the frog will boil, not realize it because of the gradual progression of the heat. And it's a similar thing, is that when we're in bad situations and if they gradually get worse, we're boiling and we don't even, or we're getting close to the boiling point and we don't even realize it. And that can happen. And that's why, there's a saying, it says you're either growing or dying. A relationship is either growing or it's dying. And when you throw in the current state of affairs, like a pandemic, all the racial tension that's happening, it's like everything gets magnified. And so if a relationship was growing, it'll probably grow and get even closer. If it was dying, it'll probably bring it to a death or some kind of a unforeseen or I should say unwanted close for one, and maybe a wanted close for another. So yeah, I think again we're back to awareness. We're back to awareness again in the discussion of it. So, and I just want to say real quick, an interlude. We're going to have live music here coming up. We had some earlier. If you were here earlier, we're going to have some live performance from some great musicians. You're going to absolutely love it. We want to infuse music into this as well in an effort to elevate you and just give you some joy and a moment. I'm just going to put that in here. Some live music coming soon. And I just want to give you all the moment to. Everyone, stand up if you will. Just take a moment and just give yourself a moment to move. Whether if you're at home or if you can, just give yourself a moment to stand up. Just remember our challenge. We want to move. 100 movements, 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, 100 arm bends, 100 whatever. 3 glasses of water, get some water in, and make sure you take at least 10 deep breaths today. If you do that, we're gonna extend 1 free coaching session to a coach of your choice. It could be anybody. And let me point this out. Let me raise this up. So you can work with these people here that you see if you want to work with them. They've spent a lot of time, money, effort, energy, hard work, mind work to get to where they are. And you have the ability to work with them. You can talk with them. You can enroll into our community through them. We have a private community that we are building. It's very in its infancy, but we're building, and we want to create more events like this. Maybe we do something in the private community where we can go even deeper, and we can infuse some of the people that are in the private community like we do our 1 monthly call, but maybe we can do some other things as well. So as we stretch and move, do we want to hit this topic of doing the imperfect? We can go around and hear everyone's opinion about this, and I think everyone here would have some really good insight to share about it. What do you think?
I wanted to tie in something with what Amanda was talking about the self-sabotage being the fear of visibility, along with the doing it imperfectly. And so I'll give you this situation. I found myself in the past month almost glad that I am not well known. I don't have a real platform and such, because everyone, what people what thought leaders and such were talking about was that everybody wants to hear what you feel about racial injustice. And I'm really nervous talking about this right now. In my mind, everybody's, in my mind, everybody's going to annoy me eventually. It has nothing to do with anything, but it's not going to be because of their race or beliefs or things like that. So I didn't have anything I felt was worth saying or correct to say perfectly about what's been going on racially in the United States and maybe beyond. And the it's like my feeling is what do I know about being an African American? I don't know anything. What I have to say that it's like I believe it's wrong, but the fear of the self-sabotage, if you're successful, then people expect more of you. And they expect you to address this eloquently and correctly and in a way that helps people and doesn't alienate people from you and your brand or your business or something like that. So we got a lot of things going on in the world where we can mess up, and it's scary. The self-sabotage, the sabotage. I'm glad it came up because I get to address it. So I was wondering what, based on what Amanda was saying, what she felt about that. And maybe you could say, okay, how I expressed I felt. How would you address something where it's like, I'm no expert, and I feel for people, and I have an experience of injustice. I understand that, and also when you're scared of that you're going to end up self-sabotaging yourself because you're doing something imperfectly. Where does that bring you?
I think we need to kind of look at where we are at in our own lives. I don't think that I should be a spokesperson for Black Lives Matter because I'm not Black. I don't believe that what they've done to the Indigenous people is correct either, but I'm not Indigenous. Therefore, now is not my time to have a voice. If anything can show that I am an ally, it's that I will support them. I will share their stories, but I let them have their voice right now. It is, if there's anything that we need to learn, it's that it's now time for the Black community to have their voice. Let them lead the marches. Let them have the speeches and the posts, and let's actually listen and understand where we have fallen short, because white privilege doesn't make you racist, or not like willingly and actively racist, but it does give you a privilege where you don't understand it. And this happened to me 2 weeks ago. I was doing the live event for the second book, and I went on Facebook, and there was all these posts, and I had this rule where if the post made me cry, I shared it. Because again, I don't know what my place is in this, but I think that it does need to be addressed. Absolutely. I don't have personal experience, but during the last day of the event, I didn't go on Facebook, and then it hit me like a ton of bricks. I was like, that is my privilege. I don't consider myself racist. I have plenty of Black friends. I feel that I treat everybody perfectly equally, but the fact that when all of this horrible stuff is going on in the world, I can simply turn off my phone and it no longer affects me. If I was a Black woman, I couldn't just turn off Facebook and it not be an issue anymore. You're living with that fear, with that injustice every day, innocent or guilty. And that is a horrible thing for me to even fathom. And the fact that I can say that I don't understand it, that's my white privilege. And I think that we need to understand where we are falling short and understand that, again, they're not attacking us by saying, white privilege. It's a thing. It's real.
Oh, yeah. I agree. I agree with that. I felt a lot of pressure to have an official stance on it. Even or that if I was more well known, that I would need to have an official stance on it.
My stance is white people need to shut the fuck up right now.
I like that.
And when it comes to running a business, you really just need to, I guess, advocate, really. My publisher reached out and said, listen, if you're a Black woman with a book, let me advertise you. Reach out to your friends in your community. If they have a small local business, support them, advertise them, showcase that their products are just as good. You know what I mean? And it's so sad to say, because we can easily say like, oh, racism doesn't exist anymore. That is not the case. And like, if you, we just fell down a rabbit hole here. If you look at it in terms of like sports, if every Black individual athlete decided to take a knee out of the next season, the NFL, the NBA, they would shut down. We would lose so much money. So how is it that the community is valuable when it's bringing in money, but if that same person is just walking his dog on the street, he's now a suspect or fits a description? And the amount of stories that are coming up are terrifying. And Will Smith was right. Racism isn't new. It's not back. It's just being filmed. And it needs to continue to be shared. And that's our part in it. Be an ally, share, I can't even say have an opinion right now, because again, I don't feel that that's our place. Let them have their podium.
Yeah, and I want to make sure we stay on point to serving the people that are listening to us. And what I think we can draw from this is, case in point, is that it's about understanding. It's about creating space to understand, to give people a voice, to say they matter. Everything we've been talking about here, to be willing to sit and create space, to be willing to embrace when things don't feel right in our little worlds, and then on a collective world. And I think that's really important. And in your relationship, you want a voice.
And I think your main question there was, how do I do it right? How do I get it right? You're never going to be able to satisfy everybody, but if you go forth with a servant's heart, you can't really fail either. And if you're waiting for things, again, to be perfect, you're going to keep waiting.
Yes. Well, I had the option of opting out, and that's what is like, okay, that's my white privilege. That's my not visible privilege, and I get that by the self-sabotage and such. I've gotten like fast food restaurants that I get coupons from in email. They've all declared their stance on it. Clothing stores I shop at, they've all sent an email with that. And it brings a certain expectation. So again, it's one of these things that's born of this like very remarkable year we're having here in 2020.
Yeah.
And I mean, there are businesses that take advantage of times like these, right? So they jump on the bandwagon, and it's like, okay, but where did you have this stance 4 years ago, 5 years ago, yesterday, or is this a stance now that you're taking on? But again, when it comes to the self-sabotage, these are all little things that can be so subtle and can creep up so quietly. Half the time, our self-sabotage is just us hiding our gifts, hiding our second guessing ourselves, and like saying like, oh, I could post, or I could set up a meeting with somebody to discuss these things. I could go help people, or I could watch Netflix. Which one's safer?
Yeah, so this is we were talking about self-sabotage during this panel for everyone who is joining now. We were talking about how when you get to a certain level, you might pull back, you might sabotage because you're afraid of success. You might be dealing with who am I? You might be dealing with the imposter syndrome, and you feel the need. I'm going to go out and get another certification. I'm going to go out and get another degree because I got to prove that I'm worthy, and I got to prove that I can do it. Now, and of course, in certain lines of work, you need the degree, but sometimes we just go out because we're just trying to validate. But there's so many, each person that's on here and each person listening has incredible amounts of resources. And in the collective body, there's incredible amount of resources. And the one thing I started with, I wrote down growth. I think if we can invite everyone to grow at whatever stage of life they're in. For younger people, they're wanting to grow. They want to make their name in the world. For midlife, they're people can start to think, well, you know, this is my lot. This is it. There's no change. I can't reinvent myself. I can't make these changes. This is my lot. And then for people that are older, same thing. Like, I can't grow, right? But I told you about the guy who's 102 years old. Every morning he gets up and he limbers up, gets his body moving, and he limbers up. He's growing. He wants to grow, and I want everyone to grow. I want everyone listening to grow. Whether you choose to engage with Emergency Life Coach or you want to work with one of the coaches individually, if each person grows, if we give people an invitation to grow, and every single person grows, then we all grow. Teach a man how to teach a man, like you said earlier. I keep saying that, but it's true. And nobody has this figured out. Everybody on here, you've heard some really heartfelt stories about the chaos that some of us have come from, and the hair falling out, abuse, child abuse, relationships, divorce, cancer. Like, everybody here is living it and lived it, and just decided to grow and then give that back. Give that back, because, and especially when there's things that are out of the box. Like, some of the stuff here is not in the box. We're playing out of the box. But in the box, a lot of people will go to the box because it's certainty. It's what I know. I'd rather deal with what I know than the uncertainty of what I don't know. And I think the invitation is to be an advocate in your own life. Hire a coach, work with, join the community. But ultimately, you are the advocate in your own life. You make a decision. When I first started out, I would go to this person, I'd ask for advice. Hey, what do you think? I'm learning this. And then I wouldn't take the advice. And the person said, well, wait, you asked me for advice, I give it to you, you're not doing it. I said, yeah, but you're helping me decide what's the right decision for me. Right? So each person on here, each person listening, there's a right decision for you. You might hear it on the call, but you might hear it in your own head because of the conversation, or because of what Amanda said, or what Julie said, or what Tana said, or what Rochelle said, or, did I miss anybody? Who else? Tony, or whoever. You're going to come up with your own best decision. And how do you know? You feel it. You internalize it. You go, that's what I need to do. That's my next step. And if we're provoking you, if we're stirring you up, if you're feeling something, that's good. If you feel confused, that's also good, because that means you're getting out of your comfort zone. Your brain's starting to scramble. The connections that you're used to are scrambling up. That means something's about to break through.
Yeah.
So if you feel confused, you feel shaky, stay with it, like we talked about earlier. And then if you feel like compelled, you can connect with us. You can connect with one of the coaches. We have a community. We could have conversations. And as you heard earlier, we are having a challenge right now. What is it? Who wants to share what the challenge is? Because I've said it so many times. Who wants to share? Amanda,
3 glasses of water, 100 movements, and 10 breaths.
And there's my doggy. So,
and pee breaks.
Pee breaks. Yeah, I need a pee break. Who needs a pee break? What can we got about 8 minutes. We're going to go into the live music. What can we do? I need to take a quick break. How about this? How about Julie and Amanda, one of you want to do just some breath work real quick or something? What do you think?
Sure.
Who wants?
Yeah, go ahead, Amanda. With my mic, it's not going to work.
So why doesn't Amanda? Why don't you do it?
All right.
You up for it?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to take everyone off except Amanda, if that's okay. And then let me say this later. We're going to target like 8:30. We're going to come back on, and we're going to dig more into relationships. And we're also going to ask you to put any more, if there's any more feedback, topics, conversation you want us to address, we will address that too. But as it stands right now, we're going to go deeper into relationships, somewhere around 8:30. So if you're single, married, or any relationship, work relationship, you're dealing with some conflict maybe, or you're dealing with a breakup, you're left like, what do I do? Maybe your identity was in someone else and that ended, and now you're not sure what you should do next. I think you're going to want to join in on this and share it. So that's going to be like 8:30. We're going to bring the panel back on. We're going to discuss relationships. And then after that, we're going to bring Amanda back on to talk about mindfulness and communication. Tana's going to come on, and we might reverse that order. I'm not sure. We'll figure out that. But Amanda and Tana are going to come back on later, and then Michelle's going to come back on to bring us home for this whole thing as we round it out. And one other side note, it's almost 6:30. At 8 p.m., this broadcast is going to stop, and there's going to be a second broadcast that's going to start. So if Tony's on here, if you can grab the link for the second part 2 for YouTube and Facebook and just share that so people can get reminded, so that when we go back on at 8 o'clock on part 2, they'll know that we're back on. Okay? So we're going to break it. Amanda is going to take you just to get you calm. Grab today, create that space. Your mind is always moving. You're always in action. Getting some time to just chill is rare. So just give yourself some time if you can to chill out. Okay? So I'll see you back here in a few minutes. Thanks, Amanda. I'm going to put you on, and I'm going to remove.
No problem.
There we go.
Hello, everyone. Okay, so I'm going to invite you to just simply start by observing the breath. We're not going to try to change it or alter it in any way, try to release any need to control it, and just simply be aware of it, identify it, acknowledge it, and let that be okay. So I'm going to give you guys a minute. Feel free to place your hand on your belly, one on your chest, or you can place them at your side. And if you'd like, you can take the gaze down or allow your eyes to softly close and just let the body inhale and exhale with its natural rhythm and just become aware of it. Simply notice if the breaths are deep or shallow. Notice if the breath feels warm or cool as it flows in and out of the body. Identify any sensations that are creeping up in the body. Do you feel relaxed, tense, uncomfortable? And again, without the need to alter it, just simply become aware. You may notice that some breaths come in easier than others. It's totally all right. So in keeping with all of our conversations today, I'm going to introduce you to straw breathing or Sitali breath, which is really quick and effective in cooling down the body. So if you notice, anytime you feel anxious or tense or stressed or mad, the body tends to heat up. It can be the same for overwhelm, and you may not notice it if it's not like an immense situation of stress, but you may feel the heat creep up throughout your body throughout the day. And as I said before, 30 seconds of breath awareness can really alter your state of mind. It can reset pretty much everything in the body. So with our straw breathing, each breath that we take in cools the body down a little bit more, allows for some clarity to come back into the mind, allows everything to reset, kickstart, rejuvenate, re-energize. So what we're going to do is we're going to pretend that we're curling our tongue around a straw, like that. And we're just going to simply suck the air in through that straw. So curl your tongue, stick it out. I can't see you, so don't be embarrassed. And inhale through that straw. And you can exhale through the nose. And then inhale again through your straw. And the more times you do this, the more you'll start to feel the cooling sensation on the tip of the tongue. And as you continue with it, that cooling sensation will start to reach towards the back of the tongue, the back of the mouth, down the throat. you'll start to feel a cooling sensation all over the body. It'll start to drape down the neck and shoulders. And we've actually done this to the point of getting like chills in a yoga class before, where people have needed to put on a sweater. So it's really effective. So we'll do that for a couple more breaths. And you'll notice that without even trying, that cooling sensation brings upon it like a calming sensation in the body. You may notice that your shoulders start to lower. Everything starts to just kind of like relax, almost like you're sinking into a warm bath. So for our next breathing exercise, I'm going to introduce you to alternate nostril breathing. Some of you may be really familiar with this. This is a brilliant exercise for anybody experiencing insomnia, because it really helps to balance the brain, relax the body, and kind of bring everything back to a calm, clear state. Now, if this is the first time you've ever done it, there is a chance that it will create some form of anxiety, because we're so used to inhaling through both sides, and we may not be familiar with the act of pausing the breath. But it is really powerful in cleansing and detoxing the body. So you're going to take your thumb and place it on one nostril, and we're going to inhale through our open nostril. Pause the breath at the top, and then with your ring finger, seal off that nostril and exhale through the other side. Pause at the bottom of the breath. Inhale through your open nostril. Pause up at the top, close it off, and exhale. So when you first start doing that, if you're trying it for the first time, you may notice a little bit of like tension or dizziness in the head. You may notice that the heart starts to elevate a little bit. That's totally okay. It's just your body getting used to something that it's not familiar with. And you may notice that one nostril is more clear than the other. And this is something that I didn't know until I took my teacher training. Back when I was in high school, I actually tried to convince my doctor that I had a deviated septum, because I would go to yoga classes and I always felt like I wasn't getting a full breath in, and that I couldn't breathe through my nose. And I was like, one side always feels clogged. And it wasn't until my yoga teacher training that I learned that that clog will actually switch in about 90 minutes. So I'm at an ear, nose, and throat doctor trying to convince them that I have a deviated septum. And she's telling me that I have the straightest nostrils she's ever seen. And I was like, oh my God, there's something wrong with you. How can you not see this? And it turned out I didn't know much about my own body. So if you're noticing one is a little bit more clogged than the other, give it 90 minutes and you'll feel that switch. So we'll go back to our alternate nostril breathing. Inhaling through our open nostril, pausing at the top of the breath, closing it off, and exhaling. Inhale through our open nostril, pause at the top, close it off, and exhale. So again, that's a great one to do if you're having difficulty sleeping at night, or if you fall asleep fine, but you have a difficulty staying asleep. The journaling or alternate nostril breathing really comes in handy there. You can use the cooling Satali breath anytime you're feeling like stressed or overwhelmed or just overheated and need to cool down the body. Our 3-part breathing will help you work on taking deeper, fuller breaths that really fill the body so that we can extract all of those toxins on our exhale. What other exercises can I take you through? Are there any like suggestions or questions? When we get back, can someone address Chris's question on YouTube about self-sabotage? Oh, I didn't see that question.
Oh, okay. What is self-sabotage exactly? Is this a negative self-talk or negative thinking? Okay. So thanks, Christoph, for asking that question. We will.
It can be
talk
both.
about. It can be both. It's an interesting thing. So maybe we can address that again later as well. Amanda, we can go back in there because this stuff's relevant to everybody. I mean, we're all kind of have some level of this at some points.
Yeah.
Even as we grow, it never goes away. You know, I have it. Amanda has it at some level, but again, it's through the awareness that we really can allow growth to do that. So, okay,
Yeah,
let me do this. Go ahead,
Sorry,
Amanda.
I was going to say the Cold Note version of self-sabotage is anything that stops you that you've created from reaching your true potential.
Say that one more time.
You may need to mute yourself. Okay. Yeah,
Oh,
because it's echoing. So self-sabotage. It's still echoing.
yeah.
Self-sabotage can be any way that you are stopping yourself from reaching your true potential. So whether that be hiding, pushing people away, convincing yourself that you're not good enough or that you need more certifications to take the next step, anything that stops you in your tracks from reaching your goal is self-sabotage.
There you go.
And we do it in so many different ways.
But Amanda, what if you don't know your goal?
Well, then, a lot of people don't know their goal. But
No,
I
it's
mean,
true.
If you don't, it's because you probably haven't asked yourself. Have the conversations with yourself. You know, like I actually have these conversations out loud. People think I'm crazy, but now that Bluetooth is a thing, I look normal. But I talk to myself all the time. And I actually find mirror talking really, really helpful. I talk to myself in the mirror. And this is something that one of my counselors taught me, because you can lie to yourself, but your body won't lie to you. So if you look yourself in the mirror and you have like a real conversation, your pupils will dilate. It'll like there'll be different reactions in your body. So when your true self is speaking, your pupils dilate. And when you're just throwing yourself crap, your body's like, okay, whatever, just let her talk.
Wow. Okay. That's really good. We'll have to we'll get into this later, because that's a really good technique as well, to look yourself in the mirror, look yourself square in the eye, and see.
It's hard to have a conversation with yourself, but it's so worth it.
It is. So it's 6:36. We're keeping really good time. I had a couple musicians that may not be able to show up, but we do have. Okay, yeah, we have a couple in the waiting room, in the green room, I should say, ready to go. So
Awesome.
I'm going to get them ready to go. Let's see. So yeah, okay. So Amanda, I'm gonna let you off for now. I want to keep everyone aware that the panel may start sooner, because some of the musicians, one of them had something come up, and I haven't heard. I thought the other one. So we may have Lisa and Emma come back on, and we'll see where it goes from there. But be ready for the panel within the next hour. We might. Is that okay with everyone? Is that okay with you, Amanda? Or are you?
Yeah, I'm just gonna go have some dinner.
Okay, just go take a break. Yeah.
Yeah.
So take a break, and then if not, we'll do some other fun stuff here to keep the ball moving. Okay. All right. Let me say goodbye to Amanda. Goodbye, Amanda. There we go. And Emma, just give me a thumbs up if you're ready. All right, Emma's ready. It looks like she has a sax. Is that a saxophone?
Yeah, alto sax.
All right. I'm gonna listen. You played earlier. You want to share with everyone what you're gonna play?
Sure, yeah. So I'm going to play Somewhere Over the Rainbow. And I just think it's a really beautiful and calming and hopeful song. And it's really the song that brings people together. So I thought it would be appropriate to play now.
Yeah, so what we're doing, everyone, if you're just joining, we wanted to infuse music into this because of the healing power of music, the elevating power of music. So we're giving you this content, we're provoking you. We wanted to bring music into it. So I'm going to get off. I'm going to let Emma play this beautiful music for us.
All right.
All right, let me get myself out of here. Hold on. There we go.
Ah.
Beautiful.
Thank
How did
you.
that feel?
Yeah, it felt very cathartic and meditative. It always, that song really brings so much emotion out in me, and when I play with others, it's such a collective feeling, you know?
Yeah, I got chills for sure. That was beautiful.
Thank
Amazing. Now, did you? I think do you have some more songs prepared as well?
you. If you want, I'm happy to play Summertime or anything any people like to hear, but I'm also happy to give it over to other musicians.
Yeah, let's do a because right now we had a couple musicians cancel. So why don't you play another song? And I know Lisa's waiting too, so we can have a little fun with this as we're just go with it.
Sounds good.
So,
Okay.
so what do you want to play?
How about Summertime?
Summertime. What? Give me. That's not ringing a bell with me. Give me some context on that.
So that's a song from Porgy and Bess that George Gershwin wrote, and it is all about kind of the starting of summer and another hopeful song, and it's really a great melody. I think a lot of people feel with it, you know, feel the sentiments.
All right, let's do it. Let's do it. I'm excited to hear this because I don't know that I've heard this one before. So, all right, everyone. Well, just enjoy this. That's all this is. Give yourself some time to just enjoy the music. Here we go. Excellent.
Thank you.
Show Emma some love. That was amazing, Emma.
Oh, thanks.
Very good. I got what?
It's fun to improvise. It's always my favorite part of jazz.
Yeah, you could feel that. You kind of, and I like because it kind of just took me away with it, the music.
Oh, thank
Yeah, that
you.
one, yeah.
Thank you so much for inviting me on.
Yeah, can you? What about one more? Can you get one more?
Sure, yeah. Do people have requests? Like a lot of like well-known melodies,
Okay,
you know?
that's a good point.
Like
Let's see.
or I don't know, anything.
I think Lisa. I bet you Lisa has a request. Yeah, let's see if we can get her. Oh, can you do the piano again?
Sure, yeah, if you want. I could do
And you know what? Here's what we can do because I have some time here now. If you want, like, we can do another song with the sax, or we can take a break. I could let Lisa come on. You could get set up, and we could bring you back on. So, how about this? I got an idea. Oh, what's Emma's surname for listeners to know? Yes, it's Emma Mitchell Spark, right? Emma. Actually, we can type it in there. Maybe Lisa can type it in. Type in her name so everybody knows who Emma is with a beautiful instrument. Why don't we play one more song with the sax, right? I'll bring Lisa on, and then once you get set up on the piano, maybe I'll bring you both on, and I'll just, if Lisa can stay on with you, even if she's not playing. It would be cool to do a duet, but I just don't know if it would work.
Yeah.
But I can let Lisa stay on and watch you play, so we can bring it on home. Maybe we'll go back and forth, like you can watch her and then she can watch you. So let's do another song with the sax. As far as requests, let's see. Let me see if Lisa sent. Let's see. Oh, you want to just like it? How about How about this? You just want to do an improvisational solo?
Sure, yeah. And I might intersperse some melodies people recognize throughout. It's always fun.
Yeah, kind of go with the vibe, just whatever you're feeling, kind of a thing. And let's see what comes up.
Sounds good.
Okay.
All right.
Great. Awesome job. Fantastic. So very good. So show Emma some love. We're we're going to, I'm going to bring Lisa on, and you can go, if you get set up on the piano, maybe we'll get one more from you before we wrap up the music part. But again, everyone, thanks for being here. We wanted to do something special today because we're going over 12 hours straight. So we're getting great content, getting some experience, and we wanted to bring in some great musicians to enhance what you're experiencing today. So for the rest of this, just kind of let yourself chill. Maybe ask yourself, what do you most need, and just let the question go. Say, what do I most need during this time? What do I most need for me and my family? And then just forget about it and just allow the music. Just enjoy the music. Just allow yourself to relax and enjoy. So Emma, thank you.
Thank you
So much. I'll see you in a little bit.
All right, sounds good.
Okay. All right, Lisa, are you ready? Okay, I'm going to add you in.
Hi,
Lisa,
everyone.
once again, glad to have you back here with us.
Thank you. Yeah, Emma, that was amazing. So since so Emma and I we got to know each other, we became friends because we were in the same band, Burst Into Dames was its
Okay.
name. So I thought that I would play one of our band's original songs.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's called I Owe You. So I thought it was also the lyrics. So it's meant to be a romantic song, but the lyrics say, "I owe you for all you've taught me. You've taught me how to breathe." So thank you, Amanda, for the breathing exercise.
There you go.
You've taught us how to live, life coaches, and how to fly, how to soar and follow our dreams. And that's also you and all the other life coaches. So I thought this song would be perfect given the circumstance. And so this is a thank you to all of the life coaches and you for organizing this and everyone. So this song, yeah, Burst Into Dames, we wrote.
That's wonderful context. So I'm going to get off and let you play. Oops.
Oh,
There we go.
okay. Brahma made you sweet, sweeter than so many others who don't see half of what you do. They're hiding underneath the covers, but you were true. You never lied to me. And when this time is done, oh, when it's done, you will have changed my religion. 'Cause you, baby, you are a shooting star, and you have shown me how to live, how to breathe, how to fly. I owe you my life. I see you in the warmth of the sun, and long after it's gone, the star will still remain. As for us, let's live while we're one. 'Cause you, baby, you are a shooting star, and you have shown me how to live, how to breathe, how to fly. I owe you my life. I owe you everything that you've taught me. I owe you my life.
Fantastic. Beautiful lyrics. So amazing. Tana's saying, your voice gives me chills. Exactly how I feel, Tana. That absolutely beautiful. Amazing.
you.
How do you feel playing that? Like when you're
I
singing
love
those
it.
lyrics?
I love that song. I missed playing that song too, but it came to me because since Emma's in this too, I was like, huh, that could be a cool idea to play it. And I love that song. I think that was one of my favorites that Burst Into Dames wrote. So, yeah.
Beautiful song. So that's an original song. All right. So I know you had a couple other ones planned, and I know there's some context on some of them. So
Yeah.
yeah, go ahead.
So I guess the relation. So I write a lot of songs about love. I sing a lot of songs about love and nature as well. So I guess it kind of ties into this because I know we'll be talking about relationships later. And so I guess these two songs that I'll share with you guys are originals I wrote about the two sides of love. You need two people to make a relationship strong. And so the first song is when I don't like someone, and the other song is the other way around when they don't like me. So it's both of the two examples of when something doesn't work out because you need. My grandma always told me you need two to dance. You need two to
dance.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, I just got to ask you. So you had your audition, right?
Yeah, I did, and I thought it went
go?
so well. I thought it went so well, and then they emailed me and I didn't get in. But it's okay because Emergency Life Coaches has helped me. It's no self-sabotage, and with success, so it's actually it helps. So it was a perfect day. But no, I love singing still, and I know I'm not 100% polished. I mess up, but that's okay. I love my voice. I'm grateful for having it. So I didn't really. I was sad, but
you didn't fit into their box, but you're playing your own tune, and
yeah, I'm happy with that. It's
yeah.
okay. It's
So
not a big deal.
Yeah, so let's do it. I'm gonna let you. Oh, so what's the name of the song?
Okay, so the first one I'm singing is "Disappoint You."
Okay.
My original, yeah. Okay.
All right, go for it.
Yeah. I don't wanna disappoint you. If I could, I would be more like you. But can't you see, I'm only little silly me. Oh, I'm sorry. If I could have my way, I'd wanna hold you in my arms each day, but I cannot even come close to wanting you. I don't wanna disappoint, 'cause maybe we're not meant to be. Don't take it personally. We were brave to try it out and get rid of any doubt. Ooh, I don't wanna disappoint you. If I could, I would be right for you. But can't you see, things aren't always meant to be. Ooh, I'm sorry. If I could have my way, I'd wanna hold you in my arms each day, but I cannot even come close to loving you. I don't wanna disappoint. I know you're sad tonight, but you won't be sad tomorrow because the sun will still rise. And just like the seasons, you'll be feeling alright with time. Don't worry, I'm not worth your worry. Yeah. So that was Disappoint You. Okay. Hey, Austin.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Thank you.
Now, that song is, tell me again, real quick. I want to make sure. That's about somebody somebody not liking you, right?
No, someone I did not like at all.
Someone
and I didn't
that
want to disappoint them. I wish I liked them, but
Got
I
it.
didn't at all.
Got it. Now, no, that's good. No, this is real. So now the next song is going to be about
Someone not liking me.
okay. And what is this one? Is this the one that's in Italian?
Spanish, yeah.
Spanish. Sorry. Okay. I love. Now you're going to give the context on this, right?
Yeah. But
So
disappoint you, I don't, just real quick, I don't want to disappoint you to be mean, because when I told this person, I know it feels like as well to have someone not like me back. We all do. And that's why at the end of the song, I try to say, I'm not worth your worry. I don't want to hurt them. So in a way, it's also a sad song. Like, these are both kind of sad songs. But actually, the one I'm about to sing is a little bit happier, though, because it says, yeah, you don't like me. I miss you, but I'll focus on me. So I'll translate it before I sing it. But yeah, so I just want to.
Yeah, no, that's good. So that's good. Now, listen, people, we all, like, this is real. People, we've all dealt with that. And sometimes we're in a relationship and we feel that. We're going to be talking about this later, by the way. So this is a great setup because this is all real life, right? Yeah, some people are in relationships where they might be feeling that way. So we're going to talk about that. Now let's move into this next song because I think this one's beautiful as well. What's the background on this song? Is this a song you wrote or?
Yeah, I wrote this song. Well, my friend helped me with the chords, Sam Lenny, and I made the melody and wrote the lyrics, and the background is distance can ruin things sometimes. But a quote that I wrote in one of my other songs is, or I used in one of my other songs is, distance is like wind and love is like fire. So distance or wind blows out small fires, but makes large fires spread and even larger. So I love that quote, and this one was a little fire apparently because it died with the distance.
Okay. All right. So let's jump into this. All right. I'm gonna.
Okay.
What's the name of the song?
La fuerza, strength.
La fuerza, strength. Okay.
Okay. La fuerza. And by the way, I will say the lyrics before I sing. That way people can kind of follow. The lyrics are, I won't shed a tear for you, but this could never be true because you brushed against my heart, and so I'm writing this song. I'm good at keeping you at bay with an ocean that separates us, and the lack of your presence helps me maintain my strength. Here in my home, here all alone, I am content, kind of, and I'm comfortable. And then it repeats the chorus, I won't shed a tear for you, etc. And then it says, guys come and go, but the stars always stay. I look at them and I'm happy, and I don't have any scars. I smile for what I control, my self-development and my mentality. And yeah, you're good, but not for me. And I hope you'll sing this part with me. I miss you, but I'm complete. La fuerza. No derramaré lágrimas por ti, pero no podría ser así. Rozaste mi corazón y me sale esta canción. Soy buena en tenerte a rayas, con un océano que nos separa y la carencia de tu presencia me ayuda a mantener la fuerza. Yeah, yeah. Estoy a mis anchas, aquí en aquí tan solita. Estoy contentita. No derramaré lágrimas por ti, pero no podría ser así. Rozaste mi corazón y me sale esta canción. Soy buena en tenerte a rayas, con un océano que nos separa y la carencia de tu presencia me ayuda a mantener la fuerza. Los chicos vienen y se van, pero las estrellas siempre están. Las miro, estoy feliz. No tengo ningún cicatriz. Sonrío por las cosas que yo controlo. Mentalidad y mi desarrollo. Y eres bueno, sí, pero no para mí. Tengo las ganas de que cantas conmigo. Te echo de menos, pero estoy completito. No derramaré lágrimas por ti, pero no podría ser así. Rozaste mi corazón y me sale esta canción. Soy buena en tenerte a rayas, con un océano que nos separa y la carencia de tu presencia me ayuda a mantener la fuerza.
Very good. So is that last line you're strong or I'm strong?
La fuerza, the strength. So it's like it helps maintain my strength or the strength. Yeah, the distance helps maintain.
Got it.
Yeah.
That is absolutely awesome.
Yeah,
hope
thank you
everyone-
so much for having me on the show. Thank you.
Yeah, it's wonderful. Well, we're not done. So I'm going to bring Emma back on here. Let's see. This is the power of technology.
Okay.
So now,
You sound so beautiful. It gives me chills listening to you always.
Thank you to you. Thank you so much.
that's my dog, so I apologize for that. But
Okay. Yeah.
we're going to turn it over to Emma here. And yeah, that's the idea, to get chills, like to get goosebumps, because when you get goosebumps, you feel good. Apparently Liberty has goosebumps right now. So anyway, but Lisa, I'm going to leave you on with Emma as she plays. Is that okay?
Yeah, I'll mute myself.
Yeah. And then, so Emma, what song would you like to play?
Yeah, well, I pulled up one of my favorite sonatinas, and I thought I would choose it because it's very upbeat, and I think it really has a beautiful kind of rhythm and happiness that courses through it. And I think it's important, especially in these isolating times, to really think about what brings us happiness and try and engage in those kinds of activities.
No, that's beautiful. And by the way, I want to make a point. Nick, who's been watching us, he requested "Careless Whisper." So I don't know. That was a request that came in. It's just wanted to throw that out there, but don't feel like we have to play that. But what you're going to play now sounds like a beautiful piano piece.
That's right. It's classical, yeah.
And I love the fact that what you're saying. So this would be very elevating. So this is Emma Mitchell Spark, everyone. And if you just clicked on this, you're like, what did I just click on? This is Emergency Life Coach. We have had an all-day live stream, and we wanted to infuse music into it to really just help people feel better and to elevate as we pour out this content and we share when we connect with you where you are, and just provide some hopefully beyond hope, beyond hope, where you feel confident that you can move forward. And we're an option for you. We're an option for you to connect with us through community, through relationships, connecting with our coaches, that they just want to connect and help you. They want to help you grow. So I'm going to, Lisa, if it's okay, I'm going to remove myself and mute, and then I'll leave you on here because you guys are friends. I think it'll be cool. And yeah, all right, so here we go.
All right. Thanks for listening.
Wow, music says so much without saying a word, and wow,
Yeah.
absolutely amazing. So thank you so much for coming on here. I'm just, I think everyone's, Tony's saying, you're both talented. So really a great honor to have you on here. And I'm going to throw this out there. Lisa, if you want to come on later, and if you're free, I would love for you to sing "In My Life" again by the Beatles.
Yeah,
later.
sure.
If you want to do that later,
Yeah.
that would be wonderful. Because I think you played it at lunchtime, and I think it would be a nice way to infuse later today.
Sure.
So what I'm going to do is right now, just because of timing, we're a little ahead of schedule. So I'm going to ask the coaches, if I know some of them are eating and doing stuff, what I might, if they're free, I might have them come back on. And then what we're going to do is we're going to recap this day so far. And then what I'm anticipating is at 8 o'clock, we're going to shut this one down before 8 o'clock. And then at 8 o'clock, we're going to launch into the part 2, and we're going to bring the panel back on, and we're going to talk about relationships. So that's what we're going to do. So hopefully, all right, I don't see the coaches on here, so maybe we'll have to send them a message. But I'm going to say thank you again so much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
And Lisa, I'll look for you later.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Austin and everyone.
Emma, it was
you,
beautiful,
Austin.
beautiful music. Thank you so
Thank
much
you.
for sharing your talent with us.
Wow,
It was perfect. Perfect.
Bye,
Okay.
Emma.
Bye.
Bye, Austin. Bye, everyone.
Bye. Okay. Austin here with you. This is Emergency Life Coach Marathon live stream. It's been an incredible, amazing day. And I just want you to know that if you have some feedback, you want to share a question, a topic, something provoked you, moved you, stirred you up, maybe the music moved you. And wherever you find yourself right now, as I said earlier, the one thing that I wrote down was growth. Growth. Because that's what really we all want to grow. Whether we're aware of it or not. Excuse me. We want to grow. And it's in our growth that we can, it's in our seeking growth that we can overcome some of the challenges of the past. And you've heard many things discussed today on this journey that we've went on. And let me go back to the challenge. Let's talk about the challenge. So the challenge is, what's the challenge? Let's see. Is anybody listening? So we're going to do 3 glasses of water or more. So most of you should be well beyond the 3 glasses of water. 10 deep breaths and 100 movements. So if you haven't done that yet, I want to give you the opportunity to do that. And these things that we're doing are easy to do, but they're easy not to do. And if we can do them, it can change your moment. It can change the day. It can change the week. It can change the month. Maybe it changes the rest of your year. So let me just say that as we're waiting here, we want to give you an invitation to connect with us, either through a conversation, through community, whatever's comfortable and appropriate for you. There's lots of things you can connect to now. There's so many things flying around. So the reason why we wanted to do this and create this open platform is because it's an easy way to reach people, and they can just click on. You can click on, even if you don't have to enroll in anything. You just click on. And today we covered a lot of topics. So what we're going to do here in the moment is we're going to bring back the coaches, and we're going to just wrap this up, and then we're going to end part 1 before 8 p.m. So let's say, depending on what happens, I might even end it sooner. And then we're going to come back on at 8 p.m. and we're gonna launch into part 2. So that's what I think I'm going to do right now. So I think what we're going to do, we're going to take a break, unless we can get somebody on here that. Okay. So let's do this. We're going to take a break, and we're going to come back on here at 8 p.m. tonight. Let me know you're with me. We're going to come back on at 8 p.m. and then we're going to bring in part 2. We're going to have a panel discussion. We're going to have more music. We're going to talk about relationships. We're going to recap the day. So in any particular order, let's do this. We're going to refresh. We're going to deviate a little bit. So we're going to come back on at 8 p.m. and then we're going to do a recap. We're just going to recap what we learned today, okay? Then we're going to go into relationships, and that'll be through the panel. And then after we cover that, we're going to move into, let's see, either Tana or Amanda. So Tana, her topic is going to be spirituality and nature. And then we're going to bring Amanda back on to talk about communication and mindfulness. We're going to get some more music later. And then in the wee hours, we're going to have Michelle talking about creating calm in chaos. And I'm excited to hear about that because Michelle's had to endure and learn to thrive in chaos. So that's what we have planned for you as we wrap this up. So it's 7:20 p.m. right now. And looks like we have a few people on. So I'm going to end this. And I'll see you back here at 8 p.m. And if you're not sure, the link is right here. Let me grab that link. Share it with you again. Part 2. So part 2 will be on YouTube. And we're going to bring the energy back up again. Okay, there we go. Part 2, YouTube, Facebook. Thank you so much, everyone. I love you. I'm sending you love and blessings for stepping into this space, for clicking on this, for commenting, for putting out your feedback. And it doesn't stop. This is a continuation. We're back on at 8. And even after that, this is a continuation. We want you to stay connected. Like, that's the most important thing to me, is that you stay connected through community, through a conversation, connection. Again, lean in. You have a choice. You can lean in or you can lean out. You can move forward or you can regress. So I want to encourage you to lean into what we're doing and take the next best step for you in your journey. All right? So we'll see you back on here at 8 p.m.